US GDP just came in at 4.3%, the highest since 2023.
Okay, is this still the buy-in economy, or is that only for the bad numbers?
Oh, baby, this is the Trump economy. Must I remind you, inflation recently came in at 2.7%, down from the inauguration day 3%, so we have growth up, inflation down.
Well, also the unemployment rate is at 4.6%, the highest since COVID era September 2021.
Well, it's still historically low, plus the job gains are coming to native-born Americans, while job losses are primarily hitting foreign-born workers. So, thanks, deportations.
Well, foreign-born workers include naturalized U.S. citizens, but back to GDP, just over 1% of its growth is attributed to imports decreasing due to tariffs.
But also, exports are increased. This is the trade deficit being fixed.
I mean, back when the GDP was negative in Q1, the Trump administration was saying how the numbers were deceiving because the import-export ratio was not a real sign of the strength of the economy, but now it is.
Well, when you're increasing exports, I think it is. But also, consumer spending was up 3.5% and a larger contributor to GDP, so it's clear the economy is booming.
The GDP is growing, yes, but again, unemployment is rising, and you had the White House trade advisor on CNBC this morning talking about white-collar jobs evaporating due to AI. So it begs the question, is the average American benefiting because of this growth?
Well, he encouraged people to look at blue-collar fields because jobs like electricians and construction workers are seeing like 30% pay increases because they are more in demand than ever before. You need to adapt to make yourself useful in this ever-changing world.
Great, that makes a lot of people in college and with college degrees feel comfortable.
Adapt or die. The economy is growing, inflation is dropping. Make yourself useful so you can play a part of it.
Thank you for that. You forgot the piece that unemployment is rising.
Negative Nelly. We're starting to see why Trump didn't want the files released. Yeah, we are, because there's a lot of fake shit in here. The DOJ just released 30,000 more pages saying some of these documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims made against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false. Yeah, said anyone ever who has nothing to hide. We're talking about this one right here, which is a random person on October 27, 2020, a little over a month before the election, calling in a tip to the FBI. Well, this person claims to have known a girl whose daughter seemed to have been invited to a hotel with Donald Trump and his friends in 1997. He also claims to have been a limo driver in the DFW where he drove Donald Trump multiple times, overhearing him talking on the phone to someone named Jeffrey talking about abusing some girl. Then once again talking about the girl in the hotel, he said she claims Trump and Epstein raped her. Okay, and then he claims the girl was found dead in Kiefer, Oklahoma, which he says was actually a cover-up by Ghislaine. And then he goes on talking about Bill and Hillary Clinton and a conspiracy theory about the Oklahoma City bombing. I mean, I don't know how you can see this as anything other than a crazy man going on an unhinged spree of lies. Look, I think these things are good to make public so we can look into them. He seems pretty detailed. Detailed and insane. Well, another page released today's a letter Epstein tried to send to fellow convicted sex offender Larry Nassar saying we shared our love for young girls. Our president also shares our love of young nubile girls. And when a young beauty walked by, he loved to. I'll let you read that one, Cal. This was a 2019 letter between convicted sex offenders. Why would we trust a word they say? We know Epstein and Trump had a falling out and there was bad blood. This is nowhere near proof of anything. Well, you can't deny this when a DOJ attorney said flight records show Trump flew on Epstein's plane many more times than what was previously reported, including at least 8 flights from 1993 to 1996. And at least 4 times with Ghislaine present. Yeah, Epstein tricked a lot of people, including Trump, although some of these flights, Trump's wife, daughter, and son were present. Like, come on. Well, on one of those flights, it was him and Epstein alone. On another, the 3 passengers were Epstein, Trump, and a 20-year-old. And on 2 others, 2 passengers were witnesses in Ghislaine's case. Again, this is nowhere near evidence of wrongdoing. Many prominent people flew on that plane. Alone with Epstein and a 20-year-old when he was in his late 40s seems odd. Oh, and then a DOJ email confirmed there were 10 co-conspirators, including a wealthy businessman, all of who, of course, were never charged. When will we get these names? Well, I'm sure we'll get them eventually. I think today's drops are further proof that DOJ is complying with the law to release everything, even baseless tips to the FBI that conspiracy theorists like you are running with. We'll see about that, and we'll let the people decide on that one. The connections are growing. Oh, please. Come on!
So when you really start digging into Jeffrey Epstein, there's one person that you really want to pay attention to the work that they're doing, and he goes by the name of Mike Benz, at Mike Benz Cyber over on X. Check this out.
Jeffrey Epstein negotiated the fucking contract to move the CIA's proprietary airliner, Southern Air Transport, which was busted running drugs and guns during Iran-Contra. He personally was the authorized signatory on the deal with Southern Air Transport to move it to a military base in Columbus, Ohio to service the limited. Hey, any of you guys got any bright ideas about how you would go about in 1994 convincing the Central Intelligence Agency to move its proprietary CIA airline used for covert operations based in Miami to fucking up and move its entire operation to fucking Columbus, Ohio, just to service your personal company instead of the CIA? What do you think, he cold called the CIA? You think he just schmoozed the CIA Or is it because he was handling on Khashoggi's money during Iran-Contra that purchased the guns that Southern Air Transport a decade earlier was moving?
Starting to pay attention yet? And he's starting to see the level of corruption deeply entrenched and embedded inside the United States government. You can't go after Epstein and not go after the government officials that sanctioned and backed him and allowed him to continue to rape minor children on behalf of the United States government because of whatever role or whatever asset or whatever deal or whatever guns or corruption or whatever the fucking case may be that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in. And our government officials backed him, they cleaned it up, they overlooked it, they laundered money. He's a fucking billionaire and he's never produced an ounce of wealth. How did he become a billionaire exactly? Where did that money come from? How does that money move through these banks? Oh, that's right. They knew how to start going after Jamie Dimon and the likes of those scumbags as well. Oh, the central bankers are involved. Oh, the director of the CIA, the president of the United States was involved. Got it. Okay.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it because we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to go ahead and re-review Trump's questions that he took a couple days ago, or actually, I believe yesterday. Then we're going to go ahead and get more into what was going on with the Epstein files, well, the new dumps that came out. And then we're going to go ahead and get into that Cecot documentary that got shelved by Barry Weiss that was, I guess, accidentally streamed in Canada. You know, accidentally. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video, and let's get right into it.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't have much to add. This is a phenomenal presentation. Thank you, Mr. President. This is American industrial power returning. This is the ability, once again, to rebuild, to have industry in the United States. This is generational in the change, not just in terms of applying American war power, increasing our ability to protect the seas. The U.S. Navy is the single biggest source of peace in the world of all of our forces because it gives us a global footprint. But it rebuilds American industrial capacity. The ability to make things again in our country has been critical to what the president's agenda has been all about, and this is a tangible reminder of it. And I know the country's grateful for it, and generations of Americans will be grateful for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, now remember, Trump has pretty much shifted his attention to shipbuilding. And remember, this has always been part of his agenda is to increase our shipbuilding, but he has pretty much announced the making or the construction of a new warship that we will be starting. And like I said, most likely we'll be using American steel since it'd be pretty much, I'll be real with you, too expensive to import steel now due to the steel tariffs, the steel and aluminum tariffs. So that's going to bolster the steel economy. And honestly, once these ships start being made on these shipyards, they will add about 5,900 jobs. And that's just according to what Philly's put out.
By the way,
the Philly shipyard.
I think I'd just like to point out that these ships are made of steel as opposed to aluminum. It's a big difference, as you know. Battleships, the great battleships, had 6- and 7-inch steel hulls, and these are going to be likewise made out of very powerful steel. Our steel industry is coming back very strongly, by the way. It's coming back at record numbers, and we're going to be using them for the steel, but as opposed to an aluminum side, which, in all fairness, is not the same. So, John, we're going with all steel, I understand. And that's going to be something that people are surprised, more expensive, but not even comparable in terms of the importance and the strength. Yeah, please.
What's your timetable for these first two ships? And do you see them as a counter to China?
We're going to start almost immediately.
So yeah, not only is this we're going to start building more ships, but it's also going to boast our steel industry because we're going to have to put in an order for steel, and instead of getting it from China, we're going to go ahead and start ordering it locally, domestically, as we should have been doing in the first place.
And we'll be probably talking about 2.5 years.
In terms of the mission, do you see it as a counter?
Hey, and shout out to our man JSM for starting us off with a high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support, my brother.
To China?
Just a counter to everybody. It's not China. We get along great with China. I have a great relationship with President Xi. And not China. It's just everybody. You don't know who comes along. But we just wanted peace through strength. Hopefully we never have to use them. But there will never be anything built like these. Think of it. Those battleships are incredible. These have 100 times the power. Think of that. I mean, and they were big and they were powerful. You know, I thought about taking some that are in dry dock and changing them. And then when I said that, you know, if we did, would be about, we could increase, if we doubled them, they'd be at like just a tiny fraction of what one of these was. This is the new technology, which is incredible. So we decided pretty early on not to do that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Julio Rosas with Most Peaceful Media. You just referenced the lower amount of illegal drugs that are coming by sea, and you just said that you're going to start that same program on land soon. Are you just referring to Venezuela, or are you referring to other countries in Latin
Anywhere
America?
drugs are pouring in, anywhere, not just Venezuela. Yes.
Speaking of Venezuela, oil. What are we going to do with the oil that we have?
Going to do with what?
The oil that has been seized. The United States seized 1.9 million barrels of oil on December 10th.
We're going to keep it.
We're
keeping it.
Where are we going to sell?
And every time I hear it, I'm just like, and yes, we are getting a big gangster with him now. So yes, we seized an oil. Yes, we seized an oil tanker. Actually, we seized another oil tanker from Venezuela. And well, according to Trump, we're just going to use it. Yeah, the oil that was being produced there, we were going to use it now. It's ours. I mean, yeah. That's just, it does seem that's where we're going with it. Does seem like we are trying to take over Venezuela for their oil and natural resources, of course. I mean, it is what it is at this point. And let's be real, it's not like they're really playing shy about it.
I'll let them put in the strategic
Maybe
oil
we'll sell
reserve.
it. Maybe we'll keep it. Maybe we'll use it in the strategic reserves. We're keeping it.
Wow.
We're keeping the ships also. Yeah, please.
Yeah, somehow Trump found a way to make an oil seizure work out for the American people. It's like, hey, we can add it into our supply to lower these gas prices, or we can just throw it into the reserves, you know, for a rainy day.
About Venezuela, sir, have you spoken to American oil companies that have had their assets seized about what a post-Maduro
Yes.
Venezuela would mean for them, what coming back and restarting
All
operations?
the big ones, yeah. I have. Yeah, please.
Why do you feel like this initiative was neglected for so many years? And does this come amidst the rising tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela?
We're talking about with Venezuela?
Yes.
Well, you had a different kind of a president before me. They didn't mind being ripped off. They didn't mind being robbed. They didn't mind drugs pouring into our country. They didn't mind the jails of Venezuela and Trinidad being emptied into the U.S., where they take over Colorado and other places.
Now, why Trump is pretty much going at the Biden administration, because the Biden administration worked out a deal with Maduro before. And under the Biden administration, there was a deal that we was supposed to release some of Maduro's allies who got caught up for drug trafficking, and we was going to release them if this man held a fair election. Now, we'll leave that up to you if you want to determine what Maduro's held was a fair election or not. But according to us in the USA, I mean, we don't see it as a fair election, and we want him gone because of it, because during the Biden administration, we made a deal with him that he would hold a fair election. He ended up stealing said election. So, hey, everything pretty much, we're no longer dealing with them. We're no longer hearing what he got to say. We just want him out of that position. And that's what the United States government, or that's how the United States government is tackling it.
Do mind. So you had a different kind of a president. I hope people are enjoying it, because we've never been respected more than we are now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their
By
full?
what?
And were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their full release by the end of the year? Some of the victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, you know, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along.
Now, you know, for those of you who are, well, I'm be real with you, rightfully upset about the heavy redactions in the Epstein files, you know, I'm just saying you can go ahead and try this out, but some of the Epstein files were released as PDFs, aka I guess you can go ahead and take the redactions off. You can go ahead and take that black block that they put over the letters, and you can just take it off. Not all the Epstein list was released like this, or Epstein files was released like this, but there were some releases PDF to where you can actually take off the redactions. You can go ahead and check that out for yourself. It's actually been blowing up all over social media.
Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy. either friendly or not friendly, but they were, he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers. And Bill Clinton was a friend of his, but everybody was. I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. And as a person that was in Mar-a-Lago, I threw him out. Mar-a-Lago, this is Mar-a-Lago. It's the hottest place I think it's the hottest place in the world, but it's the hottest place in Florida. And everybody would come here. He'd come here. We actually threw him out. But no, I don't like the pictures of Bill Clinton being shown. I don't like the pictures of other people being shown. I think it's a terrible thing. I think.
Well, and actually, Bill Clinton actually spoke out and said that he wants the full Epstein release dropped. He has nothing to hide, and he doesn't even like the way that, well, the media is playing with his name. Trump also don't like the way the media is playing with his name when it comes to these Epstein files. So both of them want full transparency and want the entire Epstein files to be released so Bill Clinton can be vindicated, because Bill Clinton's pretty much, or well, their spokesman in his camp is pretty much saying, look, we know it looks bad. It looks bad. I get it. He's in the hot tub with the women. I get it. I get it. But I promise you it's not what it looks like. And pretty much Bill Clinton is calling for the full release so he can vindicate himself. And I like it. I mean, at least he's saying something.
Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it. But
even though he skipped the oversight committee testimony, on Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, the oversight committee asked Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton to come in on their relationship with Epstein, and they pretty much said, no, we're not doing it. Actually, they just ignored it and never really showed it. Actually, they didn't show up at all. So Bill Clinton coming out and saying this is actually surprising.
You probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago. Mm-hmm. And they're, highly respected bankers and lawyers and others. And they'll end up, because of guys like Massey, who's a real lowlife, whose polls are down to about 9%, by the way, in the great state of Kentucky. If you look at Kentucky, Kentucky is such a great place, but I don't know, they've got a couple of people on there that are very strange in terms of leadership. But Massey's a loser, and he likes it. And he works with the Democrats. He's just being used by the Democrats, because what this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the truth.
I mean, let's be real. Epstein was a complete socialite. When you can get a picture like this, bro, you got a picture with Bill Clinton, Diana Ross, and Michael Jackson. I'm like, bro, who are you? How did you even have that? Like, how are you just so buddy with Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton actually needs to explain that, by the way. Like, because if anybody was buddy with this man Epstein, it was most definitely Bill Clinton. Most definitely.
Tremendous success that the Republican Party has. Like, for instance, today we're building the biggest ships in the world, most powerful ships in the world, and they're asking me questions about Jeffrey Epstein. I thought that was finished. I believe they gave over 100,000 pages of documents. And there is tremendous backlash. It's an interesting question, because a lot of people are very angry that pictures are being released of other people that really had nothing to do with Epstein, but they're in a picture with him because he was at a party, and you ruin a reputation of somebody. So a lot of people are very angry that this continues. A lot of Republicans are angry because of the fact that it's just used to deflect against a tremendous success. Look, we have $18 trillion coming into our country. We have, I believe, we're going to have the most successful economy in history. We inherited a mess. Now prices are coming way down. Gasoline is less than $2.
Now, we did have a decent economic report. Now, when it comes to GDP and inflation, now GDP went up, I believe, about what they say. Yeah, 4%, over 4% GDP then went up. So GDP's on the up, inflation's on the down. So inflation went from 3% to 2.7%. And then the jobs over the past 3 months, we've only added about 67,000 jobs as a net 67,000 jobs added to the economy so far. Added to the economy. And that's what the 100K jobs gained. And I believe, what was it? I think October. And then we lost some in November. Well, no, wait. No, what was it? I think, no, we gained 1,000 in September. We lost in October. We lost 1,000 in October. And then we gained like 64,000 in November. And our net job gain is 67,000.
Dollars in some states, $1.99, $1.97, $1.95 a gallon. $1.95. Think of that. a gallon. Nobody ever thought they'd see that. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about Epstein. And the problem is a lot of Democrats are being caught up in the web, like Larry Summers. Larry Summers was the head of Harvard.
But admin job game, there is a concern because there have been about $1.2 million job losses, layoffs, all held in together. Now, a lot of this is due to, two main things that the Republicans are saying. One, they want to say immigration. The fact that we are doing a lot of immigration, that's also causing a lot of job losses and vacant spots. And then two would be, I think they were trying to say tariffs, but let me make sure I double down on that one. Let me make sure I double check.
He's now been forced to resign from every board he's on, and he was thrown off the Harvard board. Now he was at Epstein's Island a lot. I wasn't. I never went there, by the way.
Immigration and AI. Sorry, guys. Immigration and AI were the two main reasons for most of the job losses. Well, that the Republicans were saying that the 1.2 million in layoffs and job losses. Yeah, mainly due to AI and immigration crackdowns.
But fortunately, it's nice. But I never went there. But a lot of people did go there. But instead of talking about the battleships, or instead of talking about most favored nations drugs, we're bringing down drug prices like at a level that has never even been thought of, by thousands. Think of it, by 1,000%, by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400% in some cases. A drug that sells for $10 in London is costing $130 in New York. We're bringing it down to $20, and they're going to go up to 20. So they're going from 10 to 20, which is a doubling. It's a doubling. That's a lot, but it's a doubling. But we're going down to 20. So we're going down, if you can do your own math, but it's 2,000%, 3,000%. It's pretty amazing. And the New York Times had a story about it, a small story, way in the back of the paper. It's the single biggest thing to happen with respect to drugs, probably in 50 years. It's never been anything like this.
So what Trump's talking about is the median pricing of the most favored nation, like what these pharmaceutical companies have promised with their most favored nation pricing is what's going to be the median price effect, because our prices for pharmaceuticals, we already pay the most. Our prices are already sky high. We have nowhere else to go but down. And the rest of the countries, well, their price can go up actually a little bit. So as Trump said, it's like, it's not like we're going to pay the same as Australia for that drug. No, that would kill the pharmaceutical companies' profits. No, they're going to go ahead and raise Australia's drug price. If that pill is $10, yeah, like Trump said, we'll raise it to 20. We're paying 130. We're going to bring it all the way down to 20 because we're doing most favored nation pricing. And this is what I said these pharmaceutical companies are going to do. They're going to take those most favored nations and those nations that are paying those lower drug costs, and they're going to raise them so America can go ahead and pay that same price, and they can say, okay, well, there you go, most favored nation pricing. We have to raise prices a little bit, but no matter who they raise prices on, our prices will always fall when it comes to these pharmaceuticals.
In my first term, I was able to get drug prices down 0.25%. It's the first time in 28 years that they went down. 0.25%. I was so proud of myself. Now we're doing them 2,000%, 1,500%, 1,200%.
Now, no, you cannot increase prices by over like 100. I'm sorry, you can't do that, Trump. So you can't lower prices by over 100% or without giving it for free. What you can do, what Trump is actually doing, is actually taking at least 50 to 80% off of these drug prices. So that's what he's actually doing. But for some reason, it lowers by 50%, and Trump's going to save 500. So, hey, bro, let him cook, let him ride, man, let him ride.
That pill that sold for $130 will now be selling, as an example, for $20 because the rest of the world took advantage of us. Without tariffs, I could have never done it. I called up the heads of the countries. As an example, France, I spoke to a very good man, President Macron of France. And I said, Emmanuel, you have to raise your drug prices. He said, no, we will not do that. I said, you have to. He said, no, I don't want to do that. Look, you're asking me if it go to $10 to $20. You're going to come way down to 20. We don't want to do that. Now, in all fairness, No other president even tried. But if they did try, there was actually a fake story in.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up, or just send a gift if you just want to support the show. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Stupid USA Today. I didn't even think they'd make it anymore. I haven't, but I saw a story where Biden was trying to do this. Biden never tried to do it. Biden didn't know he was alive. He never tried to do it, but they're taking it from $10 to 20. So he would say, and the other leader said the same thing. No, we won't do it. I said, no, you're going to do it 100%. They said, nope, we're not doing it. We're not going to double our price. Because again, if you go from $10 to $20, they're doubling their price. We're coming down though from $130 to $20 because we're going to get the lowest drug prices in the world. Whatever the lowest price is called favored nations. We're going to have the lowest price. So I said, no, you're going to. No, I will not do this. Politically, it's unacceptable. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to do it 100%. Please accept it now. Be nice. You're going to do it 100%. No, I will not. I said, yes, you are. He said, why do you keep telling me I am when I'm not? Because if you don't do it, I'm going to put a 25% tariff on everything France sells into the United States of America. And that's approximately 20 times more than I'm asking for with respect to drug prices. He said, I see. I agree to do it. Every other country said the exact same thing.
I mean, let's be real. Man, Macron's not going to be the only person having a hard time having to raise their drug prices. One is actually going to expose the fact that a lot of European countries don't know that we pay. Well, the pharmaceutical companies make most of the profits off us. About 75% of their profits come from us, and all you other countries share that share of that 25%. So no, it's not that France is doing that 25%. No, but France probably doing maybe like 2-3% of that 25%, and that's what you guys do. So we have a lot of leverage when it comes to these pharmaceutical companies and drug prices that we haven't utilized until now for some reason. And it's usually due to our consumer economy, or like I said, us making up about 75% of these pharmaceutical companies' profits. And it's going to be a tough sell because, hey, it's going to be really tough for Australia and France when you got to sit there and raise drug prices, or people's going like, what the fuck? And I guess what they can do is blame Trump, and they can do that if they want to, because we're not going to complain, but they most likely will. But tell them it's for a good cause, though. Tell them they're helping lower drug prices for Americans, okay? Tell them that's their little charity for us.
They all said, nope, I will not do it. I said, all right, on Monday morning, you'll have the 25% tariff, everything you sell. In the case of France, it was wine, champagne, cars, everything they sell. It's 25 to 30 times the price of what we're talking at 25%. Every single country agreed. And that was a big problem. The drug companies were difficult, but fine, because we have a certain control over the drug companies. We had no control over these foreign nations. So every single country has agreed to do this. So we will take that pill price down as an example, talking about not just pills, we're talking about everything. We'll take it down from $130 a pill down to $20 a pill. And the rest of the world will take it from $10 a pill up to $20. It's the biggest thing ever to happen, and it's covered, barely covered in the New York Times because it's a fake newspaper. Yeah.
Mr. President, on shipbuilding, how is the administration plan to ensure that there's sufficient workforce availability as you're producing these ships?
Could you speak up?
How does the administration plan to ensure there is sufficient workforce availability as you're producing these ships?
We're going to have it. We're going to have tremendous workforce availability. We're also going to have robots helping us. We're going to have a lot of robots helping us because we need it. And because we're going to town, we're building a lot between the AI and the auto plants. So we're going to need robots. We're going to have robots, but that's going to help us. We're going to have tremendous workforce. And in order to operate, you're always going to need people. You know, you could have robots, but you're going to have to get somebody to start those robots, and you're going to have to improve the robots. But we're going to have robotic factories plus manpower. So we're going to have enough. We're going to need the help of robots and other forms of, I guess you could say, employment. We're going to be employing a lot of artificial things. But the beauty is we're going to have more jobs than we've ever had. Just so you know, a number came out the other day. We have more jobs right now in the United States. More people are working right now in the United States.
And to be so honest with you guys, I could probably spend like a good 10 and 15 minutes listing all the manufacturing projects that are coming, that's already broken ground in America right now. Like spend a good 10, 15 minutes just listing all of them out, all the way from cars, aerospace, pharmaceuticals. I mean, plastic, manufacturing of plastic and all that good stuff, which we've been doing, but for some reason we're expanding on it, as we should. But yeah, I can pretty much give you guys an entire list. Actually, look this one up. For pharmaceuticals, since this man loves talking about pharmaceuticals, AstraZeneca breaking ground in Maryland, about what, a $2 billion facility that's going to add jobs, or it's going to give jobs to Americans. Now, for all the guys with TDS who's saying that's a lie, I would urge you to go look it up. And trust me, look up a lot more of these manufacturing projects that are, or these manufacturing these factories that are breaking ground already, guys. So when I tell you that there's going to be a construction boom coming into 2026, then right after the construction boom, there's going to be a manufacturing boom. It's coming because the groundwork is already being laid out, like it or not, hate Trump or not.
Than at any time in the history of our country. Think of that. Pretty amazing. So we'll have the help of, mechanical help, if you want to call it that, but we'll have tremendous employment. They'll be paid a lot of money. They'll do better than they ever did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know, a little scarcity in the job market ain't never hurt nobody. I mean, shoot, the more scarcity there is in workers, the higher people get paid. That's just the way it works. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You may have been expecting a different kind of announcement today, hearing your Secretary of War and Secretary of State here. You mentioned strikes on land in Venezuela more than 15 times, even now, just in your recent remarks. Why should Maduro take your threats seriously? And
He can do whatever he wants.
what's your end
Maduro?
game? What's your end
No, he
game?
could do. There's no answer. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, we have a massive armada formed, the biggest we've ever had, and by far the biggest we've ever had in South America. He could do whatever he wants. It's all right. Whatever he wants to do. If he wants to do something, if he plays tough, it'll be the last time he's ever able to play tough.
Oof.
But they sent their prisoners into us. They sent people from jails, prisons. They sent people from mental institutions and insane asylums into the United States, just walked right in because Biden had an open border policy. What the Biden administration did to our country can never be forgotten. They took in millions and millions, 25 million people over the course of 4 years. Many of those people were murderers and drug dealers, prisoners, rough prisoners, 11,888 murders. More than half of them killed more than one person. They came into our country. Now, I spoke to Christine Noem today. I spoke to Tom Homan today. He came down to see me. And we had a great meeting. They've done an amazing job. We're getting them out. We're getting them out very fast. But this should have never happened. But Venezuela was Venezuela took advantage of the open borders that Biden created more than any other country. Tren de Aragua, we had gangs all over. Look, I mean, you have a very weak governor in Colorado. Look what happened in Colorado where they would occupy apartment houses. And he didn't want to do anything about it because he was scared. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, please.
So in response to the United States taking sanctioned oil from Venezuela, Colombian President Gustavo Petro criticized the United States by saying, well, the Southwest is stolen land and that it should be returned to Latin America. I just wanted to know what your response to that
Well,
is.
he has to watch because, he's got drug factories that make cocaine in Colombia.
Southwest is stolen land. When are we going to return it back up? People who talk like that, I always do say, I'm like, I mean, you guys could be stolen land too. I just want to do you really want to F around and find out? I mean, it is kind of fun. You guys are on stolen land. Wrong. We're on conquered land, AKA we fought, we won, and they had to leave. It's just the way it is, guys. Not stolen, conquered. Sorry. They had a chance to fight for it, a fair chance. We shot the fade. They lost. They had to go. It's the way it is. I mean, we could always shoot the fade again in Colombia, and we can go ahead and take Colombia as well. I mean, Latin America should be ours. I mean, to be quite honest with you, it's better than the cartels running it. I mean, think about it. You could be ran by the ruthless cartel. You could be ran by ruthless America. Take your which ruthless savage you want. Of course, I'm just playing, guys. I'm just playing.
And he's no friend of the United States. He's very bad guy. And he's got to watch his ass because he makes cocaine and they send it into the United States of America from Colombia. We love the Colombian people. I love the Colombian people. They're great people, energetic, smart, great. But their new leader is a troublemaker. And he better watch it. He better close up those cocaine factories. They have at least 3 major cocaine factories. We know where they are. He better close them up fast, yeah. By the way, it's made and sold into the United States. Comes through Mexico.
Thank you, sir. You've named Governor Landry
is
to be
true.
new special envoy to Greenland.
Yeah.
How do you, what do you see that role entailing? And is it still your intention that
Well, he
Greenland
called
become
me,
part of
and
the
you know,
U.S.?
he viewed Louisiana, the Louisiana Purchase. He said, "I'm governor of Louisiana," and he said, "I would love." I didn't call him; he called me. He's very proactive. He's a great guy. He's a deal guy.
All right, so yeah, the governor of Louisiana, I believe we made the ambassador to Greenland. So this guy's gonna go to Greenland. Really, he's gonna go to the Dutch and try to convince the Dutch to sell us Greenland. I mean, that's where we're still trying to annex Greenland. We're still pretty much trying to buy it from the Dutch. They turned us down the first time. Well, we're gonna try to come a little bit more respectful, a little bit more amicable, and we're gonna see how that goes. So this is what pretty much Trump is talking about, trying to acquire Greenland, because we still are trying to get Arctic dominance that right now Russia and China has, or, well, they're more closer to than us.
He's a deal maker type guy. And we need it for national protection. We need Greenland for national protection. They have a very small population. And I don't know, they say Denmark, but Denmark has spent no money. They have no military protection.
Ooh.
They say that Denmark was there 300 years ago or something with a boat. Well, we were there with boats too, I'm sure. So we'll have to work it all out. But he felt very strongly, we need it for we need Greenland for national security. Not for minerals. We have so many sites for minerals and oil and everything. We have more oil than any other country in the world. We need Greenland for national security. And if you take a look at Greenland, you look up and down the coast, you have Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need it for national security. We have to have it. And he wanted to lead the charge. So we're making him, Marco, today, a special envoy to Greenland. Greenland's a big deal. Yeah.
On Ukraine, can you give an update on the talks that took place this
Oh,
past
my bad.
weekend?
Oh, my bad. I say Dutch. Oh, my bad. Denmark. Denmark, not the Danes, but Denmark. That's who owns Greenland. Yes, they're going to try to talk to Denmark to convince them to sell them Greenland. Now, Denmark has already replied and said that, well, it's kind of up to Greenland to decide their own sovereignty, but let's be quite honest. Denmark is the only person who can really give Greenland away.
And could a trilateral discussion of sort be the next step for Ukrainian, U.S., and Russian
So the
delegations?
talks in Ukraine, Russia are going along. They lost, as you know, 27,000 soldiers last month, mostly soldiers, some people in Kiev, etc., but mostly soldiers. And the talks are going along. And I say that, there's tremendous hatred between these two leaders, between President Putin, President Zelensky, tremendous hatred. And I hope we can get it done. We are talking. Talks are going okay. But, I've solved 8 wars. And Thailand is starting to ship up. They started with Cambodia. They started up again. But I think, Marco, we have that in pretty good shape to have that stopped. So we stopped 8 wars. And I thought this would be in the middle of the pack, but maybe easy, but in the middle of the pack. But there's a lot of hatred between those two people. And when there's hatred, there's, But we stopped one war 38 years, one war 35 years, one war was going on for 32 years.
Now, in actuality, he stopped 5 conflicts and was involved in the ending of 3. Now, these 5 ceasefires or peace deals that he's done so far are hanging on by a thread. They're still, they haven't been completely broken down yet, but they're hanging on by a thread, especially when it comes to Thailand and Cambodia. Those two are pretty much going right back at it. When it comes to the Congo and Rwanda, well, those two are cool, but the M23 rebels are still acting up. And then let's see here. Oh, and of course, Israel and Gaza. I mean, Israel continues to break the ceasefire, but Hamas doesn't really seem to want to. I mean, honestly, I don't even know how they could. They kind of got beaten into the ground, but they kind of don't want to break the ceasefire themselves. So they're not really retaliating against Israel, as Israel's still pummeling them and Lebanon and other people in the Middle East.
And we stopped, think of it, we stopped a potential nuclear war between Pakistan and India. And the head of Pakistan, highly respected general, he's a field marshal. And also the prime minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 10 million lives, maybe more, by getting that war. 8 planes were shot down. That war was starting to rage. And he actually said the other day that President Trump saved 10 million lives, maybe more. So we solved all these wars. The only one I haven't solved yet is Russia, Ukraine.
Are you still pushing for the Christmas Day deadline with Russia and Ukraine? And have you spoken with Putin or Zelensky or plan to push the deal?
I'll do whatever I have to do. I mean, I'd like to see it stop. Look, we don't lose any money on that war anymore. Biden gave $350 billion, and who knows what happened to it. We now sell missiles, planes, all of the best military equipment. We sell it to NATO. We got NATO to go from 2% GDP to 5%. Nobody believed that to this day. Nobody's going to write that, but nobody believed it. And they take that money and they pay it to the United States for weapons. So we sell weapons to NATO. We sell full price. We sell weapons to NATO, and NATO takes those weapons and probably distributes them, but gives a lot of them to Ukraine. So we don't lose any money like we did with Biden.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Trump when it comes to the whole Ukraine-Russia problem, because honestly, well, it was a shit show since day one, guys, to be quite honest with you. And there's been propaganda being ran, a straight lie that Ukraine has been winning this war for about 2 years. Now, all of a sudden, the peace deal comes out and everybody's mystified on, whoa, how is it so weighted towards Russia? What, is Trump selling out to Russia? No, actually, no, he's not. The reason it's like that, and I'm gonna tell you this right now, the peace deal reflects Ukraine's performance on the battlefield. If the peace deal is not weighted towards Ukraine, then that means Ukraine is not doing so good on that battlefield. That means everything they told you about Ukraine pretty much pushing back Russia and beating them has been a lie. And y'all got to get over that. I mean, it's delusional to sit here and think that Trump is just giving them Ukrainian land, just letting Putin take it. What? While Ukraine is winning? Does that even make sense? Like, be logical here. If you're being logical, you understand how this doesn't make sense. You're going to come around to the reasoning that, oh, yeah, I've been lied to about this conflict. And hopefully some of you are.
He was spending money like a fool. He was a fool. What he did to our country is so horrible. But he gave it $350 billion between cash, gave a lot of cash, $350 between cash and weapons. You remember at the beginning of that whole thing, I gave them javelins. Javelins are the anti-tank busters. And President Obama at the time gave them sheets. I gave them javelins. They gave them sheets. But the bottom line is I think they're all tired of that war. Everyone's tired of that war. It's got to stop. Yeah, please.
I'm sorry. Somebody had a funny comment that I just saw. It was hilarious. They said 80% of Ukrainian people don't want to do what Trump wants. This has nothing to do with Trump, bro. Bro, I'm sorry, but who cares? Who cares what they want? If those 80% of Ukrainians can't fight Russia off of their territory, it don't matter what they want. I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? Learn to get that through your head and don't be so damn childish. Let's live in reality here. It's all about, can Ukraine take Russia off that land? No, they can't. Actually, they're losing more land, losing more territory to Russia by the week. So I'm sorry, but it don't matter what those 80% of Ukrainians want. And guess what? It's not about what Trump wants. It's not about what America wants. Right now, it's about what Russia wants, because Russia is winning the war. They're the ones who have the dominance in military force, seeing that they got drones and missiles. Zelensky just got drones, and he's out here begging for missiles. And let's not talk about the fact, bigger army, more advanced weapons. They're fighting a superpower. I mean, you were damn near delusional even thinking that Ukraine could win. But yes, who cares what the 80% of Ukraine wants? I know it sucks to hear it, but sadly, it's Russia's game now.
Pursuit of an sanctioned oil tanker yesterday. Are you able to share what became of that tanker? Was the U.S. able to seize it?
No, it's moving along, and we'll end up getting it. Yeah, we're actually pursuing it. Can you imagine? Because it came from the wrong location. It came out of Venezuela, and it was sanctioned. Yeah, please.
Goal in Venezuela to force Maduro from power.
Well, I think it probably would. I can't tell that. That's up to him what he wants to do. I think it would be smart for him to do that. But again, we're going to find out. Look, Venezuela did terrible things to the United States. They sent hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people into our open border. They sent their criminals, they sent their prisoners, they sent their drug dealers, they sent their mentally insane and incompetent people.
I mean, all right, let's just be real. It's like, all right, yes, they work with the cartel. The cartel used them for cocaine, heroin, all that good stuff. Not really fentanyl, rarely any fentanyl. But the problem is that Venezuela, being the resource-rich nation that it is, works too closely to our enemies. They work too closely to China, Russia, and Iran. I mean, even right now, Russia is trying to smuggle out oil from the oil tankers that they still have in their control. I mean, China, well, let's be real. Maduro and Xi has been seen hanging out personally. Xi gave this man a nice little phone. They have a really close relationship. And of course, I mean, China has been establishing its dominance with this rare earth mineral refinery and oil refinery all around South America. We want them out of there. And the most important part of South America at that, which would be Venezuela, we want their influence out of there. I mean, it's just what and if you've been looking what Trump has been posting or the new Trump doctrine, it's all about hemispherical power. So it makes sense. Do I agree with it? No, especially since I'm gonna be real with you. I don't agree with it because it's looking like we actually might end up into a land war with Venezuela. Do I want that? Of course not. But this is the direction that we're going in, and this is, well, the policy that the Trump administration is going off of. So we're just going along for the ride right now, guys. Just going along for the ride.
Into our country more than any other country. Others did too. The Congo did. Others did too. And we just let them come right in because we were run by a stupid president. But you don't have a stupid president anymore.
Mr. President, have you set up the meeting?
I'm sorry. Hold on, bro. I'm sorry. Do y'all know how fishermen boats look? Like, did you see a crane on there? Did you see, like, you know, because fishermen boats aren't speedboats. I hope you know this. And if they're fishermen boats, I would hope you know they're not just using, you know, a simple line. They're not just using your regular rod. They're using these big ass cranes and all that good stuff. And that's not what we're being blown up. You know that, right? You know what a fisher boat looks like. Do I need to bring up a picture of a fisherman boat? Because you guys sound real retarded when you sit there and say they're fishermen. Because that's probably the most retarded thing I've ever heard. Like, shipwrecked sailor is probably less stupid than fisherman. I'll be quite honest with you. Because you guys must not have never seen a fisherman boat in your life. Like, have you never even watched the show? There used to be a show on Discovery Channel about fishermen and their lifestyle, how hard and intense it was. Like, you ain't never seen how the boats kind of were always the same because you have to have a certain type of boat to be a fisherman. So how dumb are you to actually say they're a fisherman? Come on, guys. You really gonna let the Democrats tell you that bullshit? Like, really? Man, come on. Let's do some critical thinking.
With the healthcare insurers just yet? And what are you hoping to get? How
I'll
are
be
you
setting
hoping
it
to
up.
lower
I think we're
costs?
going to meet with the healthcare insurers, the insurance companies. So what I'm asking for in healthcare is very simple. Obamacare is a disaster. I call it the Unaffordable Care Act. Unaffordable as opposed to, it's unaffordable. They're going to have a tremendous increase in premiums, which is Obamacare, which is them, the Democrats' fault. They'll try and blame Republicans. It has nothing to do with us. It's the Democrats' fault. What I want to do is we spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year that go to insurance companies. I want that money to go to the people and let the people buy their own health care. And everybody loves it. It's become our issue. Now, before I do that, I'll meet with the insurance companies, just as I met with the drug companies. As you know, we're meeting with 4 other drug companies, Johnson & Johnson, but they've all agreed. We're meeting with them this week. It's coming up. It'll be a similar meeting. They've all agreed. But nobody would have thought the drug companies were going to do what they did, where they're giving away free drugs. And they've been so great, okay? And we have most favored nations. Nobody thought that was possible. I don't think any other president ever tried to get it because they never thought they could.
Hey, yo,
But
and
with
shout out to our
respect
man
to
Gaming.
the insurance
Just
companies,
caught it.
I want
Shout out to my man Gaming. He says last night got wild. Sorry, my guy. Nah, you good, man. You good. But we glad you back. Had to tell that man to put down the drinks.
There's essentially 14 of them, 10 big, but there's a total of 14 pretty much, pretty big. And I want to meet with them and I want to say, I want you to cut your rates way down, way down. And maybe if they do that, we'll be able to not cut them out. We'll be able to continue to deal with them, which is probably a little easier process. I think the best process is pay the money directly to the people, let them buy their own health care. But I'm going to meet with them the first week back. I do it now, but they're trying to come up with a schedule. They want to meet badly. They've told me, but they want to come up with a schedule. I said, make it a good schedule.
I mean, yeah, they're trying to get those ACA subsidies passed so these healthcare premiums don't triple and double. But the Republicans say that they got a better plan. They want to give it to the people instead of the insurance companies because, well, the practice of giving it to them is only backfired on the American people. I mean, we're giving these guys billions of dollars and, you know, healthcare premiums still go up. So it's supposed to be about making healthcare affordable. Not, you know, line the pockets of insurance companies as they raise their premiums. I mean, come on now. I thought it was about affordable health care.
Your rates have to come way down. We're also going to meet with other insurance companies because under Biden, the insurance rates have gone through the roof. Auto insurance, home insurance. I mean, insurance companies are making.
Oh, and shout out to my man Game. He said that was tame to what I used to be. Yeah, I could tell, especially since you were in the military. I already know, bro. Y'all military guys got no filter.
Far more than they're entitled to make. So we're going to be doing that. But just in the meantime, we'll be meeting with the insurance companies in the first week, the first few days back in Washington, because they're trying to come up with a proposal that will satisfy me. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. I hope you're going to enjoy the battleships.
And all right, guys, well, as I get over to the next video, please enjoy this little update on Trump's economy from both sides news.
U.S. GDP just came in at 4.3%, the highest since 2023. Okay, is this still the buy-in economy, or is that only for the bad numbers? Oh, baby, this is the Trump economy. Must I remind you, inflation recently came in at 2.7%, down from the inauguration day 3%, so we have growth up, inflation down. Well, also, the unemployment rate is at 4.6%, the highest since COVID-era September 2021. Well, it's still historically low, plus the job gains are coming to native-born Americans, while job losses are primarily hitting foreign-born workers. So thanks deportations. Well, foreign-born workers include naturalized U.S. citizens, but back to GDP, just over 1% of its growth is attributed to imports decreasing due to tariffs. But also exports are increased. This is the trade deficit being fixed. I mean, back when the GDP was negative in Q1, the Trump administration was saying how the numbers were deceiving because the import-export ratio was not a real sign of the strength of the economy, but now it is. Well, when you're increasing exports, I think it is. But also consumer spending was up 3.5% and a larger contributor to GDP, so it's clear the economy is booming. The GDP is growing, yes, but again, unemployment is rising, and you had the White House trade advisor on CNBC this morning talking about white-collar jobs evaporating due to AI. So it begs the question, is the average American benefiting because of this growth? Well, he encouraged people to look at blue-collar fields because jobs like electricians and construction workers are seeing like 30% pay increases because they are more in demand than ever before. You need to adapt to make yourself useful in this ever-changing world. Great, that makes a lot of people in college and with college degrees feel comfortable. Adapt or die. The economy is growing, inflation is dropping, make yourself useful so you can play a part of it. Thank you for that. You forgot the piece that unemployment is rising. Negative Nelly.
You gotta love it, man. Both sides have such good arguments. But all right, man, shout out to my man Sid. He says the men to Don, naming more things after himself as usual, while his administration continues to collapse because approval numbers are low. And he should focus on important stuff like hosting the Trump Kennedy Center honors or something. Like you gotta love Sid. Well, fair criticism. Fair criticism. I'll give it to you on that one. Now, yes, Donald Trump has named more things after himself, and he should focus on more important things like affordability, not the Kennedy Center, but I think he's actually starting to tackle that now. And we'll see how his plan works out with healthcare. Because I'm going to be honest with you, honestly, I think he should extend the ACA subsidies just to shut the Dems up. And when prices go up, they can't blame Donald Trump. They'll just be like, what you mean? We went wrong with the Democrats' plan and your premiums still went up 18%. Talk to them about that because that was their plan. They want to keep that status quo going. That's how I'd have played it with them. And instead of, doing this health savings account and not really having the numbers to show how it will affect most of the American people. Because that's the only judgment I got about Trump's plan. I'd be like, bro, you don't really got to, You don't really got the framework out here. You don't really got a breakdown of how it's going to affect the American people. You make it sound good because you're saying, oh, well, it's not going to the insurance companies. And yeah, I don't want it to go to them, but let's be honest, if that's our best option, then so be it.
The Justice Department released a new batch of documents in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, including chilling new evidence that some viewers may find disturbing. This is a jailhouse letter, apparently written by Jeffrey Epstein. This is J. Epstein, and it was sent to another infamous sex offender. That would be Larry Nassar. The letter appears to include a reference to President Trump. We should note President Trump is not accused of any criminal wrongdoing. And I just spoke to a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse, Haley Robeson.
Oh, and shout out to my man David. Oh, well, my bad. Shout out to my man Gaming. He said, what was he? Hodad. Oh yeah, Hodad. I was Navy and screw the chair force, JK.
A short time ago, here's what she said. And DOJ says some of these things are salacious and there's no truth behind it. That's the statement it just released. But what do you think about the mention of Trump in that letter and what it said?
I think it's very apparent in that specific letter that was just publicized from the Epstein files. I think it's very apparent that there are a group of men that enjoy the company of young women and children. And I think that letter emphasizes that he knew what was going on. And that complicity is enough for me to know you have no business being in the position of power.
Strong words there from Haley Robeson. Let's go live now to CNN senior reporter Marshall Cohen join us here in the Situation Room. So walk us through that letter. What did it actually say, Marshall?
Yeah, Pam. So let's be really clear about what we know and what we don't know. We have actually been aware for a couple years that Epstein tried to send a letter, or maybe did send a letter to Nassar from prison. That's been out there. We have never seen it before, and it apparently was in the drop today from the Justice Department. It was written to LN, Larry Nassar, on the envelope, and it was signed by J. Epstein. And it was postmarked just a couple days after Epstein's suicide. No conspiracy there. It's not too crazy to think that prison officials will need to look at stuff before it goes out in the mail. So it's dated just a few days after that suicide, and I will read for you what it said. And as you mentioned, Pam, it's kind of disturbing.
Okay. If you don't know who his man Larry Nassar is, he's a former doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University. He was convicted of sexually abusing more than 330 women and girls over the course of nearly 2 decades under the glimpse of under the guidelines of medical treatment. He is currently serving multiple life sentences, as he should be put under the fucking jail in a dark room. But yes, he is currently serving multiple life sentences. And this is who Jeffrey Epstein was writing letters to, a guy that, sexually abused more than 330 women. Oh, God.
Is the letter, quote, "As you know by now, I have taken the short route home. Good luck. We shared one thing, our love and caring for young ladies and the hope that they'd reach their full potential. Our president also shares our love of young nubile girls," which is obviously the disgusting words of one sexual predator to another. But I should make clear that Donald Trump has never been accused of any sexual wrongdoing by law enforcement, and obviously he's never been charged with any of these Epstein-related crimes.
And so the short route home reference, do we think that's him talking about dying by suicide? Because it came out a few days after,
The timeline would seem to suggest so.
Yeah. We're also seeing this 2021 Mar-a-Lago subpoena relating to the Ghislaine Maxwell case. This is new, right? Do we not know about the subpoena to Mar-a-Lago?
I didn't know about it. And
okay,
I don't
Marshall Cohen, you've been all over this story.
I don't think it was out there before. Our colleague Michael Williams found it this morning in the batch of 30,000 documents, a subpoena sent by the Justice Department to Mar-a-Lago, October 2021, just a few weeks before the start of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. It is redacted, but it is clear through the redactions that they were looking for employment records about someone. We don't know who. But I should point out that we do know that there was one very well-known person that did work at Mar-a-Lago when it was actually recruited to work for Epstein, and that was Virginia Giuffre, who was one of Epstein's victims. Not sure if the subpoena is about her, but there's been a lot of talk about her being at both Mar-a-Lago and Epstein's estate, and she died by suicide earlier this year.
Yeah, very sad. How is the DOJ responding to all of these revelations? Because it put out a statement with this batch, but not the first one.
They went on the offensive this morning.
Yeah, I mean, they went on the defensive, and yeah, how'd they respond? Terribly. I mean, one, they missed their deadline. They didn't release all of the files. They heavily redacted some of them, and then they're hitting us with the "don't worry, more will be released throughout the week," and that is not what the act said. But I mean, I guess we're gonna take what we can get with this one, and like I said, if you want to go ahead and try this, I heard some of these files were released in PDF, so AKA, I guess you can go ahead and take that redaction off. So go ahead and try that out, because I haven't yet. I've actually just heard about it maybe 30 minutes before I hopped on.
And on offense, to defend Donald Trump. Let me read for you what they put out in a tweet this morning as they rolled out this batch of tens of thousands of files. They said some of these documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims made against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, these claims are unfounded and false. If they had a shred of credibility, they certainly would have been weaponized against Trump already. So framing the entire conversation right off the bat to say, if you see stuff about Trump, don't believe it. But as the woman you just spoke to in the last hour made clear, there's a lot of stuff in here that has been vetted and verified. Maxwell was convicted. Epstein, before he was charged with the federal case, he had been convicted in a state case 20 years earlier. So, the Justice Department sort of...
Yeah, and due to this Epstein drop, a lot of crazy things have been dropped, especially like old allegations against Trump, about Trump raping somebody with Epstein and all that. Well, raping a girl with Epstein and all that good stuff. They said it was later, proven false and debunked. But hey, I mean, I'll leave you up to your opinion. But check out this little video on it.
We're starting to see why Trump didn't want the files released. Yeah, we are, because there's a lot of fake shit in here. The DOJ just released 30,000 more pages saying some of these documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims made against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false. Yeah, said anyone ever who has nothing to hide. We're talking about this one right here, which is a random person on October 27, 2020, a little over a month before the election, calling in a tip to the FBI. Well, this person claims to have known a girl whose daughter seemed to have been invited to a hotel with Donald Trump and his friends in 1997. He also claims to have been a limo driver in the DFW where he drove Donald Trump multiple times, overhearing him talking on the phone to someone named Jeffrey, talking about abusing some girl. Then once again talking about the girl in the hotel. He said she claims Trump and Epstein raped her. Okay, and then he claims the girl was found dead in Kiefer, Oklahoma, which he says was actually a cover-up by Ghislaine. And then he goes on talking about Bill and Hillary Clinton and a conspiracy theory about the Oklahoma City bombing. I mean, I don't know how you can see this as anything other than a crazy man going on an unhinged spree of lies. Look, I think these things are good to make public so we can look into them. He seems pretty detailed and insane. Well, another page released today is a letter Epstein tried to send to fellow convicted sex offender Larry Nassar saying, we shared our love for young girls. Our president also shares our love of young nubile girls. And when a young beauty walked by, he loved to. I'll let you read that one, Cal. This was a 2019 letter between convicted sex offenders. Why would we trust a word they say? We know Epstein and Trump had a falling out and there was bad blood. This is nowhere near proof of anything. Well, you can't deny this when a DOJ attorney said flight records show Trump flew on Epstein's plane many more times than what was previously reported, including at least 8 flights from 1993 to 1996, and at least 4 times with Ghislaine present. Yeah, Epstein tricked a lot of people, including Trump, although some of these flights, Trump's wife, daughter, and son were present. Like, come on. Well, on one of those flights, it was him and Epstein alone. On another, the 3 passengers were Epstein, Trump, and a 20-year-old. And on 2 others, 2 passengers were witnesses in Ghislaine's case. Again, this is nowhere near evidence of wrongdoing. Many prominent people flew on that plane, along with Epstein and a 20-year-old when he was in his late 40s. Seems odd. Oh, and then a DOJ email confirmed there were 10 co-conspirators, including a wealthy businessman, all of who, of course, were never charged. When will we get these names? Well, I'm sure we'll get them eventually. I think today's drops are further proof that DOJ is complying with the law to release everything, even baseless tips to the FBI that conspiracy theorists like you are running with. We'll see about that, and we'll let the people decide on that one. The connections are growing. Oh, please. Come on!
I mean, God damn it. I mean, bro, when he mentioned Trump in the letter, it kind of makes it seem, I'm like, why would you do it? And I know, they were on bad terms and all this good stuff, but yeah, if Trump wasn't into little girls, why would you even try to include him in your group with a guy who was in jail for, well, sexually assaulting hundreds of women. Like, let's just keep it a buck. Like, even just mentioning Trump's name in a letter to that guy, I mean, bro, just drop the whole files at that point. Because now everybody looks bad. I mean, this makes Trump look really bad. I can't defend it. I ain't even going to try to defend it. I'm just like, yep, just go ahead and release the full files. So we just have everything laid out because you can't really defend that. You really can't. But all right, now let's get over to this video right here, which I was talking about. Shout out to my man Ryan Matta. So check this out, guys. This is pretty crazy.
Where are my Polymarket homies at? You guys better go check your Polymarket accounts because some big news just dropped. So remember we talking about today about who may be named next in those Epstein files? Ding, ding, ding. Check this out. So Milo says, thank God for Pam Bondi, LAMF. Oh, baby, did she fuck up again. Just want to say it out. Just want to throw that out there. I can't tell if Pam Bondi is like low key on our side. Just kidding. But she's that stupid. Check this out. User on TikTok realizes they can just copy and paste the redacted text from the Epstein files PDFs to read what they say. So those of you who went over to Polymarkets today and, did a little deep diving over here into who might be next on the Epstein list, you might want to pay attention to the column that says in review. In review means you're about to get a result very soon.
Yeah, so go ahead and try that for me. I mean, like, please, if you got a little spare time in your hand, go ahead and knock that out for your boy. Because I want to know.
Massaging the situation.
I'm about to try it in like 3 hours.
Defend Trump, but as we've seen, there's a lot of.
And shout out to my dog Sid. He says, "Set the DOJ is fractionally commit." Oh, well, dang, you're right. Actually, he's frantically. Yeah, you're right. They are acting frantically. He says, "Set the DOJ is frantically commenting on Twitter, posting and claiming this is fake. They have only been honest and transparent so far, so I believe them." You know what, damn it, bro. I'm only laughing because that's just the most hilarious part about it. It's like, well, it's the sarcasm, and yeah, it is funny how they hopped out quick to like say, "Oh no, this is a lie. No, this is just no, it's not a lie." No, Jeffrey Epstein literally wrote a sex offender who pretty much sexually assaulted hundreds of women, and wrote this guy mentioned Trump as akin to pedophilia. Like, oh yeah, all something we have in common is that we like to. I mess with younger women. Not he didn't say rape. He didn't say assault. He just said we like to mess with younger women, which still looks pretty bad when you're texting when you're writing to somebody in jail who is a sex offender. I mean, it's probably one of the worst when it comes to hundreds of women. Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to defend. Like, you can't sit there and hit me with, well, Set, like, come on now. He hated him and all that, because that's not a good excuse. Like, why would you even put his name in the letter then? Like, he mentioned Trump as if they're all akin. Like, I don't know. Is this a little sus? But like I said, this is why Trump should push for the full release. So, I would say speculation like this or ideas like this don't just pop up or, grow.
Stuff in here that has been verified and has vindicated a lot of those victims.
All right, Marshall Cohen, thank you as always. I know you and the team have a lot of work going through these documents.
I want to bring in Nick Ackerman, former assistant special Watergate prosecutor. He joins us by phone. So, Nick, a letter like that from Jeffrey Epstein in the days before he took his own life. Epstein, of course, who had a plea deal from years before and was accused of sexual abuse at the time he wrote it. A letter like that written to another sex abuser. Does it have any legal significance?
No, of course not. No, it just makes Trump look terrible. That's it. As it all does. Like, you can't really sit there and say, oh, well, he's a pedophile because Jeffrey Epstein mentioned his name writing to another pedophile. It's like, no, that's not how it works. No. So, it has nothing. There's really no legal teeth to it. But I mean, as far as killing your public image, boy, as far as defamation goes, yeah, it's there. It's definitely there. But no, it has no legal teeth, but definitely makes you look bad.
Well, I don't know how much legal significance it has. It certainly corroborates what we've heard from other victims, that Donald Trump had an inclination to grab women and misuse his position in various ways before he became president. And it's consistent with all these other people have said. And it's also consistent with Donald Trump's 50th birthday wish to Jeffrey Epstein. So whether or not this would be admissible in a court of law is a whole different story. But certainly from a political standpoint and from the fact that this is something that Jeffrey Epstein is saying, we know that they were very close and they're very good friends, and that this is pretty damning. I mean, to go on with this letter, it says in that letter, when a young beauty walked by, he loved to grab, snatch, whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess halls of the system, meaning the prison system. And he signed it saying, "Life is unfair, yours, J. Epstein." So you've got two essentially abusers that are writing to each other. And in the course of that, Jeffrey Epstein references Donald Trump, who has gotten away with all of this.
Okay, come on now, let's not forget that Epstein didn't just, like I said, let's not forget, he didn't just ride around with underage women. He was also riding around with of age women. He was around a social group. He had access to models of age, not just underage. Remember, he had access to the Victoria's Secret models. So, and at this point, let's be real, Trump was probably old then as well, probably in his 50s or 60s, maybe 40s. He could be talking about he likes some young, as in, I don't know, 18, 20, mid-20s women. There is also that possibility as well.
That President Trump...
More than likely, because like I said, there's been no proof produced that Trump has messed with any little girls whatsoever. No proof, no damning evidence. Allegations, but that ain't evidence.
Or Donald Trump not charged with anything in connection with Jeffrey Epstein at all. It's also possible that Jeffrey Epstein was trying to stick it to Donald Trump, who was president at this point, the moment that the letter was written. Of greater, perhaps, legal significance, Nick, is the other information that came out overnight. A letter written by an attorney for the Southern District of New York, which indicated, and this is a verbatim, that Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously had been recorded or that we were aware. And at times, on two of the flights, two of the passengers were women who would be possible witnesses in a Ghislaine Maxwell case. Now, again, this letter was written at the time, late in Donald Trump's first term when he was president. But the idea that Trump had been on a plane with two people who were witnesses potentially in a federal case, what's the significance there?
Well, the significance is that Donald Trump would, of course, be a potential witness as well, which means that he could have been called at the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. So that's pretty shocking, the fact that he could have been called as a witness. That's something that I don't think has been reported before. And it also goes to Donald Trump's knowledge of what Epstein was doing. I mean, don't forget, he's been backing off at every point he can, claiming that he had no idea that Jeffrey Epstein was doing anything illegal. But as these Epstein files come out with the drip, 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 we have learned that Donald Trump knew a bit more than he's acknowledged. For example, there's the email of...
And this was so, like, I don't know. It just lacks integrity the way they cover the Epstein files to me, because they only focus on Donald Trump. They don't focus on none of the other billionaires that, I'm be real with you, that you can easily connect to Epstein, that you can actually probably get them caught up or probably find evidence that they've been messing with little girls way faster than you can sit there and find Donald Trump, because it doesn't look like you guys can get anything. It don't look like there's anything really on Donald Trump. There's other billionaires they can be focusing on, but they're too focused on Trump. I mean, let's be quite honest. They're not even talking about, I mean, you want to know one of the craziest things I've seen and that I'm hearing nobody talk about at all? This. I mean,
did Jeffrey Epstein work for the Mossad? Was he 007 for the Mossad? I think that through the reporting we've done so far, and we have a lot more coming, I think it's very clear that Epstein, he was sort of above and beyond that a little bit. Like, we think about the world in terms of states and institutions and agencies and so forth. And that's true. And that's a very,
not to get too deep into what this guy's saying, but yeah, the guy had the man had, what was it, a Saudi Arabian passport, a fake one, a forged one. Who else had fake passports but spies? Like, out of Saudi Arabia? Like, what are you doing with a Saudi Arabian passport? And I mean, first of all, we don't even know how you make your money. We barely know how you did that. We don't even understand why this guy has a Saudi Arabian passport. How come that isn't one of the biggest concerns on mainstream media. Because if I was mainstream media, I'd have been like, yeah, we could touch Trump for a little bit, but let's focus on the fact that this man had a passport from Saudi Arabia and what that means. But hey, it's all about Trump, okay, man. You missed the real story to focus about Trump. I guess that's where we're going.
April 2nd, 2011, where it reflects an email between Epstein and Maxwell, where it says that Donald Trump spent hours in Epstein's house with Virginia, who is one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's sexual escapades.
Of course, Virginia Giuffre, before she died, said that Donald Trump did not do anything wrong or untoward. And it's also worth noting that the plane trips in question here were between 1993 and 1996, a time before Epstein was charged with anything. Nick Ackerman, a lot of...
All right, now I'm going to go ahead and play this one video from this sister over here, and then we'll go ahead and get into the next part.
Y'all really don't care about those Epstein files, and y'all definitely don't care about the victims. The only thing y'all really care about is hoping that Donald Trump is in those files doing something absolutely incriminating. Because if y'all actually cared, y'all would want the Democrats to be held accountable the same way that y'all want Donald Trump to be held accountable. Now, let me just say this. If we were to actually get the files, the real files, okay, what is in those files could absolutely crush America as we know it. The country will crumble, y'all. It would have so many Americans crashing out to the point a lot of us would need to seek out therapy, and we probably could not sleep at night. It is way more stuff in those files than trafficking, you guys, okay? It is stuff in there that a lot of us cannot think, imagine, or fathom. Do you understand me? It is some sinister, some heinous, some dark stuff in there. Y'all, we got to be careful what we ask for. I know it's to the point where people hate Trump so bad that they just want that man to fall and they want him to fail. But y'all, what's in those files is deeper than any of us can imagine. That rabbit hole goes very deep, y'all.
It sure does, but hey, people are focusing on the wrong thing. And like I said, I always did say this. I think I said it first. A lot of these they don't care about the Epstein files. They don't care about the victims, the fact that they were little girls. They don't care. They just care if Donald Trump is in it. I guarantee you, most Dems, if they found out that Donald Trump wasn't in the Epstein files, they wouldn't even care about it. They would drop it the next effing day as if it didn't even matter, as if hundreds or thousands of girls didn't get raped. They wouldn't care because it's all about Trump. Like, let's be real. And I'm be honest with you, this is how I know, because that's all they focus on. They don't bring up Larry Summers. They don't bring up what's that guy's name? Is in New Albany, Ohio, Victoria's Secret, Wexler. They don't bring up Wexler. I mean, Peter Nygaard. They don't bring up none of the main billionaires that actually got caught up for this stuff. None of it. They don't even bring up some of the main co-conspirators of Epstein. All they bring out is Trump. So they really don't care. They don't. A lot of y'all do not care about this. And it's actually sad because I'm exposing y'all tonight how you don't care.
The 60 Minutes piece pulled by the head of CBS News has now been seen around the world, all because of a streaming slip up. The story is a deep dive into treatment of Trump deportees at a notorious prison in El Salvador. CBS News editor-in-chief Barry Weiss decided to shelve it, saying that it was not ready. But the already approved episode was published by a streaming platform in Canada all the while, and it's now gone viral. CNN's chief media analyst, Brian Stelter, has been tracking this one. He's got more. Brian, what happened here?
Isn't the internet amazing? That's my takeaway about this story.
Really is.
Because this video clip has spread all across the internet. It's on sites like Reddit and Blue Sky and X and even YouTube, although CBS has been trying to get it taken down.
I mean, here's the thing. I think Cory Booker posted it, and we're going to watch it right after they're done explaining it.
What happened is that it's actually pretty common in television. When a piece is taped, when a show is taped ahead of time, it gets transmitted, it gets delivered to various computer servers. In this case, the finished episode on Friday was delivered to a Canadian TV network called Global TV, because Global TV has the rights to air 60 Minutes in Canada. So the episode was done, as we talked about. People inside CBS thought it was ready to go. So it was delivered to Global TV, and then it popped up on Global TV's streaming app, I think probably automatically and inadvertently on Monday. Some smart Canadian viewers noticed this on the app. They started recording it off their TV sets, and boom, now the thing is viral, and now the whole world's able to see what all the fuss is about. And when you do watch it, and again, these are bootlegged copies, but when you do watch the report, you see it's a pretty common, pretty ordinary 60 Minutes investigation. It is notable that several of these detainees are interviewed describing torturous conditions at the prison in El Salvador. And I want to make sure we continue to center those perspectives because that was the point of the report in the first place. Here's what one of those deportees said to correspondent Sharon.
Remember, torturous conditions in El Salvador. Look, like I said, I really don't care. I don't. And I'm gonna be quite honest. The reason why I don't care, because if you're telling me they were going through this torturous environment in American facilities, okay, I would care. But they're going through it in El Salvador. I mean, all right, cool, then go bitch to Bukele, because we can't do nothing about that.
Fonzie, quote, "The torture was never ending, interminable. There was blood everywhere, screams, people crying, people who couldn't take it and were urinating or vomiting on themselves." So that's the kind of testimony that's included in the 60 Minutes report.
That's not funny, but damn, I mean, all right, it got real. But all right, we're gonna watch it in a second, guys.
It was shelved over the weekend, but not shelved soon enough. It is, to be fair, to Barry Weiss, who has said this report was not ready and did not push the ball forward. A lot of these testimonies have been out there before. People can look at the Human Rights Watch report that was released in November. The New York Times, CNN, and other outlets have reported on these testimonies.
Wait, who they send, Derek? So wait, no. What American did they send to that El Salvador prison in Cecot? Who? Oh, you don't know? What's wrong with you, you fucking moron? So how you gonna call somebody a fucking moron saying that they're sending Americans to El Salvador and you can't name who? You would hope that that'd be the first thing you include as a name. And don't say Kilmar Garcia, because well, guess what? He's back here ready to face charges.
The notable part about 60 Minutes, though, was that these interviews were on camera, on the record, part of a taped piece that was going to be seen by more than 10 million people, since 60 Minutes is the most watched news magazine in the country. So that's really at the crux of the dispute now, and we don't know if CBS is going to go forward and actually broadcast this officially. But thanks to the stream, it's out there now, Kate.
Are you hearing anything from CBS just about kind of this development?
Yeah, about this development in Canada, no comment from CBS about it. I think this was certainly embarrassing for the folks over there because they did try to shelve this segment. But look, internally, there's been a lot of turmoil about this. Scott Pelley, other correspondents, speaking out at a meeting yesterday. 60 Minutes correspondent Tanya Simon defended the Sharon Alfonsi piece, said she believed it was ready for air, but she had to follow her boss's orders, her boss being Barry Weiss. So this is something that's still very much alive and controversial inside CBS. And as one person there said to me overnight, this leak in Canada was the best thing that could have happened, because at least now the reporting is out there.
Brian, thank you for your reporting. I appreciate it.
Joining me now is former CBS News chief investigative correspondent Armin Katayan, who, of course, was also a regular contributor to 60 Minutes. Armin, it's good to have you with us this afternoon. I know you watched the piece. I watched it as well today. I'm curious, your reaction to Sharon's story, especially in light of what you've heard about the changes that Barry Weiss is pushing for.
Oh, guess what? She didn't get those changes, and we're about to go ahead and watch this little documentary. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Let's make sure to double tap that screen, guys, and like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy, but we don't know if that's true within your home country. So let's be real. We can't just sit there and take your word from it. I'm going to go ahead and take Border Patrol because, yeah, they can go ahead and look into your, oh, well, let's see if you have any crimes committed in your country. Let's see if you did anything in Venezuela because it may have been another reason why you left Venezuela, my friend, and not what you say it is. But if they say that you're a danger to the country, then why did they say that? And I'm sorry, but we're not just going to sit here and accept because they're racist. Like, let's be real.
Customs. He says he spent 6 months locked up in the U.S. waiting for a decision on his asylum case when he was deported.
All right, so he went through the proper channels. He got, well, denied, and he had to go back. It is what it is. People get denied. Not everybody gets approved just because you put in a claim now. I hope y'all just don't approve. I just hope you just don't expect them to get automatically approved just because they went through the proper channels, which I respect, by the way. I got to give him that. But they said he was dangerous. Interview.
Looked at me and told me I was a danger to society.
Boom. Looked at him and told him you are a danger to society. AKA, he had his hearing. He was in his interview and told no directly to his face. There you go. Man, some of y'all be, no, I'm not even going to be mean. Maybe you just missed it.
No criminal record.
I never even got a traffic ticket.
I don't know about that, doggy. Like, look, bro, you came from Venezuela. I don't know what type of, you may have been working with the cartel. You may have been part of a gang. You look like a nice young man, but you never know. And if they told you to your face that, yo, you're a danger, then they might have found something on this guy going all the way back to Venezuela. He might have been part of something going back there. So he failed the vetting process. He failed the interviewing process, and they said, go. You're done. So, yeah, we're making an example. We're actually taking our border security seriously. We're taking our immigration policy seriously. And I'm sorry, but under 4 years of Biden, we had pretty lax immigration laws, damn near no border security. So, yeah, we got to make an example of people. We got to let them know that, yeah, it's no longer an open border. It's no longer open season on the border. I'm sorry. It's done. It's over. You had your chance under Biden. If you missed it, you're cooked. Okay? It is what it is. But as far as getting in here through that asylum process that y'all was abusing under Biden or just running through the border, that is dead. Here's a problem. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's Venezuela's problem. Don't get mad at us. Like, look, we deported them. Not Venezuela. We deported them to El Salvador. El Salvador's the one that put them in there, not us. Look, the reason they're in El Salvador is because of us. The reason they're in Cecot is because of El Salvador. We could have just deported them, released them to El Salvador custody, and then they could have just released them and be like, all right, look, don't go back to the United States. Here you go. No, they decided to put these guys in Cecot, not us. So I don't even know why they're trying to make it seem like we have some type of, or Trump has some type of involvement, or if even if American citizens should even have their heartstrings pulled by this, because, I mean, what can we do about it? This is under a completely different world leader's jurisdiction. We have no, I know, look, this is what you guys got to understand. Yes, Trump ran all, we wanted to deport the mostly violent criminals, but, you know, we also voted for him to deport all the people who were here illegally, including the violent criminals, but even the unviolent ones. So I'm not even sure why you guys are nitpicking, going like, well, oh, he may have been here illegally, but he wasn't violent. He wasn't violent. I don't give a damn. I don't. He's here illegally. Send him away. Like, I don't know why it's hard for y'all to understand that. Why you want to nitpick? Well, he wasn't violent. He's here illegally. That's all I need to hear for me to want him to be gone. If he's committed a violent crime, I want him out of here quicker. That's it. That's the only difference. Wait, you said the United States ain't doing it? It ain't our business. Well, I mean, they ain't ours. They're not U.S. citizens. They're like, shoot, once we get them to El Salvador, that's their problem. Under their jurisdiction. Like, whatever they want to do with them, shoot, they could have chose to execute them right fucking there. We had nothing to, there's nothing we could do about it. We could sit there and be like, oh my God, look what happened to those poor people. But that's it. That's it. Okay? So, bro, I'm not even sure why we're harping on this so hard, as if we can do something about it. As if this is not going on in a whole nother country, right? Like this is going on in Texas or Florida or something.
In a key.
Damn. I mean, I guess that kind of shows that we were always going to do this to Venezuela. Like, all right, so think about it like this. We've been kind of inching towards a conflict with Venezuela since the beginning of the Trump administration. It just, you know, started heating up like now. But we've always had our eyes on Venezuela. So this could have always been part of the plan. Like, bro, we're not going to let none of you guys in because, you know, we're planning on possibly getting in a conflict with you. And we don't want to let in any people who might do a terrorist act for Venezuela. So, yeah, apparently Venezuela was on one of those do not let in, and we have the right to do so. I know I don't like that he said that either. I don't think he should have been kept out because he's Venezuelan, but we have every right to keep this guy out, even if it's just because he's Venezuelan. And I mean, due to the way our relationship was with Venezuela, the fact that they work heavily with the Russian and the Chinese and Iran, I wouldn't trust anybody from Venezuela like that either. But hey, it is what it is.
60.
I mean, he passed the background check. That might have been enough for me, but hey, for them, they wasn't taking no chances.
Minutes reviewed this document.
Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming. He said, where was the humanity for Lincoln, Riley, and others? Yeah, they never really want to mention the victims of this, but you know, the victims that are dead, that, you know, will never be seen again. But you can see these guys, you know, you can damn near hit them up on Twitter if you want to. That's actually debatable. That is really debatable. There's been Nicaragua guys that said they got Nicaragua tattoos. So I don't know where they got that from, but that is highly debatable.
William Lozada Sanchez was also deported to Syria.
Actually, bro, I don't know a gang that don't represent themselves through tattoos. That's actually just gang culture. So I don't even know why she even sat there and said that. Like, what? They would literally be one of the only gangs that don't represent themselves through tattoos. Even the Japanese and the Chinese gangs represent themselves through tattoos. They're no different. Black gangs, Mexican gangs. So I don't even know why she said that dumbass shit. As you got to remember, the reason why they were there, the Venezuelans, is they were there for a prisoner swap. So yes, there is a clear documented in July 18th or the 19th in 2025, a swap involving Venezuelans held in El Salvador's Cecot prison plus U.S. citizens released by Venezuela. I mean, that's why they were there. They were there used as a bargaining chip to get back our own, like if you don't know. That's why they're kind of covering it a bit duplicitously and they're not telling you the details of that. You can look this up. Yes, on July 18th, 19th of this year, we did a prisoner exchange with those very same Venezuelans. That's why we sent them there in the first place. Now, but what's going on here is cruel. I mean, that is effed up. But like I said, hey, man, at least it ain't happening here. And here's the thing. I mean, is that reality? Some of the stuff that's happening in Cecot is happening in our prisons at this very moment. I mean, shoot, where's the 60-minute on that? But, I mean, like I said, it is what it is. They want to focus more on illegals than the American people. Once again, proving that immigrants are more important than American citizens.
Homeland Security declined.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what I guess that's where they were going with it. Well, I mean, at least we saw it. Guys. All right, guys, let's hope it to the right side of media.
So how much of this could have been prevented by the Biden administration? Let's ask former acting DHS Deputy Secretary Ken Cuccinelli. Ken, this really, we keep seeing.
Oh yeah, and they were giving permits out like candy. So let's get into it.
Case after case, Tennessee, Washington State, California, this was a larger problem. But I think to William's reporting there, you know, the fact that we let people come.
Which is crazy. So ICE ramps up crackdown on illegal migrant drivers in California, which is crazy. Because remember, I believe it was that one guy who caused that car crash, who crashed the truck, who pretty much tried to turn from the right lane and try to turn all the way around on the highway and end up killing a family of 3 in their car, or they end up crashing into the truck and they died. Yeah, he was undocumented. Actually, he didn't even know a lick of English. But for some reason, he had a CDLs, he had a driver's license, and he was allowed to be on the road somehow, some way.
Across the border under the Biden administration, released them, gave them work authorization, and then said, oh, you can't speak English? Let's just give you a license to commercially drive an 18-ton truck.
Right. So there are 2 levels at which the Biden administration obviously could have avoided this problem. One is to not open the borders. But 2, you mentioned the EAD. This is what is typically called a work permit. And they gave them out like candy. You have to legally qualify to get an EAD, Employment Authorization Document is the official name. Work permit is the simple name. And there are no qualifications other than me.
Oh yeah, ICE arrested 100+ illegal migrant truckers in California. I mean, bro, how are illegal migrants getting driver's license? And the thing is, this is why, bro. This is why it's so hard for American citizens to find a job. Because even in shit like trucking that actually pays pretty effing well. Yes, trucking pays pretty freaking well. And this could have been given to American citizens. Like, but how do people that, I'm gonna be real with you, that probably don't even speak English, have no proper documentation, was able to get their CDL and a license, and like, how?
The immigration legal qualifications. And remember, because the Biden administration paroled in, which basically means made an exception to all the immigration laws, which are supposed to be done on a case-by-case basis. But under the Biden administration, they did it en masse. So you end up with millions of people here who have.
Okay, yeah. Then this is the video. Oh, this wasn't the video I was talking about, but this was one of the videos I was talking about where an immigrant crashed. I don't think he wasn't illegal, And was he? I'm gonna go look that up because I don't think he was illegal. I think he was just an immigrant who was drunk at the wheel.
Either limited or no English proficiency, and then to give them the ability to drive an enormous vehicle, which we put in a special category for good reasons of safety. And we're seeing that abused all over the country. So I'm glad to see Sean Duffy being aggressive with the tools he has in the Department of Transportation. And of course, the president is working on the deportation front at a rate that really his predecessors did not do. So both of those have to happen, but it's going to take years to undo the Biden damage.
Well, and Ken, what strikes me as one of the reporters,
And you know what the craziest thing is? Like, it goes to my point, bro. They bring these illegals in so they can pay them less. I guarantee you, if we look up how much those illegal immigrants are getting paid for trucking, like I said, they're probably getting paid like 25 to 50% less than a US born citizen. That's why these trucking companies take them on. I mean, a lot of y'all really don't see what these guys are doing. It's absolutely hilarious. Like, you guys can see the high level corporate corruption, but you don't see the low level one for some reason. It's absolutely hilarious.
It spent weeks upon weeks at places like Lukeville, Arizona, in places like Jacumba, California, and San Diego.
And shout out to our man Daniel Castro. He says they all mad, but they caused it. Suck it up, literally. I mean, you guys caused this crazy immigration, this crazy influx of immigrants. Now you're crying about the cleanup. I mean, yeah, get over it. Never again allow open borders for votes. It's proven to collapse the country and cost us billions. Yeah, and cost Americans jobs as well. I mean, as Trump said, you know, the illegals are costing Americans black jobs. I mean, yo, being a truck driver is a black job. And I mean, according to Trump, 100 of those guys just took that. I mean, it could have been a black job, white job, Mexican job. Y'all get my point. But either way, they're taking a job away from an American citizen, regardless of the color.
Diego, where these individuals crossed and were released. When we saw the thousands coming across, your eyes saw it on live TV day after day after day. How did the administration not
Link, you're trying too hard to create an excuse for these guys. If you're on the highway, you got to know English, dog. You got to. If you're driving around, I don't know, learn, you got to know landmarks and all that good stuff. You got to learn some type of English. Is like, bro, to sit there and say, oh, well, you can be a trucker and not know no English. I mean, how is he reading the signs on the highway? Like, how is he doing that?
Only not realize that the ultimate consequence.
I don't know. Even though maybe he can, you know, he has a cell phone. He switched the cell phone to his language, and maybe that works. But yeah, that still shouldn't be allowed. We still shouldn't allow illegal immigrants to fill trucking positions that Americans could fill.
Consequences could be worst case, resulting in death, and to then give them work authorization and then allow them to drive these big rigs. But then I want to drill into this. Here we are now with quite a bit of ability to Monday morning quarterback this and look back at the failures that even Hunter Biden agrees with. But you have up to 8 states, including California and Colorado, that are now fighting it. I just saw Hakeem Jeffries talking about, well, you know, this isn't fair because now it's going to cause consumer prices to go up because of a trucker shortage, and you're arresting people that haven't done anything wrong. How do you square that?
Well, first of all, they have done lots of things wrong. People getting arrested have done something wrong. They don't legally qualify to have a CDL under federal law. They also are not here legally. So there's 2 so far. So the people defending it are really just making excuses. But let me go back to your original question on the Biden administration. This wasn't a mistake. You and I look at this and we see an error, a bug, if you will. They see a feature. They wanted to bring millions of people in. They knew people would die because of it, because of safety reasons, because of crime, a whole variety of reasons, a whole variety of negative consequences. They made the trade-off. If you remember back in the Biden administration, the one word that they zeroed in and they let it slip one time was optics.
Right.
The only thing they were worried about was the optics.
Yeah.
And the optics of all of these negative consequences are, yes, very bad, but the reality of them is even worse for the families involved, the communities involved. And let's face it, when these CDL drivers are gone, Americans will get those jobs. So there's another upside to this whole situation.
I mean, that's what a lot of people don't understand. Like, and a lot of people don't understand this. If you take these immigrants out of these jobs, I mean, bro, if you take them out of the hotel, you take them off the plantation or you like to say you like when they pick fruits. Who's gonna pick your fruits? It's basically saying who's gonna pick the cotton, but I don't see the racism in that. But yeah, when we take these guys out of these jobs or we deport them, they will be filled by American citizens. And we take these guys out the factory, will be filled by American citizens. Off the construction site, filled by American citizens. Take them off the road. I mean, those will probably be the first ones filled by American citizens. Like, let's be honest now. I mean, due to the fact that trucking actually pays. So you guys are tripping, not thinking that Americans aren't going to fill in these places or fill in these positions.
And communities will be safer.
And here's the thing. This is how I know the Dems don't really listen to the people. A lot of people have complained a lot of times that a lot of reasons that they can't get a job is because of the illegal immigration in these workplaces. Y'all just turn around and say, oh, you're lazy, or you call them racist. So, hey, man, guess what? The whole time they were right.
Before I run out of time, Ken, quickly, let me get your reaction to, we learned today, last week, 4 individuals were arrested in a New Year's Eve bombing plot. Today, they were indicted by a federal grand jury. You see the charges here: conspiracy to use weapon of mass destruction, providing and attempting to provide material support to terrorists, and possession of unregistered firearms. An excerpt from the indictment is quite telling. They say this, Ken: defendants describe plans they intended to implement following the New Year's Eve bombings, including their plans to target U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, that's of course ICE agents, in vehicles with firearms and pipe bombs to take some of them out and scare the rest of them. Your reaction?
And scare the rest of them makes it terrorism. That is terrorism, folks. And the people who are opposing ICE frequently are willing to use terrorism tactics, and you hear many people on the left willing to back these people up. Oh, well, it's such an important cause, so terrorism is okay. Pay attention to that. That is excusing terrorism as long as the attacks are in a political direction that favors the speaker. Until this country is willing to accept zero terrorism, whether it's left, right, middle, up, down.
No, here's the thing. No, sometimes it isn't good. And here's the thing. Sometimes, actually, let me just say it like this. Just because there is a shortage in an area like trucking or nursing or anywhere, don't mean you fill it with illegal immigrants. It means that you try to make the perks of the jobs better so people actually want to work there. You make the workplace better so people actually want to work there. You don't just give it to illegals just to try to fill a position. Because sometimes, one, that keeps the wages low in that area. The wages are going to remain low and they're never going to go nowhere. And two, you're kind of leading these people towards extortion. They get extorted by these employers. And I forgot my third point, but it will come back to me.
We're going to continue to suffer from this sort of violent affliction. We need to wipe it all out. We need an aggressive FBI to take it on. I'm glad they've succeeded here, and I hope these folks get a very stiff.
Oh, 3, scarcity can be a good thing. So guess what? If there's a scarcity for this job, then there's a shortage. That means these guys are getting paid more. And if we're waiting for Americans to fill this position, that means there's nobody getting underpaid. That means there will be no lowering in wages. Actually, wages are going to increase. So, yeah, illegal immigrants have no net positive, no net gain for the American people. The only people that they help is the corporate and themselves. That's the only people they're helping. The corporate elites and themselves. They are taken away from the American people.
And we shall continue to cover it here. Ken Cuccinelli, thank you very much for taking time, and Merry Christmas.
Good to be with you.
And
Merry Christmas.
To be honest, and that kind of hurts the truck drivers. I'm gonna be real, that hurts the truck drivers, because these truck drivers that are illegals, they get paid less. So who's more likely to get that load? Who's more likely to get the load? The person you could pay less, or the person you actually got to pay at rate? Exactly. So they're kind of taking away work from these American workers or these American truckers. It's like, y'all really don't think deeply into this. You think a little bit too surface level. Like, think a little bit more deep and actually how this affects people, instead of just riding for the immigrants, which is hilarious, by the way. But all right, now let's go ahead and get into the next one. Trump team ramps up on deportations. But before we get into that one, since we're speaking on fraud, Hey man, check this out.
Here in Minnesota, massive fraud is taking place within the government and the Somali population. Here, this building alone, Quality Learning Center, is a daycare, yet they spelled learning wrong and they said leering. This daycare alone in 2025 has received $1.9 million from the government. And the strange things about these childcare centers is there's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. And if you were to try to go inside, it's completely closed and the windows are all blacked out. No one's working, midday. Children should be in here. And this place is licensed for 99 children. And this is the outside. There's no windows, no nothing. And like I said, they literally spelt the word wrong on their sign. This is open and blatant fraud taking place here inside of Minnesota. The government is complicit with this, and this is just one of the hundreds of child daycare centers here inside of Minneapolis being ran by the Somali population. It's sad that it's happening here in Minnesota, and it stinks that it's happening and it's being labeled on the Somali population. However, that's just the facts of what's happening here inside of Minnesota. $1.9 million for this daycare center that can't even spell learning right.
Woo! And shout out to my man Nick Shirley, because yeah, I mean that's one of the scams right there. Say that they're running a daycare, they're not really running it. They got the sign on it, got misspelled signs on there, and it's not really a real daycare. I know, right? Leering. Instead of learning, they're leering over there, guys. The leering center. Really, it's the scam center. So yes, they got this little scam center set up. They said they got kids in there, about 90 of them, and the government gives about $1.9 million. They run off with the $1.9 million and buy Range Rovers and Teslas. And really nice houses, to be honest with you. Really nice houses with really lovely jacuzzis. You gotta love a jacuzzi, right? Right.
Well, still 2 days until Christmas, but the Trump administration is already appearing to have a New Year's resolution in mind: deportation, asylum, trucking, and fraud, all in focus as the White House dials the immigration crackdown up a notch. Jonathan Fahey joined us yesterday with a preview of what could be coming.
It's going to be amazing because we will be able to go after these sanctuary cities very effectively because there'll be more manpower basically just around the sanctuary cities, around the jails. The criminals are going to go and the other.
So yeah, ICE deportation numbers are actually kind of low, or well, they had a goal and they're kind of below that goal. I think they're at like maybe 600,000, maybe 650,000, but they're trying to hit a goal by the end of this year, and it looks like they're cracking down on that. But yeah, ICE deportations. I mean, Tom Homan said it when he was on there, maybe like last month or on Fox News last month. He said we're at 600,000. Now we're only doing 600,000 over these 4 years. I mean, what? 6,000. Yeah, about 2.4 million. So yeah, about 2.4 million out of the possible 4 to 7 million. That's conservative numbers that came in. That's the smallest numbers, 4 to 7 million. I mean, you know, on the less side of the 4 million, we'd crack on half of it. On the 7 million side, not that much.
People here illegally are going to find it's their best interest to leave on their own and take the money and run.
Welcome to a new hour of America Reports. I'm Rich Edson.
And I'm Molly Line. Here on the eve of the eve, Sandra and John are off today. Thanks for joining us. Topping the list is a new push for self-deportations. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is sweetening the deal for any illegal immigrants looking to leave, offering a $3,000 stipend and a free flight home.
Correspondent Madeline Rivera reports live from Washington. Hi, Maddie.
Rich, the administration is using the holiday season to double down on their immigration agenda, and they're calling that $3,000 stipend for people who self-deport through the CBP Home app a gift from U.S. taxpayers so they can head home for the holidays. The $3,000 amount up from $1,000, but to the administration, it's a relatively small price to pay. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller says this: each self-deportation saves taxpayers up to $1 million or more in future benefits paid to illegals and their children.
True.
They say more than 1.9 million people have self-deported since the beginning of the year.
It's amazing what President Trump has done, Lawrence. 2.5 million people have left our country because of his leadership, and that includes hundreds of thousands of people that were criminals and terrorists.
I mean, Kristi Noem, you got the numbers to prove that? Because people say them numbers is low when it comes to deportation. Now, if we're talking about self-deportations is in the millions, then great job. I mean, fantastic. But I mean, look, the way everybody's talking, the way Tom Homan talking is like out of forceful deportations, I guess he's talking about forced ones. We got 600,000, but the way he was talking made it sound like that's all we had all together, including self-deportations. But hopefully Chrissy Nome released those numbers because people is doubting, and with reasonably so. But yeah, if they release those numbers proving that about what 2 million people is self-deported, 2 million illegal self-deported, then fantastic.
Faith leaders, though, are criticizing the administration's rhetoric, saying it does not align with the Christmas spirit.
There's a great deal of fear and uncertainty, anxiety because of the level of rhetoric that is often employed when addressed.
But giving them 3,000 just to leave, I mean, hey man, that should be enough. Man, that should be enough to help them out. I mean, hopefully they didn't send enough money back home and all that good stuff, and they get an extra 3,000 to go back. Shoot, some of them is taking that stuff with a smile. Some of them is taking that 3,000 with a smile on their face. To be quite honest with you, they already did what they needed to do, and they're ready to go back.
Issues around migration and the threats of deportation.
As the administration looks to boost deportation numbers before year's end, at least one case is facing yet another legal roadblock. Federal Judge Paula Zinnes wants the Justice Department to lay out specifically what it plans to do with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And until then, she's extending the temporary order barring ICE from immediately taking him back into custody. Abrego Garcia's lawyer is pushing for one solution.
What's that?
An acceptable resolution at this point is the resolution that he's fighting for, which is the ability to take the Costa Rican government up on their offer of refugee status.
Wow. All right. So he's pretty much trying to avoid the human smuggling charges by pretty much saying, look, bro, we don't even got to go through court. I'll leave. Just let me go to Costa Rica and don't charge me for human trafficking. So we're going to see if Kilmar Garcia can get off with that, because I believe his trial is next month.
Has given the DOJ until Friday to hand in their removal plans. Rich.
Madeline Rivera live for us in D.C. Madeline, thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
All right, now let's go ahead and get over to the next video. Nearly 100 Minnesota lawmakers write a scathing letter. Scathing. You know they're upset. To Tim Walz. All right, let's go ahead and get right into it. We'll just go ahead and stick on the right side of media with Fox.
The state employees have been blowing the whistle and alerting the governor, and he's turned a blind eye. We're going to follow the money and figure out who all was involved in this fraud.
Minnesota's Democrat governor under fire. Nearly 100 mayors sounding the alarm, warning of a looming financial meltdown, all tied to a massive fraud scheme that prosecutors say could blow past $9 billion. Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has the story. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Julia. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer from Minnesota says this scandal is mushrooming, and he argues Minnesota's governor has been slow to act.
We've been trying to sound the alarm on this fraud for the last 3 years. The press in this state have literally been complicit with Tim Walz and his administration. They've refused to hold them accountable. Here's how ridiculous it is. Last Friday, Maria, Tim Walz created a new position in his state government to go after fraud. 7 years too late.
Letter from nearly 100 Minnesota mayors to state leaders on the fiscal direction of the state says, quote, fraud, unchecked spending, and inconsistent fiscal management in St. Paul have trickled down to our cities, reducing our capacity to plan responsibly, maintain infrastructure, hire and retain employees, and sustain core services without overburdening local taxpayers. Vice President J.D. Vance is also blasting the Minnesota governor.
Dang, 98 Minnesota mayors warn of possible financial disaster. So due to the fraud going on and all the money being poured into these fraudulent programs, yeah, it's kind of leaving the rest of the Minnesotan people high and dry. Well.
And it's why we are outraged at the injustice of Tim Walz allowing Somalian immigrants to defraud that program to the tune of billions of dollars. It ought to go to Americans, because that's who it's there for.
With some suggesting the fraud in Minnesota-run Medicaid services could be as much as $9 billion.
On Medicaid services. I mean, when we tell you, oh, what you mean? They don't use healthcare for illegals or immigrants. Like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, they do. And I mean, let's be quite honest. It kind of explains why the Dems were harping or honestly so upset when they were cutting Medicaid. Well, now we know because they abuse it. They fraudulently abuse it. That's why they were mad when Trump cut the Medicaid funding. I guess Trump was right. I guess the Republicans are right. They were cutting out the fraud. They weren't cutting Medicaid for American citizens. They was cutting out that fraud that these Dems were using. And guess what? They ain't got too much to use now. So it does make sense why they were harping on those Medicaid cuts. It all makes sense now.
Governor Walz says that is overblown.
I'll take accountability for it, but what you're seeing here is you're seeing a weaponization. We'll continue to fix it. They're going to continue to come up with numbers that don't have it there, and it's sensationalized. I don't expect anything different from this administration.
Oversight Chairman James Comer is promising to follow the money with his investigation to figure out who all was involved in this fraud. Julie?
All right, Mike Emanuel, thank you so much.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Right. Click here to subscribe.
All right, here, let's get over to Trump's financial advisor, our guy Kevin Hassett, on the latest GDP report. Well, you know, this guy's happy.
Joining us this morning from the White House to discuss is the National Economic.
Yep, because gross domestic product 4.3% increased 4.3% in quarter 3. So, all right, not too bad.
Council Director Kevin Hassett. Kevin, great to have you back. Good morning.
Oh, thanks. Great to be here. Yeah.
Walk us through what you thought was important and whether or not, I mean, it's a great beat. How much was boosted by trade elements?
Right. Well, it's really a fantastic number, and it's a great Christmas present for the American people. And, you know, I would say that the headline for me is two things. That I think the big macro trends that we're seeing in these numbers are, first of all, that President Trump's trade agenda is working. And so we got about, 1.5% of the growth on 4.3 because we reduced the trade deficit. And then the other thing that I think, which is a big macro thing that we're seeing, is that the artificial intelligence productivity boom is really clearly in the data. And I guess you and I are old enough to remember back in the 90s when the computer came in, that all of a sudden you had like 4% quarters all the time, one after the other.
Yeah, and this is how you know a lot of the layoffs and what can I say, unemployment or the losses of jobs, it mainly happened because of under AI. Because this is how I know, even though jobs have been lost, productivity went nowhere. Productivity either stayed stagnant, and then it went up about 0.2%. So, like I said, it kind of just got to prove that AI is one of the main drivers of this job loss like situation. And we'll see if it could be rectified or are we just heading towards an AI apocalypse, which I highly doubt. I mean, if they don't rectify it, like I said, man, people in the streets ready to take the heads of billionaires, tech billionaires specifically.
And it kept surprising people because they thought, oh, computers are everywhere, but in the productivity data. But we're seeing it in the data, and we're seeing the same kind of regular surprises from market participants. And so we went back and we looked at every Bloomberg forecast for the main numbers since September and found that on average, we outperformed the forecast 94% of the time. So if 94% of Wall Street economists are getting the macro trends wrong, they need to start to think about, hey, maybe Trump's policies are actually way better than we thought. And maybe the fake news that says all these terrible things about Trump policy.
Yeah, because if you actually look at the economic numbers, of course, corporate profits are up. The stock market has seen all-time highs. GDP is up. Inflation went down 0.3%. So yeah, everything's looking good, but this is how you can tell, like, as he said, this is being driven by the AI boom and AI taking over a lot of these job positions because productivity is remaining up. These guys are saving money. They're still making their profits, but it is costing Americans jobs. So this reflects why there is like the 1.2 million in job loss, layoffs. Remember, it's not just people just losing jobs because of tariffs and all that, like you guys like to doomsday on, which tariffs aren't losing anybody jobs. But no, these are people who are fired. These are, of course, layoffs and all that other good stuff. So it's not just people losing their jobs. The factories are shutting down because of an economic collapse. And let's be real, the economy don't reflect it. The stock market don't reflect it. GDP don't reflect it. I mean, shoot. I mean, even the inflation rate don't reflect it.
You should reconsider and, grab their pencil and redo their economics.
It's a big step toward that thesis that productivity could raise potential in the years ahead, Kevin. It does have implications for employment. And that was something we talked about with Peter Navarro earlier this morning. Take a listen.
In an age of AI, where all the white collar jobs are going away pretty damn quick, I think maybe it's a good time for people to think about having good blue collar jobs.
Do we need to worry about white collar jobs going away pretty damn quick?
Man, it went from learn how to code to learn how to use your hands. Now that is something. You remember, guys, it went from learn how to code to, yeah, you better learn how to use them hands, man. Because it's going to be them blue collar jobs are the only thing that's going to be around, because AI is pretty much taking up all the white collar jobs. Like, let's be honest.
Well, you know, my good friend Peter, he I think is jumping ahead on that thesis a little bit more than I would. The bottom line is that the way to think about what we're seeing in the data for artificial intelligence is, regardless what your job is, just about any job from blue collar to white collar, AI is helping you be more productive.
I mean, bro, yo, Ishmi, you ever heard of a 401k? I mean, you ever heard of that? Because average Americans have that. So, you know, that's one way we benefit as well. I mean, and of course, when inflation's down, the increasing of pricing is also slow. So things are now more affordable. And if you haven't been looking it up, personal income has also been up as well. And to say that the economy is in a shithole, I mean, bro, well, I mean, you must not be good at economics then, because, or you must not be good at reading charts, because this says the complete opposite, my friend. But hey, man, not everybody can be smart, I guess, or know anything about economics.
At your job. And so there's a guy at Stanford, Eric Brynjolfsson, who's been studying case studies of how AI is affecting people. And he finds that the way to think about it is that people just have a great coach who's helping them be more productive regardless of what their job is. And so it is true that instead of seeing a job creation at the sort of 150,000 level, we're seeing it at the 60 or 70,000 level. It's a little lower than you would normally see at a boom time. But don't forget that this recovery is really taking off. And there's a heck of a lot of people coming off the sidelines and entering the labor force. And so I think that, you know, pretty much we're going to see the back in the 100, 150 range if we stay in the 4% GDP growth range as we head into the new year.
All right, now let's go ahead and listen to hear the critics out. This one said, what role did Trump tariffs play in economy's third quarter surge?
Data reveals the U.S. economy saw a major surge for the third quarter of 2025. Gross domestic.
But, you know, we'll have idiots in the chat to say we're in a shithole. I mean, a shithole economy, bro. Yeah, with positive GDP growth. Yeah, go back to economics class, bro. Please, just go back.
Product increased 4.3%. This was the highest jump in 2 years. Despite this, Americans remain uneasy about the economy. The Consumer Confidence Index fell 3.8 points for the month of December. That's the lowest it's been since April, when the president rolled out his sweeping tariffs plan. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady joins me now. So, Kelly, let's start with the GDP. What do you make of that number?
So first and foremost, this is a backward-looking number. Remember that this number was delayed from the government shutdown, and it is the first of three estimates that we're going.
You know, so funny. I knew they were going to say that. Look, because let's be real, and let's be real, guys. If the numbers were bad, then they wouldn't be saying nothing. They wouldn't be saying anything. Well, you know, because of the shutdown and things coming late, you know, that's the reason why the numbers look good. Lord knows if they were bad, they wouldn't have said nothing about the shutdown. They wouldn't be making no excuses and nothing like that. They'd have been ready to blame Trump off the bat. So, I mean, honestly, blaming the shutdown is a bit disingenuous, to be real with you, because Lord knows if the numbers came out bad, you would not be saying that.
Going to get when it comes to third quarter GDP. So it looks at July through September. So again, you know, we're at the end of the year here, that people were spending back July through September, but what does that mean for the fourth quarter? I think the 4.3% is really strong, though. So that is a very good sign, because you go back to the beginning of the year, we were talking about it. Remember, we had negative GDP quarter growth.
Yep.
And so if you think, though,
talk about the R word.
Yeah, right. Exactly. We were talking about a recession possibly, which never came to fruition, which is a great thing. But then you think,
because recession requires what? 2 quarters of negative GDP growth. So when we had idiots in the chat that were saying, oh my goodness, we're heading towards economic collapse. I mean, I was like, how? Like, do you know what a recession is? You know, you got to have like 2 quarters of negative GDP growth. I mean, we have not had that. Actually, we have had positive growth. So I have no idea what some of these guys were talking about. And it kind of just showed me, I'm like, okay, you guys don't know nothing about economics and you just want to hate Trump. Or you honestly just hope the economy fails because it's Trump's in office, which is crazy because, you live here too. But I mean, it is what it is.
About what's going to happen in the fourth quarter, and that is when we had the government shutdown. So you aren't going to see as strong growth. So I think when we think about GDP and economic growth for the year, you have to look at it at that full 12-month sort of breadth. And it's likely going to be around 2% for the year as a whole. So still strong, but not at that 4.3%. Well,
actually, Cap, that's actually a good question. And it kind of does, actually. Remember, the only way to outpace inflation is by raising income, by raising wages. And I mean, shoot, raising your income and your wages means, if that means more on your tax return, then yes, it does actually. Yes, you having more on your tax return, which is more disposable income in your pocket, that helps you beat inflation by raising your wages or raising your income. But we really want you to start making more an hour or be able to work more hours and start bringing home, on your paycheck. That's what we're really looking for, is for wages to go up and start outpacing inflation.
World is terrorist.
Because, hey, man, that price increase ain't going nowhere. That 20% price increase under Biden, that ain't going nowhere. So we got to make sure look, since prices increased by 20%, we got to find a way to accelerate wages, increase that by 25%.
So the president said that this is all because of tariffs. And in some respects, he's right. So the way that you calculate GDP is there are two components that are part of it. It's imports and exports. When you have really high imports, that counts against your GDP. And that's exactly what we saw in the first 3 quarters of the year when people were trying to get all the product in again ahead of those tariffs hitting. This time around, though, you saw exports really high. Remember, we have a lot of trade deals, a lot of countries committing to buying U.S. goods. So that's one piece of it. The other side of it, though, is that consumer spending jumped 3.5%. The second quarter was 2.5%. Everyone was celebrating about that. So it shows that even with tariffs and people concerned about higher prices, they are still spending. But let's talk about consumer confidence, because this is one of those reports where perception often becomes reality. Right. That's why we look at it. If people are not feeling good, maybe they don't spend. We haven't seen that come to fruition yet.
I mean, yeah, there was record spending for the holidays. So, I mean, yeah, even when the economists got to sit there and tell you, yeah, we ain't seen none of that happen. All that stuff we was doomsdaying or the Dems were doomsdaying about hasn't happened. Oh, tariffs going to cause the economy to shut down. Hasn't happened. Oh, they're going to have our trade partners turn against us. Actually, they worked out better deals with us. Oh, prices are going to skyrocket. Actually, no, they haven't. You look at the consumer price index, it's only went up about 0.3%. The average tariff is at 10. So if you're telling me we're only eating 0.3% of a 10% tariff, then I mean, is that really even eating a tariff? Be quite honest with you. And then what does that mean? Then does that mean that the company's eating majority of the tariff? If we're going to the consumer price index, who reflects the increase of pricing of what we pay, right? Right. So if we're going off that, then yeah, tariffs getting passed down to the consumer didn't happen.
Though we do know the higher income folks are doing the heavy lifting. My big thing is, how did the holidays turn out? And then are people able to pay their bills if they're putting it on credit cards come January? Okay, we'll be watching.
Yeah, we'll be watching. We'll keep an eye out on that one. But all right, now let's go ahead and get into the next one here. More on Epstein.
The Justice Department overnight released more than 11,000 new documents related to the criminal prosecutions of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The files, which amount to 30,000 pages of documents, include photos, court records, news articles, emails, and videos. There are also repeated mentions of President Trump. Just because someone is in the photos or mentioned in the files does not mean that person is guilty of any role in Epstein's crimes. During an announcement about Navy battleships yesterday, the president called the Epstein story a distraction.
What this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party has. Like, for instance, today we're building the biggest ships in the world, most powerful ships in the world, and they're asking me questions about Jeffrey Epstein.
CBS News Department of Justice reporter Jake Rosen joins us now. Jake, what stands out from this new set of files?
Well, Lindsay, in one internal communication between presumably one Department of Justice attorney in the Southern District of New York and another, this one attorney writes to another that President Trump was on Epstein's plane more than previously known. We know he was on that plane at least 8 times, according to flight records. In addition to that, Lindsay, what we've seen is a little bit of a release of the internal communications around these Jeffrey Epstein investigations. President Trump's name is mentioned. Our team has found a number of times, mostly with these prosecutors sending news articles about President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein and the alleged ties between them to each other. At the same time, we also know that Prince Andrew is also, again, mentioned in some of these files. We know that some of the emails that he had exchanged with Ghislaine Maxwell asking for her to find him potentially, quote, inappropriate friends to spend time with is another file in here. And really, Lindsay, what we've also seen is just the internal back and forth between how the Department of Justice in New York tried to pull this investigation out of Florida. We know Jeffrey Epstein signed a non-prosecution agreement there, and he was never federally charged there, despite a years-long federal investigation over 2006 and 2007. And that prosecutors in New York, their internal messaging was that just because that investigation never happened, they were going to carry through and push forward. Certainly not as many images in this release, not as many high stakes mentions of celebrities or powerful people. But what we do know is that there's really been more of a release of the behind the scenes FBI, Department of Justice files and exchanges between lawyers that we really had not seen before in the last couple of days of these releases.
What is the process by which the DOJ is redacting and releasing these files? And is there any heads up, or do they just appear?
They just appear, Lindsay, and the Department of Justice has said there are over 150 attorneys working on this around the clock. But again, we should remind our audience, all of these files were due according to law that President Trump signed, even though he just called it a distraction in that soundbite you played there. All of these files were due to be released on Friday. They were not. And so now the Department of Justice over the next couple of weeks is going to continue releasing these. Again, they say it's in accordance with this court order. However, the language of that law is pretty clear. They needed to be out by Friday.
Jake Rosen, thank you.
Yeah, we missed that deadline. But all right, now let's get into this guy. What's his name? Osmond Gold. Yeah, this nerdy guy. Cool guy though. All right, now look, just getting into the whole, you can remove the redactions off the Epstein files. Let's see.
It's redacted. Okay, we've got it. All right, now we're going to copy this. We're going to save it. And this is from the government website right here, justice.gov.
Mm-hmm.
One of the moment of truth.
What? No way. No fucking way. One of JCS, but no way. No way.
No fucking way.
On the notepad?
Oh my God.
Oh, hell yes. No way, guys. So apparently, bro, try this out. I'm going to rewind it for you guys. But try this out. Try it out.
It's redacted. Okay, we've got it. All right, now we're going to copy this. We're going to save it. And this is from the government website right here, justice.gov. One of the moment of truth.
All right, then. All right. I'm going to try it out.
No fucking way.
Well, while I go try that out, let's get into this because guess who's back? Hey, it's Hunter. Shout out to Hunter Biden.
Thank you very much, ladies. Right now, new signs of a potential Trump economic boom as the U.S. economy grows at its fastest level in 2 years, reaching 4.3% in just the last quarter. President Trump crediting the success of good government and tariffs for the blistering growth
This is the Faulkner Focus. Hello, everyone. I'm Julie Banderas in for Harris today. So we're going to have more on that big economic news in just moments from now. But first, the Trump administration is charging into 2026 with a major immigration crackdown. ICE saying it has rounded up over 1,000 illegal migrants under the Laken Riley Act, a 2-week blitz named for the Georgia nursing student who was killed by an illegal immigrant just last year. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem also tripling payouts for migrants who self-deport, a move backed by Stephen Miller, who says each self-deportation saves taxpayers up to $1 million. And now even Hunter Biden is breaking with his father's broken record at the border.
We don't want immigrants that are coming here illegally, draining us of resources.
Republican Congressman Buddy Carter joins us in just moments. But first, correspondent Madeline Rivera reports live in Washington. Hi, Madeline.
Good morning, Julie. The administration is doing a last-minute push to boost these deportation numbers. Until the end of the year, they're tripling the stipend for people who decide to self-deport through the CBP Home app. The amount is currently $3,000, up from $1,000. That's in addition to travel assistance. Dubbing it an exit gift, U.S. officials are hoping it incentivizes people who are in the country illegally to, quote, head home for the holidays.
If you wait until we interdict you and detain you and arrest you and have to deport you ourselves, you'll never get the chance to come back. So go on the CBP Home app and get the information, and we'll make sure you get home in time for Christmas.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, Florida bishops are asking for a pause in immigration enforcement, saying that doing so would be more in keeping with the Christmas spirit.
Damn.
Last month, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops issued a rare statement about immigration.
There's no conflict necessarily between advocating for safe and secure borders and treating people with respect and dignity. We always have to treat people with dignity, God-given dignity. The state doesn't award it, and the state can't take it away.
While the administration is looking to move quickly with deportations, there's at least one case that remains stuck in legal limbo. Federal Judge Paula Zinnes is extending the temporary order blocking ICE from redetaining Kilmer Abrego Garcia. Zinnes is giving the Justice Department until Friday to hand in their plans about how they want to remove him. Abrego Garcia's lawyer says the best solution at this point is to send him to Costa Rica, which has offered to accept him as a refugee. Julie.
Madeline Rivera, thank you very much. Let's bring in Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter, a Republican. We appreciate you coming on. First of all, I want your take on Hunter Biden and his change in stance with the whole illegal immigration, which is obviously a huge separation and from what his father's policies were.
And isn't it amazing that the Democrats are so lost that Hunter Biden is the voice of sanity in their party? It's unbelievable. You know, I agree with Hunter Biden. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I do agree with him. He is right. And what his father did in the open borders that John Ossoff supported, what he did with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, those were wrong. Both of those policies were wrong. And yet John Ossoff, our senator from the state of Georgia, supported both of those policies. I'm glad Hunter Biden's stepping up and he's saying the right things now.
No, I actually cannot believe that we're sitting here praising Hunter Biden. I think this might be a first. We should jot it down because I'm not sure it's going to happen again. Let's hear more from Hunter Biden on his father's immigration policies. Watch.
We need immigration. We need a vibrant immigration. But we don't want immigrants that are coming here illegally, draining us of resources, and also and being prioritized above people that are actual literal heroes that are coming home, that are still recovering from 20 years of endless war.
I mean, that's just common sense there, honestly. You don't have to be a Republican nor a Democrat to see this is common sense. You just have to be an American. That's really what it comes down to. Why should Americans suffer because illegal immigrants are coming and costing us money? The amount of people that have been deported have saved us $1 million, taxpayers $1 million a year. Why wouldn't you want to be relieved of that economic burden? I don't understand. Never mind the criminal statistics and the Laken Rileys of the world.
Absolutely. And you know, he brings up such great points. I mean, it is common sense of what he's talking about. And we need to keep in mind that it's not just the crime part of it. Yes, that's important. And we need to make sure that all criminal illegal aliens are sent out of this country and deported. However, it's also the impact on our economy. And thank you for pointing that out, how much it's costing our economy. It's raising food prices. It's raising it's decreasing the amount of housing that's available. All of those things have an impact on our economy.
You're right. And quite frankly, I mean, the way that the immigration crisis has sort of come down to the Trump administration is quite incredible. They have nobody crossing in. They have people self-deporting themselves out. And crime is down in all of these major cities where they had these tent cities and homeless shelters that was inviting criminal illegal immigrants, like in Chicago and LA, here in New York City. What do you see for 2026 when it comes to illegal immigration and overall crime in our country as a result of Trump's deportation efforts?
Well, thankfully, Donald Trump has done what Joe Biden said he couldn't do. He couldn't secure that border. Donald Trump did it. He secured that border. And yes, it's going to result in less crime in our country. It's going to result as these people as the criminal illegals are deported, it's going to result in a better economy and less crime. And all of that is very important in our country. And again, I remind you that Senator John Ossoff of Georgia, he's the one who supported all of these policies. Not only that, but also the messed up withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Yeah, and it's not just protecting Americans for those who want to hate on the fact that, you know, many Republicans talk about we don't want to allow them in. It's a humanitarian crisis. There are families, there are young children, women and children who are being killed as they cross the border so dangerously. So really, it's a human crisis. I want to switch topics here for a second here. We could be staring down, in fact, to another Schumer shutdown in the new year. Lucky us. Senate Democrats just walked away from a deal to fund most of the federal government through September. And they're not saying what their next move is before the January 30th deadline. Here's Republican Congressman Jeff Van Drew.
This is politics. This is raw politics. Republicans do not want to shut down. Democrats want it because it creates chaos. It looks like chaos. And since we are the party that has a very thin, narrow majority, they believe we will be blamed. Unlike last time where we were back in our districts, we're going to have to be in Washington. Every damn day we have to be voting to open the government up. Every day we've got to be making it clear that this is a Democrat problem.
I mean, even Democrats see that Chuck Schumer is a problem. I mean, the fact that they wouldn't even roll back, you know, the Obama subsidies on Obamacare when they were the ones that supported the Affordable Care Act back when Obama passed it. And now they're basically coming to a standstill yet again that could continue into the new year.
I can't believe the Democrats want to lose another shutdown fight. I mean, let's face it. John Ossoff and the liberal Democrats in the Senate voted 14 times against opening up our government. They voted to use our troops. They voted to use our WIC, our SNAP.
All right. I tried it, guys. I was trying. I guess I'm maybe I'm not in the right files. Maybe I'm in the wrong PDF. But hey, when I try to post a redacted onto a notepad or whatever, I don't get the unredacted version. Maybe I might be doing it wrong. But all right, back to this though. I'm gonna be honest with you. We are going to be looking towards another government shutdown towards the end of January if the ACA subsidies don't get extended, because we know that the Dems will shut down the government and try to get them extended at the end of January. Now they do expire at the end of December, but for the effects won't really hit us probably until what they were saying until like February or March. So that gives them until January to low-key shut down the government and try to get the Republicans to extend it.
Beneficiaries as leverage. And for what reason? Why are the Democrats doing this? They're doing it to show that they can stand up to Donald Trump. That's the only reason they're doing it. They want to inflict pain on the American citizens to show that they can stand up to Donald Trump. They want to give illegal immigrants health care services. We're not going to let them do that. That's not what we're going to do in this country. If they want to shut this government down again and lose another shutdown fight, that is just insanity to me.
Yeah, wait till the midterms. If they think that this is going to help them, they've got another thing coming. All right, Congressman Buddy Carter, thank you and Merry Christmas to you.
Yep, Congress has till January 3rd to avert another shutdown, so we'll see what happens in there. Now, let's go ahead and get on to the left side of media with CNN, and let's get into Trump names new class of Navy battleships after himself. I mean, remember, he kind of did, what was it, the F-47 for the 47th president? Nah, that's going to be the new jets coming out. So once again,
President Trump announced the construction of a new class of Navy ships named after himself. The president said that this quote unquote Trump class of warships would be kind of the centerpiece of what he described as a golden fleet for the U.S. Navy. Joining us right now is retired Army Brigadier General Steve Anderson and retired U.S. Army Major Mike Lyons. Gentlemen, thanks for being here. Major Lyons, on the new Navy fleet, let's start there, that Trump just has now ordered. You say that it raises some new questions as he's announcing this. What and why?
Well, Kate, the question is whether or not the battleship has a role in the modern Navy and whether or not it will project power into China. That's really what this is all about. Battleships were decommissioned back in the early 90s for a reason, as the carrier became the center of gravity for naval operations and protecting that carrier and the aviation assets on it. This introduces a new command center and command control that likely can go closer to shore and perhaps project power there. But it's one big target that the Chinese have an advantage with more ships right now within their naval fleet. And again, trying to build something like this in an environment where we've not been successful in getting out destroyers and other things that are more important right now to our Navy. So the question is, again, whether it is has a role in the modern Navy and whether or not it will project the kind of power that the president thinks it's going to do.
It's really interesting. And General Anderson, I mean, the president said the way he described it is that the United States desperately is in need of ships. And he called the existing Navy fleet, the way he called it, is old and tired and obsolete. What do you see in this announcement?
Well, I totally agree with Major Lyons. I mean, I think that a battleship is not the right approach. I mean, a small, agile fleet is something that the Navy needs and could use. But modern warfare has changed, as Major Lyons insinuated. I mean, now drone technology is paramount. So, I mean, you know, having a battleship, a big, large floating target. I mean, I look back 3 years ago when the Ukrainians blew up the Russian battleship Moskva using low technology anti-ship missiles and essentially surfboards on remote control loaded with munitions. I mean, that, as Major Lyons points out, a battleship is a large floating target. So we need to focus the American industrial base on building drones. Secretary of Defense has stood up this drone dominance program, which I think is a great step forward. And then we need to focus the American industrial shipbuilding on small, agile ships, not battleships.
President Trump announced that the Navy will build new battleships to create a so-called Golden Fleet. The new vessels are being called Trump-class battleships. They are expected to be longer and larger than the Navy's World War II era versions.
Upgrade.
So the battleships are going to be armed just in terms of guns and missiles at the highest level.
And
They'll
lasers.
also have hypersonic weapons, many hypersonic weapons, state-of-the-art electric rail guns, and even the high-powered lasers that you've been starting to read about. We have lasers where you aim the laser at a target, it just wipes it out. The U.S. Navy will lead the design of these ships along with me because I'm a very aesthetic person.
The president says the U.S. will start with 2 ships with the goal of building up to 25. It comes, of course, as Trump has deployed dozens of U.S. military assets, including Navy warships, in the Caribbean amid an escalating feud with Venezuela's leader. I want to bring in my Republican source tonight, Congressman Carlos Jimenez of Florida. He serves on both the House Armed Services and Homeland Security committees. Congressman, very grateful to have you on the show tonight. The president previously told military members at Quantico this year this, quote, "I don't like some of the ships you're doing aesthetically. They say, oh, it's stealth. I say it's not stealth. An ugly ship is not necessary in order to say you're stealth." Now, one of the renderings for the new ship shows Trump's image on the ship itself. What do you make of Trump's interest in being involved in the design of these ships?
Look, if the ship works right and it does what it's supposed to do, who cares if the president's face on it? I mean, as long as we're getting a working ship that does what it's supposed to do, then who cares? But apparently, hey, I don't know. Every time Trump has a narcissistic moment, it kind of sends the Dems into, like, I'm gonna be real with you, a frenzy. It sends them into a frenzy, a seething frenzy. And why? Well, I don't know. They just hate Trump's narcissistic moments. I find it absolutely hilarious. It's kind of freaking funny, to be quite honest with you. And it's harmless. It's actually harmless. And then for him to have this narcissistic way about himself, to him to put his name on everything, it's more funny than harmful, to be quite honest with you. I mean, Trump putting his face on a warship is not going to hurt you in any way, shape, or form.
Closely following tonight,
But let's get into Venezuela.
Developments surrounding Venezuela. A U.S. official telling CNN the United States is pursuing a vessel in international waters near Venezuela. Now, it's understood that this tanker was sailing toward Venezuela to pick up oil when U.S. Coast Guard personnel attempted to board. The vessel itself is under U.S. sanctions for links to Iranian oil. And this is the second vessel targeted this weekend by the Trump administration. All of this, of course, coming after President Trump this week announced a total blockade, in his words, of sanctioned oil tankers into and out of Venezuela as he looks to ramp up pressure on its leader, Nicolas Maduro. Joining me now, CNN Global Affairs analyst Kimberly Dozier. So, Kim, when we look at what is happening here, the U.S. is really focusing on this pressure point of oil for the Venezuelan economy. How would you assess that as a strategy based on what we're seeing?
Well, at least it doesn't bring up the outrage that hitting the alleged narco-terrorist boats does. The actions of seizing a vessel with sanctioned oil on it, it's something largely recognized in international law. It's something that the U.S.'s European allies would like the U.S. to be doing to Russian Ghost Fleet oil tankers. But what it does is also ratchet up the financial and economic pressure on Maduro and on his allies, like Cuba. This oil is often headed to Cuba, which either uses it, I believe, for free, and what it doesn't use, it sells on. So it's a lifeline both for the Venezuelan regime, because Maduro uses it to pay for the security forces and all the people who help him stay in power. And then it helps allies like Cuba also stay in power with regimes that are thought to be not.
I swear, we are trying our hardest to wrap Cuba into this. Like, we are literally trying way too hard to wrap Cuba into this. Like, I understand Venezuela, but trying to wrap Cuba into this as well, well, in terms of value when it comes to drugs, I get it. But if we're also trying to push a regime change there as well, I'm like, we're going too far. I mean, all right, Maduro, I get it. But Cuba is like, come on now. Now y'all just be real. Just say you're trying to run all of Latin America and just be real with us. At that point, we can just accept it and stop looking at the entire Trump administration with a side eye.
So Democratic.
And in terms of, as you point out, in terms of how it's being received, certainly more well received, as you point out, than the targeting of these alleged narco-terrorists. Is it also in many ways a more effective pressure campaign that sort of buys the administration a little time as well? We know the president has teased there could be further intervention, potentially on the ground, but this would seem to put a pause on that.
Well, what it does is hopefully try to ratchet up enough pressure on Maduro that if President Trump decides to take military action, say in the form of aerial strikes, the kind of thing that he ordered against Iran, that Maduro would be in a fragile enough state to actually want to leave power. It is the American public is largely against the idea of a military invasion, according to multiple major polls, though that is split with Democrats and independents on one side, and most of the Republicans apparently favoring some quick strike. The problem with quick strikes is they might not work. And if Donald Trump decides...
Yeah, and it might not be as quick as they say it's going to be, and it might get dragged out into something that we weren't really prepared for or something that is unnecessary. That's a problem with trying to put boots on the ground in Venezuela, which we need congressional approval for, and we're not really sure if Trump is going to get that. But we do know it's not going to go so well with the base, including myself. So, hey, I'll give CNN that. The base does not want this, but it looks like we're going in this direction. And thing is, we're all okay with a bloodless regime change. We're all okay with scaring him out of there or showing enough military force where he leaves. But that doesn't look to be the case because it does seem like his army's backing him up.
To strike Maduro with some sort of air operation and Maduro still stays in power, that makes Trump look weak. So in the interim, while he buys time before such a strike, by grabbing this oil, it will hopefully, from the strategy perspective, take the support away from Maduro and make him consider options like perhaps fleeing to an ally like Moscow.
Okay, so we're hoping that a one good time strike on Venezuela or bombardment of Venezuela is going to convince what? The people to turn against Maduro? Yeah, it kind of sounds like we're trying the Israel strategy, where they went over there, bombed a bunch of nuclear facilities, and then was hoping for the overthrowment of the Ayatollah. I mean, hey, we're going for the same gamble and hoping that's going to work for us. I mean, I don't know. It seems like a bit of a foolish idea, but hey, we'll let y'all cook, man. We'll see. Hopefully it works out differently.
Not surprisingly, Republican Senator Rand Paul is really pushing back on this pressure campaign from the administration. Here's a little of what he had to say, specifically addressing the seizure of oil tankers.
I consider it a provocation and a prelude to war, and I hope we don't go to war with Venezuela. Look, at any point in time, there are 20, 30 governments around the world that we don't like that are either socialist or communist or have human rights violations. We could really literally go through a couple dozen, but it isn't the job of the American soldier to be the policeman of the world.
There is some concern about what could happen should Maduro be forced out of power. What would be left there on the ground and the role that the U.S. would be expected to play there. Is it your sense that that has been sort of thought through and gamed out by the administration based on your sources?
Well,
I like it.
Of course, the administration hopes that if they got Maduro to leave, that someone like Maria Machado, who just won a Nobel Prize and is a popular politician in Venezuela, would take office. But Maduro leaves behind.
Shoot, not popular enough for the people to, I'm be real with you, not popular enough for Maduro to be out of there already. And like I said, what I've been hearing is that Maduro only got like 20% of the votes. So out of the voting class, I mean, 80% of them aren't in support of Maduro, but 20% are. Like I said, this is why I was having a debate with Monty in gaming, and I was just like, bro, it just don't seem like a clear-cut understanding that, oh, well, people don't want them there. They want them all gone. I'm like, we don't know that for sure. Even with the election, we're not even sure if that was all the way stolen. We're all just sitting here assuming and going off of what everybody else is saying because they don't like Maduro. And I'm not saying that Maduro didn't like officially steal it, but now it can be called into question. Got military, people are showing up to his rallies, all this wild stuff. I mean, he seems like he has the support of the people, but we'll see. We'll see when it comes. That first strike comes, and we'll see if that shakes anything up. If not, and we get what happens in Iran, and it just makes the people come together to fight us, then I mean, I guess I was right. But if they come through, bomb them, and everybody just dissolves, then I guess Maduro's handling on the people was weak all along. And that means Monty and Gaming was right. And I'm hoping that they're right, to be quite honest. I'm hoping I'm wrong.
A military network and also an insurgency network, armed gangs across the country that could make it very hard to stabilize that country. Or worse, for Trump, he could try to take some sort of action and yet Maduro prevails. So he's really in a rock and a hard place situation. If he does launch something, though, it can become a Vietnam-like situation. That might sound like an exaggeration, but it looks easy from the outside. But once you invest a little bit and that doesn't work, and then you invest more, all of a sudden you can find yourself in a situation, an armed conflict, where there's no way to get out and declare victory. And that would start to turn Trump's own base against him. They don't want to see any return to a forever war.
No, and he has certainly said that he does not want to be involved in one either, so we'll be watching that as well.
Is this an effective way for the U.S. to put pressure on the Maduro regime to target these vessels or, come in close and seem like they're about to intercept them?
It's a dramatic escalation, there's no question, and I do think it's an effective way to pressure the regime. It also shows that a lot of the activities in the Caribbean are not strictly narcotics-based now. You wouldn't necessarily go after sanctioned oil as a counter-narcotics initiative. So this is clearly something that shows that the administration is serious about pressuring Maduro and wanting him to leave the capital. It's also very clear, though, that this is a way to pressure others who may be supporting the Maduro regime, including Cuba, which receives a lot of free oil from Venezuela. And the oil that Cuba doesn't use, they actually sell onward to other markets. So the administration, in some ways, is getting a twofer for this, going after the Maduro regime, but also some of the folks that it wants to go after as well elsewhere in the region.
And the Venezuelan president, Maduro, says, I mean, he's underscoring that this really is about taking Venezuelan oil, not about the illicit drug trade. Is there
What
truth
the?
to that?
Yeah, bro. I don't know what the fuck wrong with you, but that's not how you speak to a lady, bro. I'm sorry, but yeah, you're out of here. Oh, bro, you can't. Like, bro, what are you, a child? Like, bro, what are you, like 16 or something? Because you obviously you can't debate with adults. That is not how you speak to a lady or even debate with women. I mean, even using that type of language, like, bro, what is up with you? Like, yeah, when your TDS got you talking like that to women, dog, you need to sit your bitch ass down somewhere else. Because Lord knows you wouldn't say that to a man in his face like that. So I don't even know why you even saying that to a woman over the internet with your bitch ass. Yeah, man, I hate bitch ass dudes like you. No, I cannot respect that. Like, Lord knows you wouldn't talk like that to a man in his face. You're gonna talk like that to a woman over the internet? Man, get your pussy ass out of here, bro.
Well, it's not about the drug trade. I would agree with that, but I don't agree with his contention that it's about taking Venezuelan oil. It's about enforcing sanctions on a criminal regime. And it's going after the lifeblood of the regime, which is to say the financing. And if you take that away from Maduro and his folks, he can't pay the security.
Shoot, no tax on tips, no tax on tips and overtime, him just lowering taxes altogether. Of course, his tariff plan to bring American jobs back. And of course, it's cracking down on immigration. I mean, that's also good as well. I love those policies. I'm not gonna lie. I don't love everything Trump does, but I love those.
Forces, he can't import the equipment that he needs to maintain control. And
I'm sorry. The reason I answer that because that's like such the standard question that like people like Dean Withers or Get a Job Parker asks, like, or well, what's your favorite things about Trump anyway? Because they think we just like Trump for no reason. They think we're just throwing on a MAGA hat for no reason.
Really does question his ability to remain in power in Venezuela over time. Now, he can resist this. He can sustain himself for a long time. He's resisted sanctions for a long time since he first came into power in 2013. But the reality is this is going to hit them where it hurts the most. It's a sanction, really, or it's an effort that the United States has resisted for a long time, but indeed is really going after now to show, I think, the seriousness about trying to force Maduro from office.
So have a listen to Republican Senator Rand Paul and his take on the U.S. actions against these alleged drug boats as well.
Designations are steps towards war, calling people terrorists, calling the drug runners terrorists, saying, oh, if they have a designation, well, how did they get the designation? Oh, we gave it to them. And then why is the former president, Hernandez of Honduras, who was in jail for 45 years, why is he released? So some narco terrorists are really okay, and other narco terrorists we're going to blow up. And then some of them, if they're not.
Well, I mean, come on now. A lot of people aren't really being fair with, Trump like pardoning this so-called narco terrorist because they said, one, he was set up. They're going off the premise that one, he was set up. Two, when he was president at that time, he was actually fighting the cartels and fighting foreign influence. So he was actually doing everything to hurt the cartels. But, when these charges come down, everybody's pushing him as if he's the cartel leader and he's the one that goes to jail. And to this day, the cartel is still running all through Cuba. Till this day.
As a terrorist, we might arrest them. It's a bizarre and contradictory policy. And I sure hope we don't go to war with Venezuela.
Do you see a military war between the U.S. and Venezuela on the horizon here?
Well, I really think that the United States is trying to resist that, but I think the senator is correct that the designation of narcotics traffickers as terrorists does open the door to additional activities that the United States might have hesitated to take beforehand, which is to say military activities against regime officials in Venezuela. That's something that we haven't seen directly yet. But it is on the menu of options. And I think the president himself said just a short time ago that he wasn't taking military action off the table. I really do think the administration, the U.S. administration, is looking for ways to get Maduro out of Venezuela without resorting to the use of force, and is trying really everything in the toolbox to try to do that. Will it be successful? That's the $64,000 question. And if it's not, then they have to decide, well, do they then stand down and declare victory, or do they actually deploy military forces to try to really end the regime? And that's something.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get into this next video. Cappy Army. Shout out to this guy. America's blockade of Venezuela is worse than you think. All right, let's get right into it.
We can see the geolocated flash. Take a look at the live conflict map behind me. We can see the geolocated flashpoints of the United States military's blockade and the strikes on drug trafficking vessels. America just ordered the 4th Fleet to execute a complete and total blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers that are entering and leaving Venezuela's coasts. This is a significant escalation and a historic move because the U.S. hasn't openly enforced a maritime blockade in more than 60 years.
Guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. And for you disagreeers in the chat, I mean, put your money where your mouth is for one time. For the one time, put your money where your mouth is and send in a disagreement that you think I just can't refute or that would hush me up. Because I promise you, you guys aren't having no good argument. You guys are just crying about Trump, saying, oh, he's a liar, he's this and that, with no proof, no criticism of any policy. You can't even break down why you're upset with this man. You just saw her. So please put your money where your mouth is. Or just, I don't know, cry to one of my mods. They're actually really nice people, to be quite honest. You can sit there and give them, they'll hold out their cup so you can put your liberal tears in it. But, you know, you can do that. Or you can just super chat in and I'll go ahead and I can cook you. Either or.
Years now. I'm absolutely, honestly shocked that we haven't seen an F-35 shoot down a drug Cessna with an AIM-9X Sidewinder yet. So why would the U.S. military double down and make this move now? Because analysts believe it will deeply cut the Venezuelan government's main revenue stream.
Oh, guys, we're at $50 into the call-in. $50. And hey, my man Tegan, he says, oh, it said, isn't it contrary to pardon the cartel leader who was mocking the U.S. while claiming to be at war with the wrong cartel leader, my man. Actually, look this guy up. He wasn't mocking the U.S. And if you look it up, he was actually being. It looks like, and this is what the appeal reason for it. He was being framed. That if you actually look up what he was doing during his presidency, he was actually going after the cartels and foreign influence. So, and it's kind of funny how this guy would go into jail for working with the cartel, even though he was doing everything to hurt the cartel in their operations. But hey, now, like I said, not a lot of people know the facts about him releasing the the ex-Colombian cartel. I mean, the ex-Colombian president. Yeah, not a lot of people know the facts around that.
Oil. Did I hear oil? This will increase the risk of political instability, increase the chances of protests and revolution in the nation, which is perfect for Washington's goals of regime change without needing to go full boots on the ground. Never go full boots on the ground. Because since August, Operation Southern Spear has been ramping up. This gigantic armada of over a dozen U.S. warships, stealth fighters, submarines, aircraft carrier, and 15,000 troops yelling "Oorah," having surrounded the northern coast. We know from looking at the open source intelligence tool marinetraffic.com, 30 sanctioned oil tankers are still remaining in port or have already turned around. These vessels are chilling because in mid-December, a team of U.S. Special Forces fast roped from 2 helicopters and seized one of these sanctioned oil tankers named Skipper. This helicopter insertion method is preferred when a ship refuses to stop and tries to run a blockade. Troops quickly seized the bridge of the ship and began sailing its over 1 million barrels of oil, $60 million worth of oil to the port in Houston, Texas. The White House stated that they're planning to launch more of these tactical tanker seizures in retaliation. Venezuelan.
We're taking it to use it for ourselves. The disrespect, bro, is real. Like, bro, can you imagine being Maduro, right? And bro, the U.S. is stealing your ships, stealing your oil tankers, and using it for themselves. Like, you don't understand, man. If that was me, I'll be throwing an effing hissy fit. Like, I'll be in there just like, oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Like, literally cussing out the world at that point because my oil is being stolen by America, and now America is using it as if it's theirs. And then they're talking about how they want me to leave while taking my oil. Like, oh yeah. I don't know. If I was to put myself in Maduro's shoes, I'd be livid and ready to leave at the same time.
President Maduro ordered his Navy to start escorting oil tankers into and out of port. This increases the risk of direct confrontation with U.S. troops now because they're the ones who are attempting to interdict these vessels at the same time. How is the Venezuelan Navy now attempting to break this blockade? And are those strikes against the drug boats even legal? And where is the U.S. preparing to strike on land? Before we get into that, if you're running a business, you can't manage everything yourself. And that's why I use today's sponsor, Odoo, as my all-in-one business management software.
Hey, shout out to my man, the Cap Hunter. He says, he said, ban restoration fee. Ban restoration fee. Can you unban my other, social media or SN? No idea why I was kicked in the first place. Never spoke reckless. It's Pulp 7. Oh yeah, I got you. Wait. Oh yeah, sure. Why not? Let me see. I got my dashboard pulled up. I can go ahead and knock that out for you. Said another count. Let's see. No idea I was kicked. I got you.
In play, so my team can track research, edits, animations, and deadlines. And this year, my resolution has been to improve how I run my business, which ultimately saves me time and money. And Odoo doesn't require a fancy degree in science to know how to use it. I think that's the term. So whether you're running a growing company, a small side hustle, renting stuff out, Odoo has a solution for every industry and size. It keeps everything here synced and moving in the same direction, like a grand strategy for business. Try Odoo free for 15 days, no credit card required, and your first app is free forever. Just click my link in the description or the pinned comment below and start making your business run like it's supposed to. General Kane and Hegseth are trying to put into action another, more direct and deadlier naval blockade that's happening on a different level. If we zoom in, enhance. Here we can see the location of every strike on narco-terrorist drug boats. They're hitting it from both sides, east and west. Coast Guard snipers are firing 50 cal rounds into narco-trafficker boat engines from moving helicopters. SEAL Team 6 has been overseeing 26 missile strikes by Hellfires that have blown up drug transport ships, killing nearly 100 traffickers. Well, what's happening here is a two-layer blockade. Layer 1 is that economic, that sanctions layer where ships are seized, and layer 2 is this lethal interdiction. Taken together, they're turning the screw deeper and deeper on Maduro.
Oh, and shout out to my man Daniel Castro. I'm sorry, I missed yours. I was just actually looking through for my man Cap's profile, but he says Jet's a broke mofo. I'll say hi. Send 10 to dry his tears. Hey yo, shout out to my man Castro. Appreciate the support, my brother. Appreciate the support, and I believe we're actually closing in on the goal. And I do actually have a good conspiracy video for today.
Trying to get him to immediately step down. And the reason this all matters is because this does not stop at the sea. This is where this stops just being a maritime story, because the U.S. military is quickly positioning the tools needed for land strikes. In December, we observed the U.S. deployed additional Growler electronic warfare jets capable of jamming Venezuelan air defense, and they repositioned a combat search and rescue helicopter unit that specializes specifically in extracting downed pilots over hostile territory. That's a major indicator of what is to come next. Setting the stage for this escalation we just saw in mid-December for the first time ever, the Trump administration designated Maduro's regime as a terrorist organization and labeled fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. These actions give the U.S. government increased legal justification for using its full firepower to combat narco-terrorists. However, sources widely agree fentanyl does not usually transit from Venezuela. It mainly comes from Mexico and China. I think the reason many people in the United States still feel good about seeing drug boats destroyed is simple. After more than a decade of hundreds of thousands of Americans killed by drug trafficking, it can feel satisfying to watch traffickers face immediate violent consequences. Hardly a person in the United States has had their life unaffected by drugs. So seeing summary execution of those even involved in it in any way, shape, or form can be cathartic, even when the boats aren't carrying fentanyl. This instinct for revenge is a deep part of human nature in war. There's also a deterrent logic at play. There's a message being sent in each missile to every cartel smuggler and also to the Venezuelan military that are watching. It says, you might be next. And it's undeniably a spectacle on top of that, a brutal one. The fact that the US military maintains an official video repository, the website DVIDs, has become like a live leak where it uploads real combat footage, including their kill cams of narco boats. To me, this is a surreal feature of modern warfare. It turns these lethal engagement.
Oh, Cap, give me your actual profile name, the actual profile name, not the ad. Because like when people get banned, it doesn't show me their ad. It actually shows me their actual profile name. It's clarifying that one.
Enforcements into something.
Oh, and we're $7 away from opening up the call-in line and running Conspiracy Hour.
Publicly consumable. And in that sense, to me, it resembles a modern day Roman Colosseum that people indulge in and are entertained by. It can feel like justice is being served, at least to some who are observing this. But not everyone views it that way, of course. There's an ongoing debate about the legality of these strikes. Whole think pieces are written about follow-on airstrikes that kill survivors after the initial disablement of their boats. But that debate rarely gains traction. Public sympathy isn't there. It's extraordinarily difficult to convince Americans to feel empathy for these drug traffickers or to portray these vessels as innocent fishing boats when they're low-profile speed craft with
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, Merry Christmas to all. Let me go ahead and switch up that background real quick. You gotta like that. Merry Christmas, guys. You got very festive.
Multiple onboard engines, reinforced hulls, excess fuel containers, no legitimate fish on board, no tracking AIS, and crew actively attempting to flee armed interdiction. They operate at night through known trafficking corridors, attempting to outrun helicopters and naval patrols. If it looks like a duck and smokes crack like a duck, it's probably a narco-terror and naval patrols.
Go back. That's crazy. Actually hitting them submersives. That's crazy.
At night through known trafficking corridors, attempting to outrun helicopters and naval patrols. If it looks like a duck and smokes crack like a duck, it's probably a narco-terrorist. But whether it's legal or not, or whether these are innocent fishermen or not, many Americans are feeling helpless to stop the scourge of drugs, and they want to see a take-no-prisoners approach. I'm not putting a moral judgment on that. I'm just explaining how many of the American public views this campaign. When we move,
and he's not wrong. I'm not really trying to justify it either, but a lot of people have suffered from, fentanyl deaths. Drug addiction, and from cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, a lot of these drugs that they bring over. And let's be real. I would say this as well. I would say victims of the cartel don't also probably appreciate these strikes as well. Like some of the illegal immigrants that they brought over here, probably appreciating these strikes too. Probably some of the people that are under the boots of the cartel in some of the Latin American countries are also smiling or smirking a bit as well. So, hey, trust me, it probably ain't most likely it ain't just Americans who are happy about these strikes or the cartel being, put in their place for once.
Over to analyzing the campaign over land, we can see how Venezuela's oil system is geographically boxed in the Orinoco heavy oil belt. Most production, refining, and export nodes are all along this coast. From a blockade perspective, this means the United States does not need to surround the whole country. It only needs to control a narrow set of sea lanes to exert disproportionate pressure. Wait, I'm having flashbacks of Libya in 2011. This is like the same exact geography,
literally.
Oil resources, dictator. Sometimes history rhymes, sometimes it straight up plagiarizes itself. Weapons of mass destruction.
Like I said, we kind of did the same thing to Gaddafi in a way, but you know what? Who am I to call out the similarities, guys? I'm just no good isolationist at the end of the day. I'm just an anti-Semite. I'm an anti-Semite isolationist at the end of the day, guys. What do I know? I'm just calling out, similarities in war tactics and possibly how we could be leading ourselves down the same BS scenario we did with Libya. But once again, who am I? I'm just an anti-Semitic isolationist.
I feel like I'm in a fugue state right now. Except there isn't a large armed militia on the ground like in Libya, and hopefully it doesn't devolve into a civil war. Naval blockades come in three main types.
Peter, calm down, Peter. Peter, slow down there, boy. Jesus. I mean, remember, dog, you're in the chat over the internet, okay, bro? If we could say it to you face to face, well, I would. But if you asking for that in the chat, I mean, bro, calm down. It ain't that serious.
Distant blockades that seal off an enemy from far away choke points in open seas, and then there's close blockades that put warships directly outside enemy ports to physically stop them, like the U.S. quarantine of Cuba in 1962 was effectively a close blockade. Then there are selective blockades which target specific cargo through enforcing and stopping anything that's sanctioned, like this one. Okay, that's important info. Several oil tankers have already sailed from Venezuela toward Asia, with a naval escort protecting them. In fact, 80% of this sanctioned oil ends up heading to China. However, according to the New York Times, so far none of these escorted vessels are actually on the naughty list of sanctioned tankers, so it's kind of an empty threat so far. Does that mean Maduro is bluffing? Is he playing coy? That's scamp. It's a concern because Venezuela uses a 2,500-ton Mariscal Sucre class frigate and a Paglo patrol vessel class for these kind of escort missions. Even in poor maintenance, their SAM missiles and 76mm cannon pose a threat to helicopters that are nearby. Its Automat anti-ship missile could also cause serious damage, but firing one at the US Navy would be a good way to instantly get deleted. And the Maritime Security Response Team have tricks up their sleeve, including electronic warfare jamming that allow them to get to these vessels and board them anyway. It's vital for Maduro's survival to keep that dark fleet of sanctioned ships delivering oil to their customers, because 70% of the country's oil exports rely on it, which will now be choked off. This means at least $8 billion in revenue per year in oil that's been sanctioned by the Treasury Department. We're talking about a huge amount. To put that into context, that's like 10% or more of Venezuela's total GDP. There are over 1,000 rogue oil tankers from Russia, Venezuela, North Korea, and Iran that have been getting around sanctions this way for years. What they do is they fly different countries' flags in an attempt to hide their actual country of origin, and they issue false, spoofed transponder readings of their GPS location. Or they turn transponders off entirely to hide their vessel's true location. This way, they're less likely to be stopped or inspected. They launder their oil to other tankers as well. Stopping this fleet has the goal of draining Venezuela's oil revenues, because this is their whole lifeline of their economy. And Maduro made a public statement that the blockade is, quote, a shameless robbery and an act of international piracy. This is more like technically a partial blockade, or more of a quarantine, if you will, if we're splitting the hairs of semantics here, because merchant ships and commercial tankers will continue to be able to pass through and trade to and from Venezuela's coast for now. PDVSA is the state-owned oil company in Venezuela. They made a statement about the naval escorts saying, quote, their ships sail with full security, technical support, and operational guarantees in legitimate exercise of their rights to free navigation. Meanwhile, U.S. officials are looking into options on how to respond to these naval escort ships that Venezuela is sending out. One of the easiest ways is to seize tankers outside Venezuelan territorial waters. These combat ships cannot operate far outside their coasts without logistical support. So the oil tankers can be stopped on their way to China and yoinked up. If an escort ship were to try to prevent seizure of a ship by firing at an American helicopter with a boarding crew, that would be the perfect casus belli the U.S. government's looking for to launch a massive retaliation attack.
Casus belli.
That's a fancy word for I'm totally justified in killing people now. Take a look at this population density map of Venezuela. People are overwhelmingly concentrated along the northern coastal belt. The main cities, including the capital in Caracas, form a continuous strip of high human density. Any strike here carries increased risk of collateral damage, which would be no bueno. However, this geography is an advantage to U.S. bombers because they don't have to travel over vast distances of land to reach key targets, which would expose them to air defense. This strongly incentivizes precision, standoff weapons, and maritime delivered effects instead of any kind of deep ground operation. This diagram here shows Venezuela's key energy production power facilities that generate their electricity, also all located in the north near the shore. The private intelligence company RAIN, their analysts assess that the U.S. will likely strike ground targets in Venezuela, especially cartel camps, airstrips, ports, warehouses, and bases. Reports from Washington show that the U.S. military is positioning for precision strikes on drug trafficking routes, which are not protected by air defense. Ian Ellis Jones on X created a geolocated map of all military targets in the country, and we can see instantly that the military air bases and naval facilities, their command and control nodes, and high-value air defense all sit along this northern coastal arc. Caracas is where the Ministry of Defense headquarters is located, their intelligence service, aviation command, it's all located in this one single point of failure. Didn't anyone tell you not to put all your eggs in one basket? Even limited degradation here would have ripple effects outward. Large gaps in air defense remain inland and the south. The important thing to see here is that Maduro is not able to absorb pressure. The regime clings to a narrow coastal spine with no defense in depth. From a defensive perspective, it's unfavorable. However, the vast nation of 350,000 square miles, made up of jungles and mountains, are also unforgiving to ground invasions. The southern half of the country is almost empty by comparison. Extremely low population density here, with little strategic value and very limited.
So pretty much like, So pretty much that whole, well, they have a jungle and all that good stuff. Well, sadly, most of the combatants are on the coast in the open. I mean, where we can get them easily. Unless they decide to withdraw, unless they decide to take Maduro and all their fighting all the way back into the forest, which wouldn't be the best idea for them either, then to be real with you, it's going to be pretty easy to reach their key places or their key individuals.
Infrastructure. The south of the nation is made up of mostly difficult terrain. It's dense rainforests. It's actually beautiful. I wish I could go there one day if Maduro didn't extradite me to Russia. But this terrain makes much of the country inaccessible. On the other hand, the south of the nation is where all of the narco trafficking happens, because here on the Colombian-Venezuelan border is where cocaine is moved through the nation. Venezuelan military units at these checkpoints charge fees and provide safe passage for it. We call that in New Jersey protection money. From there, it's shipped to temporary airfields and flown north to the Caribbean or Central America. The drugs are also shipped to ports in the north, and then they are put on speedboats to head up north from there. The pressure remains on, as we can see 5 of the American F-18 fighter jets and a radar aircraft are now routinely flying right next to the nation's shores with their transponders purposely turned on. On Flight 24 tracker, we can see that they're flying in these tight 360-degree circles within visible distance of the shores near Caracas. And one of the main people...
Wow. Basically, if you're Venezuela, you can see these guys just in a constant circle, like on the coast, just going outside on a constant circle in the air, and it's U.S. just sitting there circling, waiting for that strike, and they could do it at any time. If you try to shoot at them off the coast, they'll just fire back at you, and that's not going to be good. So, that's a very tight spot for Venezuela, very tight, and it's almost like we're trying to get them to attack us at a certain point.
To know here, who's a key figure in planning and executing these aircraft,
knowing damn well they don't want to, and knowing damn well most likely they won't.
Missions, is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane. When asked how he's advising the president on Venezuela, he said, quote, "The Joint Chiefs of Staff job is to present the range of military options that this president should consider, with all the secondary and tertiary considerations that go into those options, so that a president can make whatever decision he wants to make, and then we deliver." It's easy to get this mixed up, but the chairman of the Joint Chiefs does not actually command any forces. His job is to purely create strategy and advise military options. And it's interesting how he notes that he's telling the president about possible second and third degree reactions here, meaning possible blowback from any considerations. However, the other key figure in this conflict that you need to know is Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He's in the direct chain of command, and his role is to advise on policy and also executes orders on behalf of the president. His job is also to be sort of the face and voice of these missions in public. And he said, quote, "This mission defends our homeland, removes narco-terrorists from our hemisphere, and secures our homeland from the drugs that are killing our people," end quote. Where is this headed from here? Analysts and private intelligence at RAIN have assessed that President Nicolas Maduro will likely remain in power in 2026, strikes unless a strike hits him or there's a large ground campaign, which they believe is unlikely. They assess that the regime will likely retain sufficient support within the security apparatus to hold on to power. This would,
I mean, at this point, it's kind of looking like we should have just worked with Nicolas Maduro in the beginning while he was just throwing everything at us, instead of just kind of, forcing him into this defensive stance.
make kinetic strikes against government.
Very weak defensive stance.
Government buildings and other political targets in Caracas more likely, though. And beyond Venezuela, Washington is also likely to target cartels in border areas or isolated regions of Mexico and Colombia. And they believe this will initially be done while seeking the agreement of these countries' governments. They also note that as nations vote in conservative powers, this ideological alignment will help facilitate U.S. military action across Latin America. Once sanctions turn into seizures, seizures turns into strikes, we're already climbing the escalation ladder. The only question left is who blinks first. If you like this video, watch this one on the U.S. Navy's $1.6 trillion plan to defeat China and rebuild their fleet.
We'll get into that one later when we talk about China. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and head into Conspiracy Hour. Since we're about $7 away, we'll just go ahead and get into Conspiracy Hour, and then we'll open up the call-in lines depending on the support, which all we need is about $7. But let's get into it. The man who saw Christ still walks among us. And of course, we're going to do this with the Y-Files, man. Shout out to these guys. I think they're retelling this story because they have a better, AI video generator, AI video engine. So shout out to this story. I actually like it.
Brought to you by Factor. In 1745, English authorities arrested a man in a London coffee shop for espionage.
Hey, shout out to my man Castro. Sent exactly $7. Merry Christmas all. For that, I got to change the Christmas background. Boom. Maybe this one's a little bit better. There you go.
His pockets were full of diamonds. He played the violin like a master. The interrogators finally let him go. The man only gave a name, the Count of Saint Germain. And for 200 years, the Count would appear at every turning point in European history and American history. And in all that time, he never aged a day.
Bon appetit.
Ewing, I'm all out of blorpus. I need your emergency stash.
I don't have any emergency stash.
Yeah, you're not fooling anybody, mister. Second drawer, left side.
Why do you desperately need blorpus?
I'm going vegetarian, and the blorpus will make the food taste better, if you catch my drift.
Drift.
What'd I say? Anyway, I've gone
Factor is a subscription meal service options for meals and Factor meals are for a clean, healthy meal, fueling B50 to get 50% off your first Factor box, plus free breakfast for 1 year. Offer only valid for new Factor customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase.
Code the Y-Files FB50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off, free breakfast for a year.
That's right.
I hate to say this, but the Factor vegetarian meals are actually good.
Well, of course they are. They're real food.
Well, that's the upsetting part. I was expecting sadness and maybe a lecture.
No lectures.
I didn't have to tell anyone I'm vegetarian.
Well, you told me.
Yeah, but if I don't constantly talk about it, am I real?
The Count...
All right. Sorry, guys.
After disappearing from London, the Count resurfaced 13 years later in France at the court of Versailles. He dressed in velvet with rings and diamonds on every finger. Nobody knew where he came from or how he got his money. He became the must-have guest at every dinner party. He played piano and violin so beautifully that people were moved to tears. And he was a brilliant conversationalist. He spoke 20 languages without an accent. He had immense knowledge about everything. He even impressed Voltaire.
He is a man who never dies and who knows everything. He is very singular and will probably have the honor of seeing your majesty in the course of 50 years.
But where the Count really excelled was in history. He did a perfect impression of Henry VIII. He knew the details of conversations and relationships that didn't appear in any books. When asked how he could know so much about people who'd been dead for years, the Count would simply smile and say, "I was there." The Count also knew about alchemy. He claimed he discovered the Philosopher's Stone, the elixir of life. That's why he never aged. Even when served the finest wines and food, the Count never ate. He sipped his special elixir, nothing else.
Nothing tastes as good as skinny feels.
But the Philosopher's Stone had another quality that interested the wealthy at court. It could change base metals into gold. And the Count of Saint Germain said he can prove it. One day, the Count met Giacomo Casanova. Casanova knew a con man when he saw one. He handed Saint Germain a silver coin and challenged him to turn it to gold.
Oh, if you want a better viewing experience, you can go ahead and head over to the horizontal live for a better viewing experience. All right.
Gold. The Count accepted. He handed back the coin. It was pure gold.
He took the coin, put a black substance on it, and placed it on the fire. When it cooled, he said, "Take your coin." I examined it, and it was pure gold.
King Louis learned about this ability and wanted to know what the Count knew about precious stones. The Count claimed he could remove flaws from diamonds and even create larger diamonds by melting smaller ones together. The king was skeptical.
Your Majesty, I have witnessed Christ turn water into wine. Diamonds are a mere trifle. I spent 5 years in the Shah's laboratory beneath the palace at Isfahan, learning a technique discovered long before Archimedes walked the earth.
The king had a diamond that, without its flaw, would be worth twice as much.
Give me your flawed stone. In 30 days, I will return it perfect. And if I fail, you may keep my laboratory and everything in it.
A month later, the Count returned with the diamond. Flawless. The king's jeweler looked at it and valued the stone at 9,600 francs, almost double the flawed stone. The king was so impressed that he gave the Count a private laboratory in the palace. The Count became a fixture at Versailles, working all day in his lab and spending all night dazzling the king's guests. Then the skeptics got another chance to test him. One evening, Countess von Georgi approached him. She recognized the Count from Venice in 1710, about 50 years earlier. The Countess asked if his father had been in Venice at that time.
No, madam. It was I who had the honor of paying you court. You wore... Yes, it was a gown of emerald silk that evening, I believe. Ah, yes. We danced the minuet in the Doge's palace. You asked me about my travels to Constantinople, and I told you about the Sultan's mechanical bird that sang without winding. You laughed and said, I told the most charming lies.
The Countess just stood there staring, and after a long moment she asked, what else happened that night?
Your husband, the Count, was, gambling in the back room? Yes, that's it. He lost 3,000 ducats that night. You were, hang on. You were worried he would lose the estate. And then, oh dear, 2 years later, he did. I'm so sorry.
The Countess was stunned. She remembered the night perfectly, and so did the Count. The man she met 50 years earlier was about 45 years old. The man standing right in front of her was about 45 years old. He hadn't aged a day. The Countess said, you must be 100 years old. The Count smiled and said, that is not impossible.
Adrenochrome! I knew it!
That's just a conspiracy.
How many conspiracies have we talked about in this show that came true?
All of them.
Uh-huh.
But the Count of Saint Germain was lying about his age. He wasn't 100 years old. That number was closer to 2,000. Word quickly spread through Paris. The Count didn't learn history from books. He learned it because he was there. He described the court of Nero with casual, specific details that no book contained.
I remember the gardens of Babylon clearly. Nebuchadnezzar would walk those hanging gardens at dawn, muttering about his dreams. He thought God was speaking to him. Perhaps he was. I also remember the fire in Rome. Nero didn't start it, despite what history claims. But he did play his lyre while it burned. Quite beautifully, actually.
He spoke of the apostles as if they were old friends, and this led to a theory. Some believe the Count was Cartaphilus, the legendary wandering Jew. According to the legend, Cartaphilus was a porter for Pontius Pilate. When Jesus stopped to rest while carrying the cross, Cartaphilus struck him and told him to keep moving. Jesus looked at him and said, "I shall go and I will rest, but you shall not rest until I return." Cartaphilus was cursed with immortality, destined to wander the earth until the second coming.
Immortality sounds pretty good until you realize you gotta pay alimony for 2,000 years.
Yeah, I don't think he was married.
2,000 years and no wife? This guy should do seminars.
The legend of the wandering Jew matches the Count's description perfectly. And now the wanderer was wandering west. But he wasn't just watching history, he was shaping it. The Count of Saint-Germain had charmed Versailles, fixed the king's diamond, and convinced an eyewitness that he hadn't aged in 50 years. But he wasn't content to stay in France. He had work to do. He was in Russia helping bring Catherine the Great to the throne. British officers saw him in India speaking fluent Hindi. He traveled to The Hague to broker peace between Prussia and Austria. In Germany, he taught hypnosis to a young physician named Anton Mesmer, who said the Count understood the workings of the human mind better than anyone alive. And some say this was how the Count talked his way out of that English prison back in 1745.
Jedi mind trick.
Something like that.
You're not the Count we're looking for.
You're not the Count we're looking for.
Move along.
Move along.
Move along.
Move along.
Yeah.
But his most famous intervention happened in America in the summer of 1776. The debate about the Declaration of Independence wasn't going well. The delegates were terrified. Signing that document was treason against the British Crown. The penalty was death. And just as the talks were breaking down, a stranger stood up in the back of the room, and his voice thundered across the hall.
We have petitioned, we have implored, and we have been spurned. If we sign this declaration, the rope awaits us all.
We must hang together, or we shall surely hang separately.
Gentlemen, you stand at the threshold of history. God has given America to be free. Your children will ask what you did in this hour. Will you tell them you feared the rope more than you loved liberty? Prove them wrong. Sign that parchment. Men not yet born will read these words and find courage. So I ask you, will you sign? Or will you explain to your grandchildren why you chose chains over courage?
The delegates were inspired. They rushed forward to sign the declaration. And when the frenzy died down, they turned to thank the stranger, but he was gone. The doors were locked, and the guards saw nothing.
It sounds like the same guards who were supposed to be watching Epstein.
Let's not get into that. All we know is that the stranger was a man of average height, dressed in black, who appeared to be about 45 years old. And back in Europe, the Count continued his work. In 1779, he befriended a German prince. He spent the next 5 years as a guest in the prince's castle. Then on February 27th, 1784, the Count of Saint-Germain died of pneumonia. He was laid to rest at a local church, and his funeral was attended by royalty. It seemed the immortal man had finally met his end. But less than a year later, the Count was back. The Count of Saint-Germain died in 1784. His body was buried. And then in 1785, he started appearing again. The French Freemasons chose the Count as their representative. He appeared at diplomatic meetings across Europe. The British saw him in London. The Prussians saw him in Berlin. Then in 1789, he returned to France with a warning. He told the Queen's closest friend that a conspiracy was underway to destroy the monarchy.
The sun of France is setting. The Bastille will fall. The mob will storm Versailles. I have watched this pattern destroy Rome and Babylon. Marie Antoinette must flee immediately. The people demand her blood. Your children face the same fate.
The king finally demanded to see the count, but once again he was gone. A few weeks later, the French Revolution began. The Bastille fell. In her memoirs, Marie Antoinette wrote that she wished she had taken the count more seriously. 4 years later, the Countess d'Adhémar watched the guillotine blade come down on Marie Antoinette, and standing beside the Countess, watching silently, was the Count of Saint-Germain. Same face, same age, 9 years after his funeral. He appeared to the Countess one last time in 1820. That's 36 years after his funeral. He told her he was tired of the chaos in Europe.
I am leaving France. I must go to Constantinople, then to England, and finally to the Himalayas. I will rest there. But people will see me again in 82 years.
The Count vanished again. But 82 years later, a man moved into a mansion in New Orleans. He looked exactly like the Count. But this time, he wasn't interested in politics. He was interested in blood.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
In 1902, a wealthy man named Jacques Saint-Germain threw expensive parties in the French Quarter. He spoke flawless French. He was an expert historian and a master musician. And he looked exactly like the portraits of the Count from 150 years earlier. He claimed to be a descendant. Jacques never ate at his own parties. He just stood by the window sipping liquid from a goblet. One night, the party stopped. A woman screamed. Then she fell from the second-story balcony onto the street below. Bystanders rushed to help her. She told the police she didn't fall, she jumped. She pointed up at the balcony. Jacques Saint-Germain had cornered her. He grabbed her, held her down, and bit her neck. The police banged on the door. No answer. They broke it down. Jacques Saint-Germain was gone. They searched the kitchen. No food, no silverware, but they found rows of wine bottles, corked and sealed. When they opened them, the smell hit them instantly. It wasn't just wine. It was a mixture of red wine and raw human blood.
I told ya!
Jacques Saint-Germain was never seen in New Orleans again. But the Count wasn't finished making appearances. The vampire of New Orleans vanished in 1902, but sightings of the Count continued throughout the 20th century. During World War I, 2 Bavarian soldiers captured a man who spoke many languages but wouldn't give his name. He told them the war would end in 1918, and he was right. And he also said a tyrant from the lower classes would wear an ancient symbol and lead Germany into another global war in 1939, and that Germany would be defeated in 6 years after committing unspeakable acts of violence. The soldiers thought the man was crazy until 1939, when history unfolded exactly as the Count predicted. Then, in 1930, Guy Ballard met the Count of Saint-Germain on Mount Shasta in California. Ballard founded the I Am Activity movement, based on Saint-Germain's teachings. It still exists today.
Oh, I should start a religion. The Brotherhood of the Golden Scale. Donations are tax deductible.
Please don't start a cult.
It's not a cult, human. It's a high-yield spiritual investment opportunity involving lizard people mugs. They're available now at the White House store, and they make great Christmas gifts.
No plugs until the end, please.
Worst salesman ever.
In 1972, Richard Chanfray appeared on French television. He claimed to be the Count of Saint-Germain. He said he was immortal. And to prove it, he performed the Count's most famous trick, live on the air. He set up a simple camping stove. He took a lead bar. He melted it down in a crucible and added a strange powder. When the metal cooled, it wasn't lead anymore.
Oh, hello. Did this guy make gold with a camping stove?
Yep. It was even tested. The guy made gold from lead. And Chanfray never revealed his secret. He died in 1983, officially by suicide. But believers say the Count simply moved on to his next identity. After all, he'd done it many times before. The Count of Saint Germain was definitely a real person. There's no debate about it. But the claims that he was supernatural, well, let's take a closer look. People have been telling the story of the Count of Saint Germain for hundreds of years. But how much is true? Well, let's start with the languages. The legends claim he fooled native speakers. Not true. When English authorities arrested him in 1745, they noticed his English was broken. He spoke French with a Piedmont accent. That's somewhere near France, Italy, up that area. Now, King Louis was taken with him, but the king wasn't a deep thinker. His own doctor called Saint Germain a quack.
Doctors hate anyone who can cure things without a copay.
The king's chief minister ordered the count's arrest. That's why he left France, not to go on some diplomatic mission to avoid the law. When Saint Germain turned Casanova's coin into gold, it wasn't alchemy. It was close-up magic, sleight of hand. And Casanova admitted the count was brilliant, but he recognized a fellow con man when he saw one.
Yay, game recognized game. Saint Germain had style. Casanova just had a bunch of STDs.
That's true, actually.
Saint Germain turned coins into gold. Casanova just turned relationships into awkward doctor visits.
Now, the king's diamond repair was also likely a switch. Flawed stone in, different stone out. The king's mistress examined the count's gems and laughed. She said they were all very pretty, but they were all obviously fake. Even Voltaire's famous quote about the man who never dies was sarcasm. The countess who recognized him from 50 years prior, well, she was nearly 90 years old and senile. Saint Germain himself pointed this out, but the legend stuck anyway. He was one to build on his own story. And Richard Chanfray's television Transmutation, that was also stage magic. Chanfray was a professional entertainer. He used a hollowed-out piece of charcoal with gold inside, and it was sealed with black wax. When the wax burned off, only the gold was left. The count's final stop was Prince Charles's castle in Germany. And the prince noted that Saint Germain wasn't a youthful adventurer, but a small, gray-haired man in his 90s. The post-death sightings come from anonymous theosophy writings. The Marie Antoinette accounts can't be verified. Jacques Saint Germain in New Orleans is folklore. There's no eyewitness accounts, no police records. Guy Ballard in Mount Shasta, well, he's a convicted fraudster who plagiarized his teachings from science fiction novels. The best theory is simple. Saint Germain was the illegitimate son of an Italian princess. This explains the specific accent and his familiarity with languages like Italian and French. He was a brilliant man who used charm to befriend wealthy patrons, but when the money ran out, he died alone. But here's what bothers me about that neat little explanation. When Saint Germain died, the important items were missing. He played the violin, but there was no violin, no personal letters, no trinkets from his adventures, no money, like he was covering his tracks. Now, the Count's death is documented, but his grave was destroyed and his body never recovered. The church records still exist, and researchers have requested access over the years. Some requests are granted, but others aren't, and nobody really knows why. Maybe it's just bureaucracy, or maybe someone decided that certain details about the Count of Saint Germain are better left unexamined. Because that's what you do, isn't it? If you were immortal? If you'd learn that the only way to survive forever was to make sure that no one could ever prove you existed, you'd vanish completely, and then you'd start again and again, somewhere else, someone new. The story of the Count of Saint Germain is probably debunked, but I will admit there's a part of me that hopes that he's out there somewhere, playing the violin, telling stories at dinner parties, sipping his elixir, and waiting for yet one more chance to step in and change the course of history. Thank you so much for hanging out today.
And all righty. Go ahead and bring it back. And shout out to my man Gaming. How's it going, brother?
What's the word, man? And no, I wasn't on the sauce last night.
So you say. So you say.
I
All
wasn't.
right, I'll take your word.
I wasn't.
All right. Then my man was just, I don't know. You just probably had too much gummy worms or something.
Nah, I don't like weed. I don't like anything like that.
Oh, well, I know you don't smoke weed, or I know you don't smoke weed. Or yeah. But you do drink though, right?
Every once in a while, if I'm feeling it.
In moderation. All right, that's good. That's good. You know, I got one of my dogs, Dave. Now that boy can throw him down. But
I don't want to be like the typical service member. You get out and you fall into a state of just severe alcoholism. I got a family to look after. I'm trying to set a good example.
I ain't trying to be no stereotype. I feel it. I feel it.
Right. It's already hard enough as it is, so no need to add to it.
True. But all right then. You know what? Let's do a nice little. Let's take it somewhere else tonight. Let's do a little bit of a
Gosh,
dating.
Set, you have to take me on a date first. You don't get to know my name.
But I did want to get into some of these videos real quick. Some of them were brought to my attention. But all right, let's go ahead and listen to this man Myron Gaines.
And you come in from the when you get into a relationship with a girl and you come in from the I'm going to be monogamous angle, 9 out of 10 times you are at a deficit when it comes to sexual market value. Most guys enter relationships at a deficit. You got the girl basically by the skin of your teeth. The thing that's redeeming about the relationship is that she's in a monogamous relationship with you. If you destroy the one advantage that you had, hence being monogamous.
Hey, off rip there, what you disagree with?
I've been now hold up. I've been watching Fresh and Fit since they were small, so I'm already familiar with Myron Gaines content. That's why I'm saying this. I've been watching him since it was just him and
Fresh,
like in that little small
yeah, with the little round table, and they had like maybe like 2 girls there or something.
Yeah, I've been watching him since them days, so I'm keenly aware. You seen like in 2022, if you go back, you can see some of my super chats that I, would give him or whatever on some things. Now, I've always had a disagreement with that. You come into a relationship at a deficit as a man thing to an extent. I've always said this. And the reason being is because it depends on the archetype of woman that you are going after and how you present yourself.
I get that, but I think he's kind of going after like, if you're dealing with an attractive young woman, right? And you're a young man, bro, you're dealing with her at her height and she's dealing with you at your lowest. If anything, you're kind of like, you're her gamble. Because like I said, if you got an attractive young woman and she's 18, 20, you got her at her prime. But if she's dating you at 18 or 20, she got you damn near at your worst, unless you're one of those lucky ones to be a multi-millionaire at an early age or find some money, or your parents had money. But other than that, I kind of agree with him on that.
The reason why I don't is I have not just experience, but I've seen other people, hell, that I went to high school with and that I've been friends with, and people that I've traveled and hung out with across state lines. I've seen some people, some real couch potatoes, I ain't gonna lie, get some of the finest baddies, and it'd be like, bro,
yeah,
it's gotta be to your knees.
But those are the dudes that get ran though. Those are the dudes that get like kind of like bitched out by their girls. Because one, their girl know they got a higher sexual market value than them. They know they're more valuable than them, so they can low-key control them. And a lot of those guys are, I would like to call them, I hate to say this, but bitch-made dudes or bitch-ran dudes.
Yeah, you're right.
Sadly.
Like I've been with I ain't gonna, not to, because I ain't like that no more. I'm married. I'm more civilized now. But
I know that's to make this conversation interesting. I'm single. I'm a single guy, and you're a married man.
And I've been through. I've had some real dime pieces. You know what I'm saying? Like
I know.
I've ran the game, especially going out of the country. Boy, I acted a whole fool and a half. In the whole dating market thing, it's not just a U.S. problem. Just for the guys in the chat, it ain't a U.S. problem. It's an international problem. If you go to Japan, you go to China, you go to South Korea.
Oh, bro, in China, Fresh and Fit is one of their most watched podcasts in China.
Yeah, because they have a huge dating market issue. Like even in Africa, there's a huge dating market issue, and as many as they are, South Korea, not South Korea, India and Mexico and Brazil, all these different places, bro. It is a huge problem over there.
Yeah, because whole inflation, it became a global problem.
Right. And so what I would say is I kind of don't like listening to some of these not really gurus, but like I don't really like listening to some of these cats speak about, what how to look at women or how to look at men, because I hate when women do it, and I also hate when men do it because it's not unilateral across the board. In my experience, because I've dated women who are sixes, and yes, I'm man enough to admit it because I put that behind me. I've dated some threes.
You're a real one.
Yeah, I'm a real one. I've dated some threes and I've dated some like nines and tens. Let me tell you from my experience, internationally speaking, if you come, most women will do a head to toe on you real quick. Like they'll look you up and down, and even though you're not like I'm not the most put together person all the time, but like if you can have a conversation, an intelligible conversation with them, even if you're not on the same side of the spectrum as them politically or mentally or spiritually or any of that, they'll give you the time of day.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, like, but then let's say you dealing with women internationally. I always do say it's a bit different to deal with women internationally than in America.
No, I'm saying in America. When I say internationally, I'm talking about including America in that.
Yeah, but there's a difference between dealing with women in America and dealing with a girl. I don't know, freaks. You can even say there's a difference between dealing with a girl with America than in Europe. Difference between dealing with a girl in America than in the Middle East, of course. I mean, no shit, probably be night and day.
I mean, the only difference that I've seen between women in America and women in all these other countries is women in America are a lot less realistic. And I'm sorry for the ladies in the chat, but I'm also not sorry at the same time. Y'all have an unrealistic standard of living. Like, just to say, because I already know what basically kind of where he's going with this video, so I'm going to try to cut some time out and say this. Bro, if you want to find a man, you have to humble yourself enough to do the jobs that you don't want to do. I'm married, so I'm saying this from a married man's perspective. There are some times where I really want to choke the hell out of my wife. There are some times she wants to go upside my head with a freaking skillet. At the same time, marriage is not to feel good. Do you think I love my wife all the time when she's spazzing out on me? No. Do you think it's the same thing for her? No. The difference is its responsibility, its duty, and its accountability. In order for a marriage to work, you have to basically hate to go. And I don't even hate to go there because.
All right, hold on. Before you go on too long, we do got to still play the video, big dog.
All right.
She's going to flip. And the reason she's going to flip is because she's looking at it like, I'm with you. I'm of higher sexual market value than you. I could have got a more attractive guy, and you have the nerve to cheat on me? They had other options, but they couldn't utilize said options because they thought that this would be the more stable and better long-term investment. And that is precisely why they go crazy. I'll play it one time as usual in full with no interruptions, and we'll play it back again. And the caption is, surprising my husband as his Tinder date.
Hi. Not expecting me? Expecting Bridget? I'm your Tinder date.
Golly, got caught.
Who's Bridget?
I ain't gonna lie. I see why bro cheated. I mean, I'm just be real with you. I see why he cheated.
You're insane. I'm Bridget. You thought you were good.
All right.
Crazy.
Let's go ahead and okay. So someone knocks the door, right?
Crazy.
And she pretends that she's his Tinder date, right? Maybe she made a fake profile, whatever. Now, again, I'm not here to dispute whether this is real or not. I'm here to tell you guys a very important lesson, okay? And I think you guys have kind of seen this play out even throughout our experiences. This is why, guys, transparency is so important. As a lot of you guys know, right? Because people say all the time, Aaron, have you been in a long-term relationship? What are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. The reason why, if you guys look at like my breakup with Angie, it's very amicable, right? It's very amicable, no problems. The reason for that is because I never lied, right? She knew the whole time I had other women. It is what it is. I was upfront. if you lie to your partner, guys, and you say you're the only one, I love only you, I'm not gonna go see other girls, I'm gonna be monogamous. What's gonna happen is this:
He ain't
if
lying.
you go into the relationship with
Yep.
that frame,
He
he's
ain't
gonna
lying,
expect
bro.
you to adhere to that. If you cheat on her and you get caught, that's when all hell breaks loose.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I always say don't create unrealistic expectations anywhere. Because as soon as you disappoint, man, I mean, they have every right to be mad at you because you created unrealistic expectations.
There's an old saying that goes a long way. Don't put up a facade you can't maintain.
I mean, for real, if you are, I mean, it's fucked up to say it, but yeah, if you're not a faithful guy, I mean, you might as well go ahead and tell that girl that straight up. Like, look, I ain't gonna lie to you. Even if I like you, I'm still gonna sleep with other women. I'm just like, damn, it's effed up to say. Most girls ain't gonna go for it, but at least you're honest, and I can respect that. I can respect it.
And then here's the crazy part. I've told it doesn't even got to go for like, oh, I have other women and I'm not going blah blah blah. It could go for like your personality. I told my wife from the jump, this is how I am. This is kind of what I'm expecting. And if you do X, Y, and Z, do not expect for me to stick around.
I mean, I'm be so honest with you. I'll be so real with you. I'll tell that to a chick if I have no, like, if I don't even see myself actually taking her seriously. I'll just say that to kind of like get her away from me. Like, I'm not a dick, but I'll just be like, oh, you know, oh no, I'm still gonna talk to other girls. Oh, really? That's how you moving? Yeah, you know, I ain't gonna lie to you. And, you know, she don't hit me back up, and I'm like, perfect.
See, ladies, here's the thing. Men are so nice, even when we're trying to be rude, we'll intentionally say things that make you unattracted to us so that we don't have to be the bad guy and crush your feelings. You heard it here live.
Literally. Like, what the hell I look like breaking that little girl's heart like that? Nah, it'd be better if I just make her feel like she too good for me. And there you go. It's a whole lot easier. Her ego's intact, and I dodge a bullet.
Yeah, if she tried to stab me 3 times and I told her her puss was bad. That's not the case. It was phenomenal. I just don't want to die.
Okay, so you have a decision to make when you deal with women. It's either A, you enter the relationship from a perspective where I'm going to be open and I'm going to be transparent about this and then risk losing the girl, or you get into the relationship under a false pretense that you're going to be monogamous, you cheat on her, and watch your back. Those are the 2 options right there. I'm going to say that again for you niggas. When you get into a relationship, you have 2 choices. You either A, be upfront, transparent, and say, I'm not going to be monogamous, and I expect you to be closed on your end. So you assert your position from the beginning, so there's no surprises. Or, which is what most men do, which I'm going to explain right now, the latter, you get into the relationship under the false pretense that you are going to be monogamous. Now, let's explore this second scenario, because this is what most men do. The first scenario is too hard for most guys to do because they don't have the sexual market value to command that she stay monogamous while they are not. Most men simply don't have the sexual market value to do this. I'll be very honest with you guys. You don't make enough money. You don't have enough status to be able to pull this off.
Not
where a
necessarily
woman
true.
will tolerate that. You really need to have your shit together. A provider,
I'm
a
gonna correct
protector,
him on that.
physically attractive, all types of
All right, I
shit.
got you.
Fine.
Go ahead.
It's not true. If you ask a wide variety of men, most of the time, even if they like, I consider myself decent and all right. And I'll tell you from my personal experience, and I've been told this by multiple people, married and unmarried. After a while, you get real sick of dealing with women fast. So it's not about sexual market value, about wanting to be monogamous. It's I don't feel like having to deal with multiple women at one time.
I don't know. I think majority of guys, I'll be real with you, I play into our egoistic nature. Most guys would rather have multiple partners, but we do. So we realized logically how logically sound that's not reasonable, or it's not cheap. I'll tell you that it ain't cheap.
Hell.
So like we want to do it, but let's be real though. When we work out the numbers and cost and all that emotional costs and financial costs, it's just like dealing with one's easier.
Well,
like, let's be real. I mean, let's be real.
I know for me, like,
yeah,
I only have capacity for one, bro. And this is coming from me. And when I was in the Navy at my height, I had 6 in rotation, and yes, they knew about each other.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like, they'll. I mean, women will. Look, you can rotate women as long as you're honest with them, and they'll go along with it. But to maintain it long time, to actually make them be like, all right, yeah, I'm in this for the long run. Yeah, you do got to have some type of money to you. You got to have some type of financial.
I didn't have no
security.
money. I ain't had that much.
No, I know, but for the long run, I'm talking about if you want to have all 6 women, all 6 of them, I don't know, live under your leadership, live under your house, and all that wild stuff, you would have to bring some money in on that note.
Oh, yeah.
If we're talking about that, like for the guys who actually want to take that serious, most guys don't want to pursue a polyamorous or a
polyamorous.
Yeah, polyamorous relationship. Most guys don't really want to pursue that. But the dudes that do, I mean, hey, power to you. As long as you can take care of both of them, I have no problem with that. None at all.
I would say no. It's just not worth the headache at all. I mean, one woman is super expensive.
Oh man, one woman is too close to 0, bro. I'm just playing.
You're being a hoe.
I'm just playing.
But let's talk about the second one, because this is where most men find themselves. If you go ahead and go the route of deception, understand that if you cheat and you get caught, you're cruising for a bruising. I'm going to say that again. If you get into a relationship under the false pretenses that you are going to be monogamous and you get caught, you are cruising for a bruising. And the reason why is very simple. A lot of men don't have the prerequisite sexual market value to get a girl to be in an open relationship with them while they be closed. So a lot of women look at it like, I'm giving this guy a chance, even though I don't find him as attractive because he's going to be monogamous to me. A woman will peg her points down 1 or 2 to get with a guy that isn't maybe optimal if they're able to get this relationship exclusivity. So when you go out and you cheat on a girl that you said that you were going to be monogamous to, a lot of women take that as a big sense of disrespect. And the reason why they get so angry about this is because they look at it like they did you a favor and you backstabbed them. Does that make sense? Let me explain this to you guys again. When you get into a relationship with a girl and you come in from the I'm going to be monogamous angle, 9 out of 10 times you are at a deficit when it comes to sexual market value. Most guys enter relationships at a deficit, okay? You got the girl basically by the skin of your teeth. The thing that's redeeming about the relationship is that she's in a monogamous relationship with you. If you destroy the one advantage that you had, hence being monogamous, she's going to flip. And the reason she's going to flip is because she's looking at it like, I'm with you. I'm of higher sexual market value than you. I could have got a more attractive guy, and you have the nerve to cheat on me? This is why when you guys see girls come on our show and they break up with a guy and they speak about him so poorly, maybe he was broke, maybe he cheated, blah, blah. It's not that he cheated. It's that he cheated when he wasn't up to her standard. Does that make sense? Let's go into a scenario so you guys really understand this shit, because I need you guys to understand. I know we use the woman analogies a lot, but let's use a man analogy. You have 2 jobs that contact you. One job pays you $50,000 per year, but gives you good benefits. It's close. You don't got to drive that far. You know people there. It's familiar. You know the people that work there, etc. Then you have another job where you make $100,000 per year, but it's double the travel time. It's extremely selective. It's hard to get into. You can be let go at any time. The certainty is not there, right? It's a risk, but you could do it. You qualify for the job. You can absolutely do it. It's more travel time. It's a bit scarier, but you make double the money. Let's say you say, you know what? I'm going to stick with the job that's closer to me and safer. I want a consistent paycheck. You take the job for $50K per year. You don't take the job for $100K per year. Even though you qualify for it and you can do it, it's too risky. I want the job for $50K. You work at that job for 10 years. And you realize that all your coworkers have gotten promotions except for you, secretly. You're like, what the hell? Like, I took a pay cut to be here to help y'all. Why did I not get a raise like everybody else? I've been loyal. I've been here. What the hell? And then they go ahead and tell you, oh, well, you never asked. Okay, give me the pay raise. Sorry, too late. More than likely, you would have a fit of rage. You would be angry at the employer that you made a serious sacrifice to lose half of your money and your potential income to be loyal to a job that wasn't loyal back to you, or a business that wasn't loyal back to you. This is precisely how women feel when a man of lower sexual market value, or what they perceive as lower sexual market value when they have other options, cheats on them. Do you guys get it now? So just like you'd be in your boss's office having a fit of rage, that you got paid half of what you deserve, and you took a pay cut to do it, to be loyal, and everyone else got raises, and it's just because you didn't ask for it, and then now you ask for it because they told you, and they tell you, sorry, no, we don't have it in the budget, you would have a fit of rage. You would be angry. That is precisely how women feel when you cheat on them, promising monogamy and having lower sexual market value. They had other options, but they couldn't utilize said options because they thought that this would be the more stable and better long-term investment. And that is precisely why they go crazy. This is why they key your car. This is why they blow your phone up. This is why they try to destroy your life after that if they find out that you cheated on them. Because it's not that you cheated so much as you cheated when they could have had other options or they could have gotten something better. They look at it like, if I'm going to get a guy that cheats on me, let me make sure it's that I am infatuated with. I kind of like you and you did this bullshit. This is why they go crazy. And this is my wake-up call to you guys. Hell, you can use Fresh and Miss China. Ling Ling. Remember that? Why did she flip out so hard? Because Fresh never had any real intentions to take her serious. You think a woman's going to sit there and record a phone call, break the law, make up an entire ruse, say that she got pregnant, go on all these adversarial podcasts for no reason? No, women don't do well with rejection. They really don't. This is why I tell you guys to just be honest and upfront. You're going to lose a lot of women being honest. I'll be honest with y'all. I've lost so many baddies or potential situations because I said I'm not going to be monogamous. So many, dude. Can't even count. Lost track. But I don't want the headaches that come from if you get caught cheating. It's not worth it, bro. So I hope that makes sense. Give me ones in the chat if that makes sense. This is for all my guys out there that are in relationships and trying to cheat and shit like that. And you niggas
I'm crying. Well, I ain't never lost. Look, I'll be real with you. Due to the fact that I do my show, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I've lost a lot of play doing my show, mainly because, be real with you, let's be real, most black women are liberals, are Democrats.
Yeah.
So how do you think that works out for your boy? Not so well. Especially since I'm not no liar and I'm gonna keep it 100 with them and let them know where I stand on things.
And I ain't gonna lie, people will be like, "Oh, you're just picking on black women." No, most of the time when it comes to black men, they want some weak black men, and I'm just not here for it.
Facts, bro. They want some, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You ain't lying, bro.
You
Man,
want
look,
these,
dog.
you want these mentally weak, half illiterate black men who only care about you by your body because they're easier to manipulate and control.
Yeah, it's all about emotional control.
And they'll spaz out, and you thinking, "Oh, I'll kill somebody over you, girl." Meanwhile, this dude doing everything to put your relationship in jeopardy. But you're not gonna date somebody who's gonna hold you accountable because it's good for you in the long term. That's the flip side.
I mean, bro, look, man, this is what I gotta be dealing with. But I love them to death, though. But let's be real. This is the type of women I gotta deal with.
I like men that spend money on me and don't bother me. I don't like men that only spend money on me when they're in my presence. This guy.
You know, man, I like women that just give me that pee and don't bother me, don't say shit, man. Like, man, that's what I like. Can you imagine if I was just like that?
Bro, I told this one chick, I said, "You want to know what a bro, we were talking. She was like, "What's one of the prerequisites you had to make up that you got if you want to put a ring on it?" I said, "Well, first off, I have to be able to trust that if something happens to me, you aren't going to completely tank or nuke our family because you can't control yourself emotionally or financially." And she goes, "Well, I can." I said, "Really? Is that why the last 3 arguments were because I couldn't afford to buy you anything because I was busy taking care of routine, necessary maintenance? I told you I had money, not that I'm retarded with it."
Man, bro, I'll tell you that. Trust me, I've kind of been in the same situation before. If you don't think that girls try to, man, bro, I ain't gonna lie, dog. That's why I low-key try to keep my channel a secret because, bro, they find out and they just think that you can afford the world all of a sudden. I'm just like, bro, first off, it ain't even like that. And second of all, if it was, I just ain't throwing out money like an ATM. Like, bro, what the hell wrong with y'all? But you will, I will. Some girls definitely try me all the time. "Oh, you think you can send me this 300? And don't worry, I'll make sure I'll pull up and wah. I will not say the rest.
I've had so many I've had so many women hit me with that same exact thing. Even expect, bro, it's worse when they find out that either A, you in the military, or B, you work in the trade fields. Bro, it's worse
It's like you
because
get it
they
for
be
free the first time, then the second time, all of a sudden, like an invoice slides out.
no, it's not
Like right out
even
of the
that.
box.
Like
Like,
when I say it's worse than being in the military, 'cause at least in the military, they know that there's like a 75-25% chance you're gonna say no. When you work in like any of the trades, welding, electrician, HVAC, trucking, carpentry, they be throwing plumbing, they be throwing it at you, bro. And it be over some stupid stuff. Real thing that happened. Before me and my wife got together, I had told her about it the day that it happened. I was going out on a service call. This lady, she was alright looking. I go in, I'm just trying to do my work, get out of there. I done been up since 6 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock at night. I done did like 4 or 5 jobs. I'm trying to get out of there. I'm trying to go home. She over here coming down in the basement while I'm working with a brazing torch trying to braze up the thing, the copper tubing, and she start trying to flirt. And at first I didn't really catch it because again, I'm tired. I want to go home. And then she made the little head game 3000 motion, thinking I'm gonna take some money off her bill and give up my commission. No, no, I work for this money.
man, exactly. See, sometimes you got him with the. But all right, let's get to this chick right here.
I like men that spend money on me and don't bother me. I don't like men that only spend money on me when they're in my presence. This guy just called me and asked me what I was doing tonight and if I wanted to go out. I don't have an issue with going out tonight. I'm dressed. I'm about to go out with my friends. My issue is he's only gonna spend money on me if he's there. Because he's
Hey guys, now keep that energy. No, yeah, don't send her no money unless you around her. Like, yeah, keep that energy.
he's always just trying to he's always like, are you hungry? Do you need anything? All this stuff. But if I ever say I'm hungry, he wants to pick me up and take me to dinner. Just send me the money. And it's the same thing for tonight.
And this is what happens when you like the money more than the guy.
Nah, this is what happens when I agree with Fresh and Fit. I agree with this guy. You should check out his channel. It's called Legion of Men. I was there when he went from Tribe to Legion of Men, and so many other YouTubers and even women. Like I watched Shoe on Head and like this a couple of other women. Stop, for the love of God, quit being simps.
Oh yeah, bro, because they ruin it for the rest of us. Because like, bro,
thank you.
I know a lot of girls that can call a guy up and get that $50, $100, $200 Cash App, Venmo, whenever. And bro, there's dudes that'll do it. So when these girls sit there and like, I'm be real with you, play like, turn their nose up at us, I understand it because I'm just like, oh no, I know you're gonna sit here and try to do it to me, but I'm not doing it. And you're gonna turn your nose up at me because you got somebody that can. And let's be real, these simps weren't out here kind of playing this game with these girls, playing the trick game with them, then honestly, these girls have a lot more self-respect. They wouldn't be selling themselves out all the time because there isn't men promoting it. And this kind of what leads into, well, us men are the leaders. So if these women are acting like hoes, then I'm sorry, then we're the pimps.
Right. And it's like,
or the tricks.
Stop feeding into it, bro. If a woman tells you she needs some money for this, that, and the other, you say, man, that sounds like a you problem. You know how many women I have heard?
No, bro. I'd have been like, it's 2025, baby. It's feminism. You could work. You got it.
There's one girl I was talking to. She was like, yeah, you can come over. Also, do you got any money to help me pay rent? No. No.
No, you know what the banger? No, I would come over, but I need some money for my babysitter.
You ain't got no baby, bro.
That's the banger. That's the banger right there.
I told one girl flat out, I was like, sweetheart, I got 2 kids, bro. I know what a woman's body looked like before and after birth. That ain't you, sweetie. That ain't
you. Done. But I just need the babysitter. If you just go ahead and send me the $50, I'll be able. I'm just like,
I
No.
played into it one time. One time I played into it. I was like, yeah, I'll send it if you drop your location. And she was like, no, you see, because I'm staying with my parents. Okay, bye. You don't want it that bad.
Hold on. I mean, that's for a baby, so you got parents.
That's what I'm saying.
They're like, bro, shut up. I know it just be such a blatant lie. It just be like, all right. You got it.
Right. And I know that if he was to come, he would pay for everything and he'd make sure all my friends got home safe and he'd drive us everything. Even the guy that we're going out with, he would take care of him. But it's like, just send me the money and leave me alone. I like men that spend money.
Honestly, I think he should just leave you alone altogether. Just leave women like this alone altogether. But this one, but let's go to a real one though. Let's go to a real one. You know, we got the effed up ones in the head, and then we got the real ones. The one that actually got a good head on their shoulders, like this young lady right here.
We need to break the cycle of these tired ass rules of what makes a man a man. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. A man can cry. A man can express himself through fashion.
I mean, hold on now. A man can cry. I'm not too sure about that. Express himself through fashion, sure, but it does sound kind of gay. Just being real.
A man.
Well, a lot of it is. I heard this lesbian say the realest thing. Women don't know how to deal with men.
Wait, what?
I've heard lesbian, like, bro. Hold up, I'm gonna go on.
No, repeat what you said. Repeat what you said. I
Women do not know how to treat or deal with men. I'm gonna tell you.
Sure.
This is from my lesbian friend, Ashley. She was dating a woman. This girl was crazy. Bruises all on her and everything. Dating this girl. She was like, I promise you, she said, now I know how you feel. Now I know how you feel. Because every day is something with her. And I'm just sitting there nodding my head like, yep. And she said, but here's the thing though. I don't know how to treat a man. And I was kind of like, I almost said, well, you're gay, so I wouldn't expect you to know. But she was like, nah, but think about it. I was never taught how to treat or deal with a man. I was never taught that if a man is weak or in a weakened state, that you pick up the baton and you carry it for as long as you can until he gets back up or he has sufficient rest.
I mean, bro, that's the problem. No, women don't do that no more, bro. As soon as you fall on your rap, they out the door.
I'll tell you perfect little example. My mom and my stepdad. My stepdad was the type where he had 3 jobs at one point in his life. Dude was crazy. He got with my mom. She said, you got to work one job. This ain't going to work out. He got one job. While I was in the military, he messed his back up. And then his job terminated him. My mom, even though she out-earns him, she doesn't allow him to work past his limits. Whenever he do too much and he in pain, she makes him sit down. And she'll fuss at him all day over it. Fast forward to me. Similar situation. Messed my whole right foot and left foot up on the job. Got fired because I messed it up on a job. Had to go through an entire lawsuit. Won the lawsuit.
Nice.
My wife got a job, started working. No questions asked. In fact, we had arguments because I was like, nah, I'm going to get another job and then we just going to make it work. She was like, baby, you're injured. Sit down. That's what being like having a real woman, and like that stuff has to be learned. And most of the time in our society, it's not taught. It's not favorable.
All right, yeah. All right, though. Let's go ahead and let this young lady finish up.
A man. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. A man can cry. A man can express himself through fashion. A man doesn't have to pay for everything at the dinner table. And about the overused gay allegations towards men, just because they don't follow the standards, I'm tired of hearing that bullshit. Just because a man wears lip balm, that doesn't make him gay. Just because a man wears piercings, that doesn't make him gay. Just because a man is brave enough to express his emotions and cry in this generation, it doesn't make him gay. I'm tired of
No.
hearing people say, oh,
Hey, and shout out to my man Josh. He says Merry Christmas. Said, hey, appreciate the support, my man. And hey, shout out. And just because you sent it, went ahead and changed the background a bit.
oh,
You know what makes me
be a
cry?
man.
What?
Taxes.
Tech, bro.
IRS makes me cry every time I get paid.
Bruh. And the IRS about to make me cry this year as well, bro.
They bullying me, man.
Bro,
I don't know why they always gotta take my money.
Bro, man, trust me, bro. Bro, they take my W-2 refunds just to pay for this, for the money I make from this.
Oh, me.
Literally, I have a tax bill of like, I'll probably have a tax bill, maybe like, I don't know. If I'm lucky, probably like $500.
Always file as head of household. I wouldn't lie about that. If you file as head of household,
you know
you fall into a different tax bracket. Also, when you get your I-9 or W-2 forms at a job and you look at them, they tell you what you have to pay. I talked to a bunch of rich people, and this one dude was like, if y'all really want to know how rich people make a lot of this extra cash on the side, he said, open up, whenever you get to a job, open up your W-2. By law, they have to put a paper in there. That paper has your marital status and then your annual income. He said the vertical column is a range and the horizontal column is a range. And I think if it's the top column, it's just a broad $10,000 range. But the vertical column is like a $5,000. The horizontal column is a $5,000 range. He said where that vertical column and that horizontal column meets is how much money you have to pay at a certain salary for the entire year. He said with that information, if you go and you pay off all your taxes for the entire year, yes, the IRS is going to keep taking money out of your check. However, they have to give it back to you with interest because you paid your taxes off for the year. This isn't legal advice, so you can't say, some
This is not a
crazy
financial
guy
advice.
Right. I'm just telling you what I've been told by rich people. Do with that information as you will.
All right, let's get right back into it, guys.
And the reason why I want to show you guys this video, even if you're financially successful, if she starts disrespecting you like this, talking back to you, challenging your authority, second guessing what you say, you need to nip that in the butt immediately. Because if you don't nip it in the butt immediately, this is what awaits you, my friends. A humiliation ritual like this. Now, this one is also embarrassing. I'm going to play it in full and let y'all go from there.
Oh, yeah, this was hard for me to watch. I was like, oh, ain't no way it could get this bad. But check this out.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, bro, check it out.
And it says, our husband hard at work and still serving me lunch.
He's working.
On his knees.
Oh, my God.
On his knees. So, and this is like the problem that a lot of women think that this is normal. They think that, yeah, my husband should work, cook, clean, not just sit there and I be a woman. And some of them, here's the thing. I mean, at least she's skinny. A lot of these girls feel this way and feel like they should be a fat ass as well.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. Bow to me. Bow to me. Okay, I love you. Kiss my hand. Have a good call.
Ain't no way. Oh my God. That's got to be satire. That's got to be.
Love you.
Bro, I couldn't even do this as a joke. I'm gonna be real with you. I couldn't even do this as a joke. Like my pride would not allow me to.
What
Like,
you mean bow to you? What you mean bow to you?
I mean,
I don't
my
bow
pride.
to no man but Jesus Christ.
But yeah, low key is like bow to me. Bow to me. It's like, whoa. And he did it on his knee.
And then she said, kiss my hand, and he did it.
But here's the thing though. Now, a lot of relationships in America, honestly, are somewhat like this. Not as extreme, but maybe like 2 steps down from this. And that's a lot of people that get run like their girl, like get ran like this. It's kind of sad.
And this is where I'm gonna tell the women in the chat. You want a guy not really harsh, but has his boundaries. Like he's firm and he don't play that BS. You want that guy. Because I'll tell you, the guys that shoot up in schools, that rape people, that commit horrible acts against human rights, those guys are the people are like those people in that video. They get stepped on, they get taken advantage of, argued, fussed at every day, and eventually they snap. So for your
Eventually.
own safety, you need to avoid them.
Nah, for real. Because I mean, God forbid, but one day this guy's gonna have enough, and that girl is going to wake up in a ditch. God forbid, of course.
What you
But
mean, wake up in
so
a
far, you
ditch? She
can
ain't
push
doing
him.
no waking.
I mean, bro, on his knees, man. I don't know, like, bro. I would ask if that was one of my dogs, I'd be like, all right, bro, what she got on you, bro? What did you do last summer that were you on your knees on your wife? What did you do? What she got on you, bro? What happened?
You gotta be, bro. I would say if you cheating, bro, you might as well just walk away. Just let her financially ruin you, because it ain't no way, bro.
Exactly. It's like, bro, I'd rather just get taken through the ringer in court than have to bend a knee. It's like, I'm good.
Like I said, I don't bend the knee to nobody but Christ.
In facts.
Go to your dungeon. Make me some money. Y'all should make your husband serve you.
Okay, this is painful, but let's go through it because this is very important for you guys, and I want you guys to understand we didn't just get here. Okay, we didn't just get here, and I'm going to explain to you what I mean by this here in a second. All right, let's go through. So here she says, "Our husband hard at work and still serving me lunch." Now, red flag number one, she's recording this, right? And she has this stupid ass caption. So her husband, who presumably is probably the breadwinner, because he's hard at work and still serving lunch, right? Is she saying?
He's working.
And he's working.
He comes over and
hold on. So he's working, bringing you lunch, bending the knee, kissing your hand, and what you doing? You're supposed to be the one bringing him lunch, but hey, man, like I said, I don't know what you got on, bro, but apparently you got the goods.
It's gotta
on.
be.
Like, no, look at this
Epstein level.
And he knows she's recording, by the way. She's clearly probably sitting like this as he's down here, kneeling to her, bringing the food.
Thank you so much. Okay,
I'm on call.
And he's whispering to her, which I don't know why.
Oh, no, because he said he's on call. What in the... Hold on, you on call making the money and your wife couldn't have did all this herself?
Bro, he out here. She's got to have an Epstein level dirt on this man.
Literally, because I'm just like, bro, and this is the thing, like, bro, this is the example that's being set sometimes. Now, I don't think that all girls are stupid enough to think that their guys are going to go for this. Not all of them, but there are some out there, the rare retards, I like to call them, that will actually think that, oh yeah, my guy should be like this, and if he's not, there's something wrong with him. Like, bro, no, there's something wrong with him if he acts like this.
There's one video actually that was similar to this, where this girl, she was like a streamer. She was like, yeah, I have pay pigs, and they come and bring me money whenever I request it or whatever. And she opened the door, and there was this dude on his knees with money in hand, kind of serving it up to her and not looking at her and stuff like that. And then she took the money and then told him to get. I'm like, there's no way in hell.
Whoa.
No
way in hell.
No way in hell.
You cooked after that. It's like, what? That's what I'm saying, though. Some guys take the craziest disrespect from women. Like, and I just don't get it. Like, I've seen it bars, clubs, where guys would just take the craziest disrespect from women. I'm just like, bro, I don't know how y'all do it. I'm just happy that that type of disrespect has never been like put in my direction. That's all I gotta say.
Now, see, I will say one thing. There is a certain level that you'll tolerate. It's very small, but there is a certain level you'll tolerate. Is if you're with her and she's pregnant, you'll be like, all right, she's not functioning in her right mind. I'll give her that. They do have that leeway. And you know, if y'all been together for a real long time and she get to tripping out, you're probably like, it's your period. And you ain't drink water. By the way, women in the chat, drink some water. I know y'all probably thirsty.
All right, though. Oh, sure. I guess we got a guess. Yo, Edward, what's going on? Hello? Well, I mean, I guess we'll wait till we get the situation together.
Now, then she says, bow to me.
Like, look at his face, bro. That man looking at her like, no, I'll do whatever you say. Just don't drop those files on me. Dude, just don't release those, those photos you caught me in that compromising position. Like, man, I don't know. But the way that man's face look, there's blackmail. I'm playing now. We don't know this for sure, but I'm sorry, bro. Just looks scared.
Bow to me. Absolutely fucking.
Oh, and shout out my man Daniel Castro. He said exactly said motherfuckers gonna snap. Men are not followers. Exactly. Shoot, I mean, we shouldn't be beggars either. And the way my man looking is like a beggar of her attention.
I'm sorry, my queen.
Like, please don't expose me, please. Here's your salad. Like, oh Lord.
Nuts.
Okay, I love you. Kiss my hand. Have a good call. To the office he goes. Love you. Go to your dungeon. Make me some money. Y'all should make your husband.
Go to
Make
the
me some
dungeon
money.
and make me some money. Tell me how you really feel. Damn.
He probably talking to his homeboys like, yeah, I wear the pants in this relationship. Boy, if you don't sit your weak, ooh.
My wife is just so pretty. I do everything for her ass boy. Like, I can tell. So he look like one of them guys just brags about, oh, his wife is this and that. Then you actually meet her. She's this basic ass girl. You're just like, dog, you sip out for this?
Dog, I seen like 5 of them coming into your house.
Like, bruh, like, what are you doing? But all right.
You making it seem like she a supermodel, like she a Sofia Vergara, bro.
Bro, literally, like, bro, I'm sorry, but you would think she looked way better than this. Like, the way, bro, bending the knee and all that. I mean, go in your dungeon and make me my money. I'm like, damn. So he's the breadwinner. He's bringing you lunch. You basically, like, I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. Some girls live the life. Some girl literally got some, well, I mean, not rich, but I mean, he's a well-to-do guy around their finger, and they'll do whatever it takes to keep that girl around, even if it means complete embarrassment.
And this is why I said before that you gotta have biblical relationship. You gotta be the leader of your household, man. And sometimes that means you gotta be the bad guy.
I ain't gonna lie, bro.
And
Jesus can't save some of these guys, bro. They cook.
They gotta want to be saved.
On God. Like, yeah, they gotta come to Jesus. Jesus ain't walking over to them.
That's why it's like, for me, I'll tell my wife in a minute, yeah, I'll be the bad guy. I have no problems with it. But at the end of the day, I'm about and then you gotta think about it, bro. There are kids watching this and they think this is okay.
Bro, literally, like, well, I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised some 18, 17-year-old watch this and they think, oh, this is supposed to treat my girlfriend. No, don't even start, bro.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Women, what women really like, I know because I got one. I caught her myself in the wild. What they really like is a man with some backbone who's not afraid to let his nuts hang when it's needed, that will serve her, but not in that way.
Yeah, not in that subservient way.
Right.
I mean, be a protector and provider, sure, but
when I say serve her, I mean like, okay, she having a bad time. You nice and comfy. You done got out the shower. You done had you a nice little 18-hour day, and then she's having a medical emergency. Got to get up, take her to the hospital. You sit there and you comfort her if she's freaking out, or whenever she's spazzing the hell out and having a moment. You let her have her little moment. You walk her through everything step by step, and you do it in such a way to where she can get the picture. That's what being a leader and a servant is. You're serving a need that's not there, not whatever the hell this BS is.
Yep, facts. All right.
Go to your dungeon. Make me some money. Y'all should make your husband.
Okay, let me really elucidate this for you guys because this is something that's very important that we need to discuss here. There's this phrase, right, in the red pill. We call it death by 1,000 paper cuts. What this phrase basically means is that you've gotten to a point where the relationship is over and you don't even know it yet, right? And it's been going on for a good period of time. So this is going to be, I'm going to dispense this advice in a way where it's going to be effective to not just the single guys, but also to the guys that are in a relationship right now. And if you are in a relationship right now and this is happening to you, I need you to stop it immediately. And I'm going to talk about that. So, okay, the number one thing you guys need to understand, let's start this shit from the beginning. Men and women are not equal, okay? Men and women are not equal. Now, when I say this, let me be explicitly clear. I mean, as in, they're not equal from a relationship standpoint. Does this mean that women have less intrinsic human value than men? Absolutely not. I would actually make the argument that women have more value than men from the perspective that they have to reproduce the next society. This is
all right. I think I know what he's about to go into this. He's pretty much about to explain how death by 1,000 paper cuts mean, you know, it's like the little disrespects that your girl showed you over time turn into big disrespect. I mean, you know, from talking back, over talking you, eventually it turns into, I don't know. I don't even want to go. I don't even want to take it that far, but let's just say this. The level of the progression of disrespect only gets worse. The level of disrespect gets worse. And eventually to a point where one, she either cheats on you or you just can't take the disrespect and your ass leave as you should. But all right, though. Next video.
that God-fearing nice guy.
Damn.
Don't give a about none of that God-fearing nice guy if you don't meet the bare minimums first. This is where.
All right.
Yo, sorry, my phone spazzed out.
Oh, you good, man. All right, Myron got a message for all of us.
Don't give a about none of that God-fearing nice guy if you don't meet the bare minimums first. This is where so many guys get tripped up. When women describe the man that they want, the dream guy that they want, and they describe personality traits, they already have a guy in mind from a physicality standpoint that's ideal for them. Women don't like to talk about physical traits often because it makes them look shallow and opportunistic. Women don't like you knowing their actual sexual strategy because if men understood women's real sexual strategy and how they move, no one would respect them. Wake up. This is the knowledge that they don't want you to know. This is that's been kept me demonetized for 2 years. This is that people get mad at me about because I expose the female hypocrisy and their mindset. Women will sit there and tell you what they want, right? Charming, like nice, a good guy, believes in God, scared of God. Well, here's what they don't tell you. As they're sitting here describing this man to you that they find attractive, what they're not telling you in the back of their mind is that he's tall, he's jacked, he has good tattoos, he's good looking, etc. Women have this horrible habit of assuming attraction. Then they tell you what they want on top of that. I'm gonna say that again for you niggas. All you blue pill stars that can't understand the womanese and don't understand how women really think. You Dr. Phil niggas. You Dr. Oz niggas. You Pierce Morgan niggas that don't know shit about women but think that they should be equal to us because you're egalitarian dumb. Here's an ugly little trick that you need to realize and know and understand how women move. When women describe the man that they want, fearing God, good man, Christian ethics, nice, caring.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Christian women need to do better on that one. Cause bro, I was dating this Christian girl and it was absolutely hilarious how when she was talking about her type, she'd always say Christian guy. And I just sit there and just stay silent because I was not religious back then at all whatsoever. So when she would just talk about her faith and all this and you know, that's why I would like to deal with like mostly Christian guys. And I'm just sitting here like, this is why I only deal with Christian guys. I'm just saying like, you know, I have not talked about Jesus one time. One time we've been here. You've been talking about Jesus the whole damn time, and you have not slid me one Bible. So you ain't preaching it to me, you're just talking. So, and I'm thinking like, you know, you're dating pretty much the opposite of what you say you want right now, as we speak. They don't even notice it.
One thing I will say to Christian women in here, bro, y'all gotta bring that stuff up more. And I've had that experience too, Seth. Like even when I was flirting with the idea before I became a full-fledged Christian, and I was just out there, bro. Part of me was like, nah, I don't want to taint them. They walk with Christ. I ain't finna be no stumbling block to them. Other part of me was like, y'all be wilding. And I ain't gonna lie, it really is the church girls that be the wildest ones, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, like of course, sexually, and of course, like when it comes to saying who their type is, it's just like, bro, they're the ones who
Right.
literally go after the opposite of their type. Like, it's the church girls. I'm sorry, but we're calling y'all out. You church girls literally go after the opposite of your type. Y'all will literally date dudes outside of your church that has no religious affiliation. I've seen it.
And
I've
then y'all be saying,
experienced it. I was part of it.
right. And then y'all be saying stuff like, oh, well, it's just something about him. No, stick to your values, men and women. Don't date somebody that's not a part of your values, or at least open to experiencing your values. And now, if they're open to like engaging with your values and learning more about your religion or your political sphere of influence, okay, that's cool. Pursue that. It just keep on a dating level. Don't do anything crazy like I'm gonna marry you next week because that's stupid. But if they are not even bothering to engage with that side of your values whatsoever, that should be like the biggest crimson red flag you can ever see. It's actually one of the statistical determiners on how long a marriage will last. There are three of them: spiritual values, political values, financial values.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. They already have a guy in their mind as they're describing this to you. Do you understand? So, in other words, they're giving you the accentuations, they're giving you the dressing, they're not giving you the salad. Do you understand? They're basically telling you, I like balsamic vinaigrette. But what they're not telling you is that it needs to be a kale salad with no croutons. Do you understand? Women are notorious for doing this. And this is why so many guys are confused. Well, I'm a nice guy. I do everything she says. I like anime. I'm cool. I'm funny, I think. Nigga, you're ugly. What are you talking about? You look like Quasimodo. But I thought personality was the most important thing. No, nigga. When she described her dream man to you, she was envisioning some 6'3" Chad. All the other shit that she's telling you are just the cherry on top. This is why nice guys get cooked so much. Because you dumb actually believe women and what they say.
He ain't lying. He's like, bro, she'll sit there and tell you all the emotional things, but she won't sit there and explain the physical attributes because I'm be real with you, it does paint it paints girls in a very shallow view. If all girls sat there and said what they the body type and all that they truly wanted, all of them would look pretty damn shallow. Like us. I mean, we're no different though.
But we're upfront about it.
That's so true though. We are definitely upfront about it. Like, we are. Even I'm upfront about it. Even I've sat here and said my preferences out loud, body type and all. But women, they won't sit there and say, "Oh yeah, I want my guy to be 6 foot plus, ultra in shape, and all that good stuff." Mainly because they know they're not that all that great themselves. But if they was to have it their way, most of them would pick the muscular dude. He don't gotta be 6 foot plus, but Jesus Christ, you at least gotta be in shape, brother. At least gotta be in shape.
You gotta be in as shape as possible. I'll tell you one thing. I've seen, and this is from fact, even the most liberal girls, all women get turned on by manual labor. You probably heard about this. They get turned on by something called the seasonings. I don't really know what it is, but apparently it's a type of smell that men get when they are working, but they're
pheromones.
not. Yeah, it's like, what are you talking about season? Oh, fuck, I eat a piece of chicken.
No, it's like, all right, I know what you're talking about. I read up on it. It was like when guys work out and our pheromones kind of like, well, our testosterone kind of gets exuded as pheromones. And when women actually take testosterone as a bodybuilders, their sex drive increases. Well, that's the same effect that us, when we work out and hop around our girl and our pheromones exude our testosterone, same effect.
Okay, but yeah, women love a dude that can do stuff, and that's the other problem with men today. They don't know how to do stuff. My wife can genuinely say, yeah, like we may have fights here and there, and we may have problems, but she has seen me work on a car in the middle of winter, in the middle of a storm, when it's about to rain. She has seen me crawl in an attic and replace an HVAC system. She has seen me put some stuff together on the fly. And then you got to be mentally dynamic too. So I ain't gonna sit up here and just talk about all the issues with women. No, that's not fair. There's some
True.
stuff that fellas need to work on too. And I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing it. That type of stuff died out with Gen Z, the earlier Gen Z.
They're the later Gen Z, like the guys like who are like 26, 27. Those are like the last real ones of like, because of course there's the last of the millennials like me and you, and then there's the last of the Gen Zs.
Nah, the last of the Gen Zs are like
well, no, my bad. Wait, wouldn't the last of the Gen Zs be
technically what me and you are what's called millennials, because no country can agree on what a millennial or a Gen Z are because our cultures are so close and overlapping that there's really no
like a year
distinguishing
difference. I think like the last year to be a millennial was like what, either 1996 or 1995. That's to say we were caught like at the end of it.
Because it goes in cycles of 10 years. So technically the millennials, the last of us, would have been 99, 2000.
No, okay. Somebody said 81, 96. Okay. Wait, wasn't that the last? All right,
that would have been the last of the Gen Xers.
Well, we'll see. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I got to pull back up the generational
because
it's
not the reason why it's an argument over that is because you also have to factor in cultural distinguishments, because we could say, oh, somebody's a part. You can easily mistake a Gen Zer for a millennial, but if you start naming off stuff, they're like, what is that? Like, I guarantee you, if I said cigarette burner or
in the car, VCR,
right, VCR, analog TV, I'll throw you one for a loop. When you stick a CD in your PlayStation 2, you got to really hold your breath to make sure it reads.
Oh man, when you blow the cartridge on your Nintendo 64 and hope, oh man, you hope that reads.
Bro, most ignored rule ever. Right? So, but for Gen Z, I would go as far as say early Gen Z is like a group of people born in the year 2004. We'll just say that. Those are really the only ones on back up to us that are like used to manual labor, grew up with the whole go outside and find something to do, drinking out the water hose.
Yeah, the iPhone didn't come out until we were like what? Maybe like in middle school?
Yes. I was in 6th grade when the iPhone 1 dropped.
Yep, first one. Before that, bro, you remember the razors? How that was just supposed to be like that? Like, bro, use the shit if you had that. And I ain't gonna lie, that was a pretty sexy flip phone. I remember.
I'm sorry, bro. I was a cool kid on the block because my mom worked for Coca-Cola. I had the Samsung Galaxy Sidekick.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Embarrassing.
Okay, that's raw. That's raw. I think my first cell phone was like those little brick Nokias that used to be able to buy at Family Dollar.
Bro, they don't even know, bro. They don't even know. You put them things in a sock and beat somebody with it.
Man, bro, you don't know. You don't know about having to tap a button like multiple times just to get one letter. You don't know about.
You remember when they had Snake on those things?
Oh man, Brick Breaker.
Yes,
that was a BlackBerry too.
Oh,
bro,
BlackBerry came out.
You was getting money.
Oh, bro, your parents had some,
like, right.
Or they was drug dealers.
Yeah, like, bro, one of my drug dealing uncles had one. Bro, raw.
Bro, good times.
I know, right, man.
Fine.
When technology wasn't so advanced to the point where you still want to go outside. I can only imagine if we had what Gen Alpha's growing up with. I can only imagine if we had the iPhone full on. So, because bro, social media was in its infancy stage.
Right.
Infancy stage, bro. Like, let's be honest.
I'm gonna say something that I know a lot of people, unless they was there, won't remember. You remember when Instagram switched their logo?
Oh, yeah. It used to be that ugly ass camera little thing.
Yes.
With the little rainbow little strip thing. I remember.
Dude, like, I was so mad because I got used to it, and then they just switched it. I'm like, this is gay.
Man, I know, right? I thought the same thing. I was like, man, and here's the thing. And now, bro, you damn near reminded me that it changed. I was like, oh, it did change. I remember it used to be a little camera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Back when Vine was popping and Kick was a thing.
Bro, the good old days.
Right.
Oh, man.
24-hour Walmarts.
Backpack cell phones. Y'all, okay, we going back.
Yo, backpack cell phones.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to it, bro. We going too far down memory lane, guys.
Clear see-through papers with different color. Dude.
Oh,
I used to be so jealous.
Oh my goodness.
You actually believe the dumb shit they say. Don't they give about none of that God-fearing nice guy shit. If you don't meet the bare minimums first. And this is where so many guys get tripped up. They actually listen to what women say and believe it, not knowing that when a woman is describing what she...
No, I ain't gonna lie. Kick, bro. Kick was like, I ain't gonna lie. That's where you just went to get it. Girls from all over, from in your state, next city over. That was Kick.
Oh, yes.
Bro, I went on out-of-state adventures because of Kick. Like, wild stuff.
Dude, when Kick launched, bro, I can't tell you how many times I got requests. It was like, yo, I'm finna go. Where you stay? Nebraska? Man, I can't go to Nebraska. I'm 14 and poor.
Like, man, oh God. Like, bro. Like, no. As soon as I turned, like, well, I was like 16. Bro, I was out there taking like 2-day trips to Pennsylvania, Indiana, Virginia, to whatever girl's house, and I'd kick it there for like a day or two and come back.
Dude, bro, I was still using my bike to get around. I don't know nothing about that.
Oh man, trust me, I used to do that. Well, I was pretty eager to get in the car. Trust me, that's what I was eagerly setting up for too.
I got tired of the Lamborghinis.
All right, though, let's get back to it.
Once she's already assuming attraction, and this is key, man.
Qualcomm punch.
I'm gonna say that again for you stupid in the back, because some of you guys are blue pill. When women describe the man that they want, the dream guy that they want, and they describe personality traits.
Blockbuster.
Oh,
somebody
Blockbuster.
Blockbuster.
Bro, I remember that's why I used to get all my Pokemon games from Blockbuster and the Moon Knight and the movies.
Oh, I got another one. You probably haven't heard of this one. FYE.
Wait.
It's probably FYE for your entertainment. It was like the replacement for Blockbuster.
Huh. I did not know that one now.
Mm-hmm. And home videos, home store family videos or something like that.
God damn, somebody, yo, shout out Dennis. I remember playing the first Pac-Man stand-up arcade. Like, wait, what?
Damn. Okay, you should be
we taking it back. My boy Dennis is taking it back for us. Somebody called us out. He said, you guys are probably millennials. He said, yeah, 80, 12, 96 is like, you guys on that one.
They already have a guy in mind from a physicality standpoint that's ideal for them. Women don't like to talk about physical traits often because it makes them look shallow and opportunistic. Women don't like you knowing their actual sexual strategy. Because if men understood women's real sexual strategy and how they move, no one would respect them. Do you get that? They fought like 100 years for equality. You think they're about to concede the game now when they got all the leverage and say the ugly things that come alongside hypergamy, the unflattering realities? Because let me tell you what they would really say in an ideal world where they're not lying. If women were 100% honest, this is what they would tell you right here. I want a guy that's 6 foot plus, making $100,000 per year, visible abs, good shape, not too muscular, don't want him to have the steroid look, more like an Abercrombie model. I'm not too big on race, but I'd prefer if he was white, but if he was hot and he was black, I'd be okay with that. Definitely not Indian. Chinese men are disgusting. He can't have a weird off the boat accent. I want him to be educated, but it's not necessarily required if he makes $100,000 or more. I need him to be a nice guy when he meets my family, but at the same time, tell me I'm a stupid and I need it. and could put me in my place. I also want him to love dogs, even though I'm allergic to them. I also want him to love kids, but not necessarily force me to have a kid while I'm still at my peak. Maybe we can have one when I'm like 28, 29, 30. Bruh. I want to be a nice guy to everybody else and to me, but also be able to tell me to shut up when I need it and put me in my place. But not all the time. I also want to be so hot where my girlfriends are all jealous every time I walk into a room with him, and they all want him, but he doesn't them. And I also want him to be able to have sex with other girls, but for some odd reason restrain himself from having sex with said women and always pick me, no matter how fat, rude, and obnoxious I am. Also, I want him to have all these traits while I give nothing in return. That is how women really think. Now,
I want to say he's lying, but he's not.
If women actually came out and said all of these things, what would
it's
you
like?
think?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, yo, bro, I wanted to say, I wish I could say cap, but 9 times out of 10, bro, if a girl was to be honest with you, she's laying all that out.
Like, you can even see it with like the videos or them people that do pop-up street interviews, and they'll be like, what do you look for in a man? And it'd be like the real hogs, like the Willy Whales of the group.
Yep. And they be the main ones asking for 6 foot plus with muscles and all that. And it's offensive to us because we're just like, damn, can you be that too? Can you be at least, I don't know, in shape before you ask for a 6 foot plus? Actually, no, I'm just gonna say right now, no woman should ask for no 6 foot plus man if you overweight. There you go.
Hold up. If you a goth girl who thick and look nice, special exception.
All right, I give you that one. I mean, I give you that. But if you're an overweight girl and you do not look good with your weight, your ass goes into your back and your titties look like melted ice cream, I'm sorry, you do not deserve a 6 foot man. You are cooked. Like, you don't deserve any man, to be honest with you, but you really don't deserve the 6 foot muscular guy that you want.
Titties look like ice cream.
Melting ice cream. That's the worst part.
I think we all know the answer.
Oh, God.
Take these rights away. Get them out of here. Second-class citizens again. Repeal the 19th. None of us would take them seriously anymore if they actually came out and said these things. But this is what they actually think. You're welcome. The reason why I'm still on YouTube right now at this moment is because a lot of you stupid niggas need to hear this. I've been wanting to cut to OSS for about 30 minutes now, but a lot of you guys need to get this through your head because a lot of you guys are cards. I have to repeat myself like a broken record because you guys fall for the feminist propaganda every single day. The female propaganda every day. And I'm probably the only one on the internet that's telling you guys, hey, wake up. This is how women really think. This is what they really do. This is how they really move. One of the few niggas that call it like it is. While Dr. Phil and Pierce Morgan and all these other over here lying to you guys about females, I'm telling y'all the ugly truth. Now, knowing what you know, if they admitted the things I just told you, which a majority of them think that way, by the way, would you take them serious? I think we all know the answer to that. Nope. So they can't admit these unflattering realities because they don't even know what they want. Ask her what she wants for lunch. She can't answer the question. I don't know. Throw a football to her way. Hey, babe, catch. Oh.
You can't admit it.
Bro, these don't know what to eat. They can't catch a football. Zero coordination or reflexes. But they want to sit there and say, I'm going to put a hyphen in my last name because I'm equal to you. Out of here.
Oh, I remember that one. Oh, bro, who was it? Because she was on Amanda Seals. No, is it Amanda Seals? Probably not. It's a different crazy little black woman.
I went on ahead and looked it up. So the generations are for Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z. Gen Z is Gen Alpha is 13 or to the current. Gen Z is 96 to 2012, and millennials or Gen X, or not millennials, but Gen X is from 80s to 96. However, the footnote that's under there, it says there is variation between sources on when Gen Z and millennials actually stop. No one can agree on it.
That's interesting.
So a common term that they use for Gen Z and millennials born after 97 but before 2000, which is exactly what? After 97 but before 2001, the term that they give that category of people is zillennials.
Oh, okay. Now, no F it. They doing too much. When you gotta start mixing words together, you're doing too much. All right.
Yeah, that's why most of the time I just say I'm millennial because I'm closer. I'm closer to them than I am freaking Gen Z.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, and especially when it comes to attitude and work ethic. But it is what it is.
You remember when gang activity was a thing? Where the hell did that go? I'm not asking for it back. I just kind of want to know what happened.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Remember when Crips and the Bloods and the Vice Lords, the Sex Money Murder, and all these different gangs used to be like what was hot in 2005?
Yeah.
Where did that go?
I mean, shoot, I ain't gonna lie. Most of it transferred to jail.
I'm glad that it disappeared. At the same time, like, yo, it just kind of fell off a cliff after 2015.
But
probably went broke like the rest of us.
You never know. For I know, he could have took all his money and hid himself in like Mount Fuji somewhere. But all right.
Bro, these don't know what to eat. They can't catch a football. Zero coordination or reflexes. But they want to sit there and say, I'm going to put a hyphen in my last name because I'm equal to you.
Yeah, that. What was it? It was this one girl on Cam Newton's podcast. It was Amanda something. And she was sitting there saying that, yeah, what you mean? I worked hard, so I'm going to put a hyphen next to his name. And I'm just like, that is literally the most disrespectful shit you could probably tell a man. Is that when you marry him, no, I'm not taking on your last, I'm going to put a hyphen, then I'm going to put my name. Oh, bro, I'd have turned her, look at her face and be like, all right, well, go marry the man with just your same last name so you ain't got to worry about that. I'm just going to head out the door. Like, bro. But nah, there is ladies that will sit there in your face. So, I want a hyphen. I'll be like, woman, look, if you want to carry on your last name, man, look, say that for your brother. But this way, that ain't happening. Or say that for a beta male that'll take that bullshit. But that ain't happening this way.
Out of here. Out of here. She got no hands and can't catch a football. Got zero coordination, but want to sit there and say she equal to you. Wake up. Wake up. This is the knowledge that they don't want you to know. This is shit that's been kept me demonetized for 2 years. This is shit that people can get mad at me about because I expose the female hypocrisy and their mindset of what they think they deserve versus what they actually bring to the table. This is why I'm shadow banned. This is why I get in trouble so much. This is why these weirdo articles.
I don't know about that, dog. I think it's your criticism of the of the Jewish faith, Jewish people, and Israel altogether that get you canceled. Your comments on women, I mean, nah, not too much. Not too much. But all right, though. All right, last video, and then we're going to go ahead and close it on out.
Now, I was going to say about that last little clip that he said, the only reason why a woman should hyphenate her name to a man and they have to talk about it is if she already owns like a really well-established and successful business. That'd be the only other reason why.
I don't even give a shit then.
No, there's
Rothschild. I don't give a damn.
There's some reasons. For example, because they make it incredibly difficult to change your last name over and change the company's last name over, because then it becomes its own entity and it becomes a different entity and it's not easy to transfer all that money and clientele and stuff over.
Man, look, you better do what Candace Owens did. You could be Candace Owens on your podcast, but you Candace Farmer in the house. It's like, I'd rather that. Like, the name still changed. I mean, you can keep it for brand reasons, but you don't got to sit there and disrespect my last name to keep your brand.
Oh, yeah.
Which is, like I said, I don't know. I just couldn't personally go for it myself.
I had a threesome on Thursday. First time. It's so fun. But yeah, that's why I couldn't date anyone from out here, because like, they're so easy.
You had 2 girls?
2 guys.
Oh. 2 guys? And you?
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying I can't date men from out here. They're easy.
She said men are easy. The only reason why she's saying that is because she thinks men and women are equal. What you guys got to understand when it comes to liberalism and feminism and all the isms, especially anything between intersexual.
Yeah, I think the dumbest thing a girl can do, though, men are easy. I mean, oh boy, but that's like a gazelle coming out. That's like a gazelle coming out and be like, "Why are these lions always so hungry?"
Mia Khalifa said that crap on her on a video that went viral.
I need women to understand this, okay? When a guy goes out there and F's a lot of women, I know as much as y'all like to look down on that, I'm sorry, but that guy gets kudos because he had to build value for that. All right, lady, you could be a fat ass woman and still get as much bodies as a well in shape and a well financed man. It is not impressive for a woman to get sex. If a man gets 100 bodies, he had to work his ass off personally to do so. If a woman get 100 bodies, she just had to ask a couple dudes.
Bro, do you know how hard I had to work to get that six women to be in rotation?
Bro, I already know. It takes a while to even be. I'm gonna be real. It takes a while to even get to that like fitness level, attraction level, or even financial level. It takes a while. It's not just something that you just pop up out of nowhere, bro.
Right. Like we're not condoning being a complete sleaze.
Bro,
that's not what we're doing.
No, I'll say this though. Take it down to being a virgin. Even then, like a guy got to still build himself up to lose his virginity. A girl, she just got to ask. She's got to ask a couple guys, and one of them gonna do it. She would know improve. She don't got to improve herself. She don't got to have better character. She ain't got to learn how to communicate. She's got to walk up to some dude and say, "Yo, I'm trying to get smashed." And guys are gonna sit there, shrug their shoulders, and be like, "Okay."
There's an old saying that women hate, but I'm gonna say it anyway. A key that opens many locks is a really good key. It's called the master key. But a lock that is opened by many keys is a crappy lock. It should be thrown away.
Yep. And they don't like that. They don't like that. They like to think, oh, well, we're equal. So if a girl can be easy for having a lot of sex, so can a guy. No. A guy got to work pretty damn hard to get a lot of sex. You don't, not at all. Sadly, it don't hit the same because let's be real, you don't got to do anything for it. I mean, y'all are literally wanting us to like hold y'all on the same level as us for something you don't even got to work for.
Right. It's like any way, going back to that analogy, any whale could basically get D'd down by the right guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not that hard.
Nah, facts. But look, I'll tell you this, bro. If it came to like some fat girl losing her virginity for some in shape guy, I'd tell you the fat girl will lose her virginity before the in shape guy. Period. Point blank. It just works out like that.
Dynamics, right, with the male and the female. A lot of modern women's worldviews stem from the concept of what's called blank slate equality. Blank slate equality tells women that though they're biologically different, though they're different in every other way, it tries to cram down their throats that they're equal to a man. In other words, women will play the game on easy mode, but tell you that they beat the game on legendary. So this is from Desirable Truth, okay?
Could you see yourself dating a man you met out here?
No.
Why not?
Guys, wait, you want to... No, wait. How famous are you? On a scale of 1 to 10. I can tell a story, but if you're not that famous, then I'll tell it. If you are famous, then I won't tell it.
Let's hear it.
Okay, guys. I had a threesome on Thursday. First time. It's so fun. But yeah, that's why I couldn't date anyone from out here, because they're so easy.
You had 2 girls?
2 guys.
2 guys? And you?
Yeah.
And you're proud of that?
I'm not proud.
That's sick.
But that's why I'm saying I can't date men from out here.
Why'd you say it? Hold on. I'm not proud. But I'm like, why are you saying it then? Because be real with you, kind of sounds like you were flexing about it. Like, you were flexing as if you were a guy who was able to get 2 girls to sleep with him. Now, if a guy does that, I would dap him up and be like, my man. But if a girl says, oh, I got 2 guys to smash, I'm looking at you like, ooh.
Daddy's disappointment.
Like, man, your father is disappointed in you, and if he is gone, he is rolling over in his grave.
But at this point, he's flopping like a fish.
Bruh. But that's crazy, though. She says, oh, no, I'm not proud. But you said it out loud. All right.
And with your chest.
Really, with her chest. Like, crazy.
I'm not proud. But that's why I'm saying I can't date men from out here. They're easy. I don't live here.
So you had one in your mouth and one in...
Yeah, basically.
Whoa. Okay, hold on.
It was a fun time.
How did that even happen?
I met them on 6 actually.
Give me the story though, like from your perspective.
My friend actually set us up. She's not here. She set us up. She's like, you know the Eiffel Tower? She's like,
that is not a real friend. You tell me your friend damn near let you get like tag team by 2 dudes. That's your friend? No, that's your biggest hater. That is your biggest hater, sweetheart. That is a hater who wants to see you like crash and burn. And I mean, no real friend is, I mean, I'm be real with you. No real friend is going to let you do that. Be quite honest with you.
This girl said the dumbest thing I've heard. It's not really that hard for men to get sex. All you have to do is stop talking like this show and be nice. I promise you, the bar for men is so low. It's in hell. The girls out here are just settling. Here's the crazy part. There
She's
are
probably
a lot
fat.
That's wild. Here's the crazy part. You're hearing from a dude who's had multiple women. I'm saying that myself, not as a flex, but just telling you like it is. I've had multiple women, bro. It is not easy. It's more than just talking nice and all this other stuff.
I mean, bro, well, we're talking to a lady who never had to put in no work for no dick. Like, let's be real. She ain't never had to put in no work to get no dick in her life, but she want to talk to us.
If you just settle now, if she's just settling, that's her problem.
Yeah, low key.
A lot of these women are not settling. A lot of these women are not settling.
Yeah, I mean,
they're making it unnecessarily hard.
Yeah, so sorry, Laquan, but that might just be a you problem, sis. That might just be a you problem.
you guys ever been to Paris? And they're like, yeah. And like, you want to go to Paris with her? I'm like, yeah. And I was like, yeah.
And they were just random guys that you met.
Yeah. That's why I couldn't date anyone from here. You see, they're easy.
What made you even comfortable to let 2 men inside you at the same time?
I think I was a little drunk. I was very drunk, actually.
Was it consensual?
Yeah, it was consensual. I had a great time.
Would you do it again?
Definitely. But
Actually, you know what's actually funny? I'll be real with you. Now that I reread that comment, when she said the bar for men is low, I'm like, where, sis? Where? I mean, y'all could be fat and get praise. We're fat and we get made fun of. You could be broke and you're seen as something to be. Hold on, bro. You could be broke and you're seen as something to be protected. We're broke and we're something to be ridiculed. Excuse me. How is the bar lower for us again?
Hold on. You can't say the bar for men is in hell when y'all literally had a whole fat movement.
Huh?
The whole body positivity movement was basically women telling men to be accepting of all women, regardless of how chopped they are.
Oh God, talk about the blows large set for men. I'm like, y'all set the bar low yourselves when it came to y'all weight. What are you talking about, sis?
If a guy gotta be 6 foot, you need to be under 200.
But I think we might have grilled her out the chat. Our bad. We'll be nicer.
white man. I love me a white man.
Okay, I wanted that to all play out so you guys can hear it with no interruptions. Now we're going to play this back and go through it. Oh, man. All right. Let's go through this again.
21.
Could you see
So 21 years old. Peak sexual market value for more than likely.
yourself dating a man you met out here?
No.
Okay. Can you date a guy out here in Austin, 6th Street? For those of you that are not familiar with Austin, Texas, this area in Texas is a big party city, right? Well, Austin's always been a party city, but this neighborhood is specifically, this street is known for the bars. People walk around. They typically close it down for the weekends. Very big party area. So where is she? She's at a party area, right?
No.
Why not?
Guys, wait, you want to? No, wait. How famous are you?
Okay. How famous are you?
On a scale of 1 to 10. I can tell a story, but if you're not that famous, then I'll tell it. If you are famous, then I won't tell it.
Yep. I'll tell you this. She's famous now.
Let's hear it.
Okay, guys. I had a threesome.
I mean, I'm be real with you. Any boyfriend, I mean, sweetheart, any type of, I guess, valuable man, high value man, however you want to phrase it, you kind of screwed yourself. This is online forever. Like next, some good guy gets with you and their best friend, like a real best friend, is gonna send them this little video right here. Shoot, if my friend was to get with this girl, I'd have sent him this video like, bro, if you don't break up that girl right now, right now, bro. She's cooked. It's over. She's tainted. Let's go the other way.
Women that can't keep their mouths closed are gonna tank your relationship, bro. I'm telling you.
I mean, bro, she already tainted her whole reputation. I mean, she's cooked. It's over for her. I mean, when it comes to her getting any type of good guy.
And to all the women that be like, yeah, this is empowerment. Let me tell you something. Single women keep women single. Always and forever.
So somebody said in the chat, thank God for your internet, because due to the internet, these girls are literally exposing themselves. They literally expose themselves. And it's just like, all right, well, at a certain point, you can't even get mad. It's like, well, you know, they're out here saying it to our face.
Well,
on Thursday, first time.
And let me tell you all something. This is all real because I know Desirable Truth personally. Actually, I've done his interviews a couple of times. This is all real, bro. Guy travels all across the country, goes to events like this, asks ladies questions on the street, and you get a lot of this stuff. And to be honest with you guys, it's a very good channel because it shows you guys the ugly side of hypergamy. It really does, dude. It really does. So shout out to him. We got to get him on the show. Our schedules never line up when he's in town. Like, he'll be in Miami and then I'll be traveling, or we'll have an open spot, but he's leaving. Like, it's just, we haven't been able to line up the schedules, but we are definitely going to have him on the show. But I think this channel puts out some really good content, and I know it's real. This is not staged. This is not cap. He actually be out there asking these questions. So that I can verify with you guys. It is all real.
It's so fun. But yeah, that's why I couldn't date anyone from out here, because like, they're so easy.
Okay, notice how she says they're so easy. Now, some of you might have glossed over that, but that stuck out to me immediately. Because when she said they're so easy, what she's doing is she's conflating the female sexual strategy with the male.
Yeah, actually is kind of big. He got about 60,000 on X, 60,000 followers on X, and about 400K followers on YouTube. Yeah, she famous now. Oh no, she famous.
Oh boy,
she famous.
Yeah, everybody gonna know her name.
Yep.
Sexual strategy. The male sexual strategy is to get as much sex as they can and have as many partners as they can. Okay, quality comes second to quantity. So in her eyes, she's looking at it like, oh, men are so easy, because what she's doing is she's using the male paradigm that men put the lens on women with. Does that make sense? Let me really like elucidate this for you guys. She said men are easy. The only reason why she's saying that is because she thinks men and women are equal. All right? What you guys got to understand when it comes to liberalism and feminism and all the isms, especially anything between intersexual dynamics, right, with the male and the female, a lot of modern women's worldviews stem from the concept of what's called blank slate equality. A blank slate equality tells women that though they're biologically different, though they're different in every other way, it tries to cram down their throats that they're equal to a man, despite the fact that all the physical evidence shows otherwise. Okay? And I've noticed this is kind of a thing with younger women, by the way. There's a reason why I'm making sure that we stop on this. Women from, like, you know, my generation or older would never say something so, oh, they're easy, because they understand that men getting sex is not the same as women getting sex. For a man to get sex to some level, he has to have a skill set, right? For a woman to get sex, she needs no skill set. However, what women do,
I'm be real.
is they try to
I can appreciate about the women in my age group as well, because they kind of understand that it is the younger generation that kind of has that mindset of, oh, well, if I'm easy, if I'm called easy for having multiple partners, then so is a guy. Is like, yeah, that's a kind of a young way of thinking. The older girls our age, they never thought that, but they complained about it. I mean, that was one of their many complaints. Oh, well, how come if I go out there and F a whole bunch of dudes, I'm a hoe, but if you do it, you're not? Like, I mean, that's what they was complaining about, but let's be real. They kind of figured it out as they got older. These younger girls, I mean, they're moving with a completely different mindset.
These youngins different.
Man, that 20 through 26, man, I think that generation cooked.
What do you mean? Think?
All right, they are cooked.
In other words, women will play the game on easy mode, but tell you that they beat the game on legendary. Does that make sense? They get recruit level difficulty, recruit level benefits. They're using a game shark. They got all the cheat codes. They beat the game, and they think that they're equal to you, right? And, you know, obviously I'm saying my generation, whatever. There's obviously stupid women in my generation too that think that, you know, blank slate equalism is cool, whatever. I would argue my generation actually is one of the worst generations ever, the millennials, for pushing this stupid liberalism. We all put Obama in, like my generation is not safe from this either. But what I've realized is that I've seen more women, right? More young women in their 20s use this vernacular, this interchangeable gender ideology where women are calling men, women are calling men, women are calling men, you know, pejorative terms that have to do with promiscuity.
Yeah, when girls would say, "Oh, you're a thought. Oh, you're a hoe." I'm like, "Whoa, bro." I remember when I first heard that, I literally thought they were trying to be offensive, and I was just like, "Wait, what? Like, hold on, what?" And then there's like, "Oh, no, I just mean that you mess with a lot of girls." I'm like, first of all, what is it's called being a player? Like, what? Hoe? That's why we got different words, baby. Because when I do it, it's player. When you do it, it's hoish. Okay, that's why we got different words for it.
A pimp named Slickback is a pimp named Slickback because he's a pimp named Slickback.
God. And why? Because I ain't gonna finish that. I ain't gonna go too far into that. But what can I say? He has the right hand to these hoes. He puts the right hand to these hoes, and they listen. I do not condone that act. I do not condone those actions. But they do listen. I'll say that.
What you appear to be suffering from is chronic bitch deficiency.
Bro, oh no. He said chronic bitch dependency. Now he was cooking though. No, bro was cooking if you really think about it.
Man, go ahead and play that clip, bro. They don't know. They don't know.
They don't even know, bro. Pimp name Slickback. Let me see if I can find it.
Which is ludicrous because that assumes men and women are equal, which they're not. Right? But the problem here is that a lot of young women buy into this. So therefore, this is how they cope with being 304s. They look at it like, oh, I'm hooking up with guys, but what's the difference between me hooking up with a guy or a guy hooking up with me? We're the same. I could have a high body count too. But anyway, yeah, so that's kind of what it is. So I've noticed this, especially with younger women that are in their 20s, they conflate the male sexual strategy with the female sexual strategy, and they try to make it and cope to themselves that, oh, these men are too, when it couldn't be further from the truth.
You had 2 girls?
2 guys.
2 guys? And you?
And notice how she called it a threesome and not a train. That's another example of her trying to equate the two.
Yeah.
And you're proud of that?
I'm not proud, but that's why I'm saying I can't date.
But all right. If you don't remember, actually, shoot, if you want to have something to watch as a person in the older generation, try to Boondocks. You'll laugh. You'll laugh for sure.
What's going on, guys?
Mr. Dubois, my name is a pimp named Slickback, and this, sir, is an
intervention.
Your friends have reason to believe that you are suffering from chronic bitch dependency, Mr. Dubois. May I call you Tom?
Is this some kind of joke?
Tom, bitch dependency is no laughing matter. Addiction to a bitch can f with your friends, your health, and scary enough, even your money.
I mean, is he lying though? Like, bitch dependency is no laughing matter, guys. Like, this could fuck with your friends, like your life, and most importantly, your money. That bitch independency. So do not be dependent on any bitch. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback. All right, man. We got to hear a player say it again. One more time for y'all.
Kind of joke.
Tom, bitch dependency is no laughing matter. Addiction to a bitch can f with your friends, your health, and scary enough, even your money. It's a disease, Tom.
Wait. What was your name again?
Well, thank you for asking. My name is a pimp named Slickback.
Wait, a pimp?
Named Slickback. Yes. Please say the whole thing if you would. Yes, that includes the a pimp named part. Yes, Tom, every time.
Look, Mr. A Pimp named Slickback.
No need for the mister.
I don't think I need any help from someone like you.
And by someone like me, you mean a pimp? A bad guy? Huh?
Look, I'm not trying to insult you. I just don't approve of what you people do to women.
Oh, so I'm wrong. So I'm messed up. Well, which one of us is the one missing a bitch, Tom? You don't see me running around looking for a bitch. I know where all my bitches are. Thank you very much. Bitch, where you at?
I'm out here getting your money.
That's what the hell I thought. Thank you, Grandma. Now look at you, bitchless.
Not the grandma.
As the French in France would say.
I've had enough. I'm going back upstairs.
Tom, when we first let you stay here, we thought.
All right, guys. See, you don't want to suffer from bitch dependency. You might end up in this situation right here. But he ain't lying. I know it, bro.
But that's only if you're not married. I'll just put that caveat.
Yes, yes. Only. Well, actually, Tom is. Well, in this episode, my man Tom was married.
That man was going through a divorce.
Bro, what you mean, man? He Usher was singing to his girl, bro. What could he have done?
I don't know. Not let his girl get pissed on.
All right.
Car.
We're gonna go ahead and close it down on this one. All right, guys. All right, it's been a good one, man. I'll catch you guys on the next one, man. This is Set with Set Media, and I'm gonna go ahead and leave you guys out with some funny clips at least. All right, guys. I appreciate the support. See you on the next one, guys. Peace.
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What? Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking?
Mr. President, when do you think they'll hold general elections in Iraq?
Damn, I knew I shouldn't have called on this nigga. I shouldn't have called on you because you're always trying to distract motherfuckers with things like the war and skirt all the real issues. All right? But if I can be real about it, be real, son. Real? Be real, son.
Tried to kill my father, man.
What?
And play that.
Say where they tried to kill your father, son. That nigga tried to kill my father! This nigga very possibly has weapons of mass destruction. I can't sleep on that. Not on my watch. That's not how I roll. That is serious. Now, if you don't want to take my word for it, why don't you ask Tony Blair? He got a whole nother set of intelligence. What's up, Tony?
We don't know much about the Senate. And we can't trust random niggas with things like that.
How do you feel about the debt of the state of Michigan? $6.925 billion.
We've paid off a lot of debt, and I'm proud of that. But, you know, my job is I'm the governor of Michigan. I got to show up and fight for the people of Michigan.
We got $950 million in pork spending, like $5 million Special Olympics. $5 million. Do they not have their own money? Special Olympics?
I mean, are you against Special Olympics?
No, not the biggest fan of taxes sometimes.
I get it. We are making changes to have more transparency, to make sure that people who are promoting whatever project they want to get done have to do it so many days in advance so that the whole world can scrutinize it, so that they can make their case that it's the right thing to do.
And trust me, I qualify for the Special Olympics. I'm $1.6 million Grand Rapids Ballet from the States? Why can't Grand Rapids do that?
It's a good question, Caleb. I'll have to tell you what legislator asked for that, and you can ask them that question.
That's just, I love my home state.
I know. Well, this doesn't make sense when you're looking at it from 40,000 feet. I get it.
But don't we, before we
I understand. But at the same token, legislators come with their special projects, and they negotiate them in. And I introduced a budget. It doesn't have any pork in it.
Yeah.
So these are not things that I ever
I can appreciate
was advocating for.
$2.5 million for the Lansing lug nuts. Who goes to the lug nuts? I don't know what a lug nut is.
Lug nut. It's a part in your car, and the lug nuts are the baseball team in Lansing.
Interesting. This is the part of the show where I go through the spending, and we got some bull spending in there. Some Special Olympics bull. Now, we love the Special Olympics. We love the Special Olympics.